This is good morning to all our friends around the world on the webcast here, coming from Sarasota, Florida. We will be starting the races promptly at 8 a.m. in Sarasota, Florida. We have a great day here. Weather is looking great. We had some lightning this morning, but it looks like the clouds are pushing away to the west side. So we are on schedule. It's all 200-meter racing this morning. With a quick recap of the medals for the last 2 days in the 2,000 meters, Canada has 24 gold, 15 silver, 11 bronze, followed by the USA with 12 golds, 10 silver, 11 bronze. Germany has 3 golds, 4 silver, 3 bronze. Hungary has 1 gold, 1 silver, 1 bronze. Great Britain, 2 silvers. UAE, 2 bronze. The Philippines, 1 gold. Czech Republic, 1 bronze. We look forward to more medals from all teams, and we will have a great day of racing. We still have 3 more days of amazing racing here in Sarasota, Florida. We look forward to all the comments online, and we welcome any suggestions or any call-outs. We'll be watching the YouTube, so let us know, and we'll pass it along through the system. And a good morning to the team from Vancouver, Canada. This is Fire Truck doing a normal warm up this morning with Phil. I see Alan and Celine. Good luck to all of you. Don't forget to get your 30th anniversary book, the perfect gift for paddler who has everything. $45, limited edition. A display copy is available at the admin building and also at the race registration area. So don't forget, get your 30th anniversary book, a beautiful, perfect gift for the Christmas holidays. To Handsome Joe online, thank you for your kind comments. I've got Pesh getting a good shout out from Eva. Christine Sherbert, go PDBA. Julius Lim, go TNPC. Ali Pickwell, go Soaring Seklau. So we're going to see some wonderful comments this morning, and we'll pass on these messages to all the teams here in Sarasota, Florida. And on the water, we have all our race officials ready to go. It looks like teams are just coming around the island, and we'll have our first race of the day. This will be race number 26 coming to you from Sarasota, Florida. We have 4 teams on the water for the U18 mix small boat. In lane number 1 from Canada, 22 Dragons. In lane number 2 from Canada, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. I know Scott Murray's online watching this anxiously, so a big shout out to Scott Murray. We know you're watching from the hotel. In lane number 3 from the USA, LA County, DBC, Los Angeles. And lane number 4 from Canada, 22 Dragons, Montreal. This is the U18 small boat coming your way in just a short few minutes. As we look out, we see the first team on the water already. The time here in Sarasota right now is 8:02 a.m. With the following teams, please go to marshaling now. Race number 28, 28 Mixed Senior B. Also, race 29, Mixed Premier, race 29 to the marshaling area now. So those on the internet, as you can see the race course, lane 1 is closest to the 2 official boats on your left side of your screen, working your way through to lane 8 on the far right side of your screen. We have 1 official boat ready to go. We're just looking for 3 more. From the tower, we see Anthony Cow. He's looking very carefully at his notes here, and he's trying to set up his team. Good luck, Anthony. We wish you the best of luck with Fire Truck, and we hope that you take home gold for us. Lucy Ng is going, go PDBC. Helen, good luck H2O. All these comments are coming in, and there's Scott Murray. Thanks for the shout out. Anytime, Scott. We miss you out here. We hope you get better soon, and you still got a few days to get down here and cheer on the team, all right? All right, teams are getting ready for the first heat of the day. This is race number 26, U18 small boat. Closest to the official boat, to the left side of your screen, you will see 22 Dragons. In lane number 2, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Lane 3, LADBC. And on the far side, on the right of your screen, you should see the 22 Dragons. As they enter the start gates, these are boot sets. Basically, the boats come up, their heads touch the nose of the gates, as you can see from that shot. Starters giving their last-minute instructions for teams to slow down. Excellent, great shot there. I'll be bringing on our president of the USDBF shortly to assist me with this race. These are small boats, 10 people. In the mixed U18, we allow for a minimum of 4 or a maximum of 5 paddlers of either gender. The drummer and helm can be of either gender. As they slowly inch towards the boot, They hold the boat so the head does not go up. And you can see boat 2 held it just gently, and it touches. So all these races are even and fair. And here goes the call sequence. And there they go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first race of the day. Race number 26 on its way. 22 Dragons in the lead in lane number 1. Lane number 2 in second. In third, it looks like it's going to be LADBC. And in fourth, the 22 Dragons in boat number 4 on the outside. But as we proceed over the next little bit, we look at number 2. It's Pickering in the lead now. Pickering followed by boat number 3 and number 1. It is 2, 3, 1, and 4. Coming to the finish line, we've got 100 meters to go. Boat 2, Pickering, and there they make their move. It is boat number 2, Pickering, followed by boat number 3, LA County DBC. 22 Dragons is falling a little bit behind with 1 and 4. It is 2, 3, 1, and 4. Coming to the finish line, last 50 meters, it's going to be boat number 2, followed by boat number 3, boat number 1, and boat number 4. Again, these are unofficial. We just have to wait for any official penalties, but it looks like a clean race. Tracy Gardner, thanks for watching from Australia. The Aussie teams are doing well here and will do really well the 200 and the 500s. We want to wish a birthday to Steve Albright. Steve Albright, happy birthday. Great place to spend it this wonderful third day of the 13th Club Crew World Championships. Mitch-san, welcome. He's, or is it she, my apologies, is watching from Hong Kong this morning. Also, Warren Jolly from Australia. And they're rooting for Gold Coast. Ruby Pearl from the Philippines. Welcome everyone online. This is race number 26. In race number 26.
In race number 26, we have 22 Dragons, Pickering Dragon Boat Club, and LA County DBC, Team DPW.
Sorry.
Okay, a minor correction. I was on the wrong sheet of paper. It is race 27. In race 27, lane 1 is Gold Coast Dragons from Australia. Lane 2, H2O Montreal, Canada. Lane 3, Neckar Dragon from Germany. Lane 4, 22 Dragons. And lane 5, CSDC Liquid Assets.
Good morning, Mark. How are you doing today?
Good. It's been a little crazy this morning already, running around a little bit, but everything's good.
It's great to have you up here. How are the USDBF doing with the hosting of the races here?
We've been working on this pretty steady for over 18 months to make certain we have everything ready and everything in place. And the detail work has just ramped up until we're doing detail work even today, making certain everything works out perfectly. And it looks like everybody I've spoken to is feels this is a great venue and a great race. So apparently we have done our prep work and detail work very, very successfully.
Well, congratulations to Mark and your team. We've had a great 3 days here, and we look forward to more racing. Before we go to this race that's on the water, race number 27, Senior B Mixed Standard Boat, I would like to call the following teams to the marshalling area now, with the following teams of race number 30 and 31. That is race 30 and 31, Premier Mixed Small Boat and University Mixed Standard Boat, to the marshalling area now. And on the water, as Mark had just mentioned, this is the Senior B Mixed Standard Boat, race number 27. In lane number 1, on the bottom of your screen, you will see Gold Coast Dragons. Lane number 2, H2O Montreal, Canada. In lane number 3, Nekla Dragon. In lane number 4, 22 Dragon. And in 5, CSDC Liquid Assets. Mark, do you want to call this race?
I can do that. For dragon boaters who have never used a boot system before, it's a different challenge at the start. You have to bring the boats in very, very slowly and very carefully, and you need to get the nose of the dragon just barely touching that boot. You don't want to get it in too hard because that boot will actually push back against you, so you just want to be barely touching the boot, and you come in very slowly and very carefully.
Have you ever seen a head come off in the boot?
Yes. Yeah, it is. If you come in too hard or too fast, the head will ride up and over the top, and if you try and back it up, you can pop the head off pretty readily.
A couple of years ago, we saw an official go up, and one of the teams go up into the boot, and their head just got caught on top of the boot, and one of our officials had to go rescue the head.
I have seen that happen a couple of years ago in Szeged. So many teams were getting heads caught on the boots, they actually had a small boat out there to free dragon heads.
So what is the trick when you come into the boot?
Typically, you will use, in a standard boat, your front 2 paddlers to both get you in directionally and to glide you in and to direct the boat how they want the boat to either stop or just very, very gently proceed into the boot.
As a steers person, you really can't see that boot from your angle, so you really need the assistance of your drummer to give you a cue. And you can see that in boat 2. She's turning her head just to give the steers person or the helm some indication how far they are from that boot.
2's coming in at a little bit of an angle, and they'll probably use their front 2 right to help. Yeah, you can see it there in boat 2, their front right 2 paddlers drawing a little bit to straighten the boat up.
We'll just need our camera to zoom back out because I don't have boat 1 in our view. So there is a boat that's below our camera, and they're just going to zoom out for us. There they go.
Yep.
There should be 5 boats, and there's one to the left side of that screen.
No.
Oh, there they are. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And the boots have dropped, and they're off. It looks like boat 2 got off to a good start. You'll see very high rates in these starts, stroke rates in these starts, because this is an all-out sprint. After about 20, 30 strokes, they'll stretch it out slightly and probably be above a 70 stroke rate the rest of the distance. These are all-out sprints.
For the last day or two, we've been racing long races and very slower rates, but here it's a high rate. And Mark, who's got this?
From my angle, it looks like right now boat 5 is in the lead, and boat 1 is in the lead. I had a bad angle, I apologize. And 5 is still out there, and 1 is chasing. 2 is making a surge. And at the finish, unofficial, it looks like 1-5, and it was too tough to call between 2 and 4.
It looks like it's going to go to a photo finish for sure, but look at Gold Coast. That was an amazing race. So Australia coming into the 3rd day with no medals at this point, but they have a good chance here. That was race number 27, Senior B Mixed. We are now going to go to race number 28. Race 28 is the Senior B Mixed Standard Boat. This is a call out for race number 32 and 33. Please proceed to the marshalling area. Race 32, race 33, Senior B Mixed Small, and Premier Mixed Standard. And online, Chris Bellard, are you very happy with Gold Coast? And we've got Beth still cheering on Raysbury from Great Britain. Thanks for all these wonderful messages. Annie, go Philippines. Jordan Barrett Kuzan, go Pickering, cheering you on from Canada. It would be a great birthday gift to bring that gold home. I think Scott Murray in the hotel room is thinking the exact same thing, but it's not his birthday. All right, this is race number 28, Senior B Mixed. In the Senior B Mixed Standard Boat, we have the following teams. In lane number 2, from Canada, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. In lane number 3, from the US of A, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. In lane number 4, from Great Britain, Raysbury Dragons. In lane number 5, from Canada, Ottawa DBC. It looks like all 4 boats are just coming into the view as they enter the start gates. This is a standard boat. Standard boats mixed combination is minimum of 8 to a maximum of 10 paddlers of either gender. Drummer and helm can be of either gender. I know when you go and travel to different cities, different clubs, different races around the world, that combination varies from race to race, but IDBF, we use the minimum of 8 to a maximum of 10 paddlers in a standard boat. Mark, what do you think is going to happen here?
Well, you've got some really good teams here in race 28. Pickering and Philadelphia are very, very strong teams. Raysbury from Great Britain, they paddle on the Runnymede section of the River Thames. They impressively won the British Nationals, getting gold in the 200 and 500 over the Seklau 100, who are also here this week. So this should be a very, very competitive race between all four boats. Should be very competitive, to be perfectly honest. But I think it's going to be very, very competitive. Looking at the Raysbury history and knowing the history of several other teams, this is going to be very competitive.
So we have some teams over the last 2 days really take control of the 2,000-meter long-distance racing. But when it comes to 200-meter racing, it's a different beast. Teams that may not be great at 2,000 can actually be better at 200 meters because it's a very short distance at a very high rate. So we might see a reversal this next 2 days with awards.
That's correct. The stroke rate, I'm on an over 60 team. Our stroke rate in a 2K is probably around 62. Our stroke rate for a 200 is probably 72 to 74, and that's an over 60 team. Some of these younger teams, those stroke rates will be higher.
Hey, Mark, you told me earlier you're a senior A.
I wish.
All right, let's just take a look at the race course now. We got race number 28 coming your way from Sarasota, Florida. Just to your left of your screen, we have Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Lane number 2 from the USA, Philadelphia. Lane number 3 from Great Britain, Raysbury. And lane number 5, Ottawa. Fiscal 666 online, cheering on Goes Rayberry, also Ali Pickwell. Let's see what happens. As they enter the boots, very slow and gentle. Teams are just holding the speed so that their head does not get caught on the boot. Raysbury holds her boat. Nice slow entrance into the boot.
Again, you just want to be barely touching that boot with the nose of the dragon.
Ottawa's got a good control there. Drummers helping the steers. And they're set. Starter has the call. And there they go, ladies and gentlemen. Boat 2, 3, 4 off the line very quickly, but boat number 2, Pickering Dragon Boat, off the line as the first group. In second, it is Philadelphia. In third, Raysbury, but Raysbury's just falling behind the Ottawa DBC team. It is 2, 3, 5, 4. Pickering still in the lead, but look at the Philadelphia. They're holding with them. They've only got 100 meters to go. It's 2, 3, but look at Ottawa. Ottawa's still in the game. It is going to be Pickering, Philadelphia, Ottawa. Raysbury is falling a little bit behind, coming to the finish line. It looks like it's going to be a close finish here, ladies and gentlemen. It's 2, 3, 5 coming to the finish line. It's going to be... Oh, this is a photo finish between 2 and 3. This is unofficial photo finish for Pickering and the Philadelphia team. What a great race. Pickering coming off the start line first, but the USA Philadelphia team held with them and potentially caught them on that finish line. We'll wait for the photo finish. Ottawa, great race with a Raysbury.
Interesting thing in the 200, the 2,000-meter races was one race and you're done, and that determined which medal you've got. In the 200-meter and in the 500-meter, the way the system works, you can have as few as 2 or as many as 3 races to determine your ultimate position in which medal you get.
Jane, I see you cheering on Philly. Hey, but we'll see what the race results say there. But that was a great race for sure. Beth, well done, Raysbury. Love the comment. And Pamela, great race, Philly. This call for race number 32, race 32 to the marshalling area, Senior B mixed small boat.
Next race is race 29, a premier mixed small boat race. In lane 1, we have Beast Boat from Germany. In lane 2, we have Neckar Dragons from Germany. In lane 3, we have Gorging Dragons from Vancouver, British Columbia. Lane 4, we have the Chicago Blades. I think that name's self-explanatory for where they're from. And then in lane 5, we have the PADS Dragon Boat Racing Team from the Philippines.
Just one small correction there, Mark. Gorging Dragons is an actual team from the island. They're just off the BC coast on Vancouver Island. Okay. The teams from Vancouver are slightly different. We'll see how the Gorging Dragons do here.
Thanks for that clarification. I've been in that neck of the woods several times, and it is a gorgeous area of Canada. And the boats are coming into the boots as we speak. Coming in very, very gently. You can see boat 1 where they're doing some draws to line them up. Boat 2 coming in very slowly. It looks like everybody is now in the boot. Starter is giving the call. Okay, we have a boat with a drummer moving up in lane 5. There's an issue in lane 5. Now the starter's giving the call. And they're off. In lane 1, we have Beast Boat getting off to a strong start, but it looks like 3 got the jump on the field. That is Gorging Dragons from Victoria Island. They are out front at this point. They have a very strong start. And they're holding that position. Out in lane 5, they're giving them a run for the money. As we get to about the 100-meter mark, still looks like 3 in the lead.
This is like a horse race here.
It is. 3 is staying strong. 2 is making a move on 3. That would be Neckar Dragons. At this point, with about 10 meters, Gorging Dragons is hanging on, but Neckar Dragons made it very, very tight at the finish, followed by 1, the Beast Boat, followed by Chicago Blades and PADS.
Congratulations, everyone. That was a great race. Does not look like there's any penalties from the race officials. We see the white flag up here in the tower. White flags, when you see it come up, means that was a clean race, no penalties. If you see a red flag from an IDBF official on the boat, there was an incident, and they will be asked what that incident is and report it to the tower. But from that, we see white flags, means it's a clean race, and it looks like Gorging Dragons may have taken this, but we'll wait for official results. Thanks, Mark, for that great commentary on that race. We're now going to race number 30. This is the Premier Mixed, heat number 2. In lane number 1, we have, from the Czech Republic, Dragon Club Bruno. In lane number 2, from Canada, 3R Dragons Trois Rivers. Lane number 3, Zahini Vita. We're not too sure if they made it, but we'll just keep an eye for boat 3. Boat number 4, Tampa River Dragon Boat from the USA. And finally, in 5, we have the Dubai Paddle Club from the UAE. This will be, it appears to be, a 4-boat heat. And we do have a 5th boat by the looks of it, but let's just see if that is part of the next heat. Coming your way, this is race number 30. Somebody made fun of you from Victoria, beautiful Victoria. You said Victoria Island again, wasn't that? All right, this is race number 30 on the water, and it is a 4-boat heat. It is boat number 1, Bruno Club, Dragon Boat Bruno from the Czech. Lane 2 from Canada. Lane 3 is a Scratch. Lane 4 is Tampa River Dragon Boat. And lane 5 on the far part of your screen, the right side, Dubai Paddle Club from the UAE. As they approach the start, each team is just mentally getting prepared for this fast race. You can see the mental work in a lot of these teams. Some of it's physical, but a lot of it is mental in dragon boating.
Especially in the 200 meter, your focus has to be so intense at the start. If you miss a stroke at the start on a 200 meter race, the race is be over for you at the start if you miss it.
We find that teams that come off that start line aggressively and in control tend to win the race. If you come off slow or behind the pack, it is very short distance to catch up to other teams. So let's see how Dragon Club Bruno does, the Czech Republic, with the Canadian in boat number 2, 3R Dragons in boat number 4. We have the Tampa River Dragon Boat, and in the far lane, Dubai.
If you just noticed boat 1, they tried to ride that dragon head up and over the top of the boot, but they backed it up and saved it. They're in there a little hard.
This is race number 30, Premier Mixed. Starter has the race. And there they go, ladies and gentlemen. Boat 1, 2, 4, and 5. Coming off the line, it is a tie so far. But somebody's got to make a move, and it looks like boat number 1 and 2 have made the move. It is the Czech and the Three Dragons, my apologies. As they come off, it looks like it's going to be a fight between 1 and 2. 4 and 5 are not out of the game yet. It is 1, 2, 4, and 5. Dragon Club Bruno is still holding with the 3R Dragons. 3R Dragons still fighting with them to the last 50 meters. It looks like Dragon Club Bruno is got it with number 2, 3R Dragons. But look at 4 still hanging in there. 5 trailing a little bit behind. Coming to the last 50 meters, it is Dragon Boat Club Bruno in 1. In 2nd, it's going to be a tie by the looks of it. If 2 can make the move, it is going to be 3R. And followed by boat number 4, the Tampa River. And in final position, Dubai Paddle Club. I see 2 white flags. Tells me it's a clean race. But again, from the tower, we're unofficial. Mark, what did you think of that race?
It was a great race. Our angle, it's a little bit tough until they get to about the final 30 meters to get a really true indication. But with the angles we've got, we're giving you the best call we can get, and Kerry is turning out to be remarkably accurate with these angles. He's done this more than I have, so more power to Kerry's visual acuity.
Thanks a lot, Mark. I appreciate the support here. As new to this group here in Sarasota, Florida, I'm being very privileged to be invited down to support the USDBF and the IDBF here. This is a great venue. If you ever have a chance to race here in other races, please come on down and visit Sarasota, Florida. Race number 31 on your way. This is race number 31. University Mixed Standard Boat.
Race 31, it's a standard boat, University Division, mixed class. We have in lane 1, CSDC Liquid Assets, lane 2, PTE Pesh from Hungary, and in lane 3, we've got Cal Dragon Boat.
With the following teams, go to marshalling now. Race 33, race 34, and race 35. To the marshalling area now.
Okay, the boats are coming into the boots. Pesh is a little sideways, but they've got plenty of space to get in there properly. Now they've got it straightened out.
We have a comment online. Are the times The races are running on schedule. They're on schedule. So this race was supposed to run at 8:40 here locally, and we are at 8:39. So we are pretty much on time.
The boats continue to inch into the boots, the standard boats. You've got considerably more weight than you do in these small boats, so they have to be gentle coming into these boots. And 3 is just about there. 1 is just about there. I see boat 2 is racing 1 seat down. That is PTE Pesh. They're going with 18 paddlers.
I wonder if that's an advantage or a disadvantage in a standard boat.
It's all power to weight, and it can work both ways. The starter has the call. They're off. Looks like the 18 paddlers is working to their advantage at the start. PTE Pesh got off to a very fast start.
Look at the helm in boat 2. She's just staying very low.
Very high rate in boat 2. This is going to be a very close race. They're all right together. I don't think anybody's got more than a dragon head on anybody at this point. We're down to the final 30, 40 meters. Still looks like boat 2. 3 is having a great race here. 1 is making a move now as we speak. And at the finish, unofficially, it's a photo finish between 1 and 2. That was a little too close for me to call, Kerry.
I agree with you. That was a bolt 2 was actually behind, and they just seemed to catch bolt 1 at the last possible second, and it's leaving us with some doubts in our judgment. We're going to wait for the photo finish on that for sure. Boat 1 and 2 on the photo finish, followed by third boat, Cal. We have the officials again giving a white flag, and it looks good from our viewpoint. Race 32 coming your way. This is Senior B mixed small boat. And guess what? We are going to show results right after each race. And look at that. Canadians liquid CSDC liquid assets. Hungary, you were right there. They came very close. What do you think, Mark?
Well, we said it was awfully close. 0.05 of a second. That is tight racing. That's competitive. It doesn't get much tighter than that.
That's probably just a whisker.
That is. That's a dragon whisker.
So that was a great race between Canada and Hungary. Again, don't worry. This is only a heat, meaning that they still have another chance to advance accordingly. So this is about winning on your times and your heats, and you get advanced based on the speed, not position. So our next race, this is race 32, Senior B Mixed Small Boat. We look forward to all your comments online. Please keep typing them, and we'll keep reading them as fast as we can. We have Matt Mobile, Let's Go Heat, Senior B. Beth is still cheering on Seklo. We're just waiting for the boats to come on for race number 32. With the following teams, please go to marshalling now. Race 36. Race number 36 to the marshalling area now. That is the Senior B Mixed Standard Boat. Senior B Mixed Standard Boat, race 36. Noreen Online, thank you very much for your comments from Victoria, BC. We hope to see you soon on the week of August the 13th in Victoria. They have their local race there, and they will be in the Inner Harbor. So if you guys get a chance, check out the Victoria Dragon Boat Festival. Isabel, great to see you and hear from you from Canada. Isabel Dion is one of our IDBF officials online, watching from afar. We do miss you down here, Isabel. Again, if you want to watch results of each of these races, please go to IDBF Champs, that's CHAMPS.org/results. That's IDBFchamps.org. You can see the results live. We're looking on the water right now. We have a 5-boat heat. This is race number 32, Senior B Mixed Small Boat. Patricia Chung, Catch 22, coming soon. Let's go, Catch. Rowena, watching on the South Coast in England. Go, Naomi and the Seklo 100 crew. Prince Anne Wahing, watching from the Philippines. Thank you for being online in the Philippines, watching from afar. I think the time there in the Philippines should be around 8 in the evening. We have 3 boats on the water. We're still missing 2 boats to make it a 5-boat heat. This is Senior B Mixed Small Boat. As the camera zooms in, we're looking at, it's hard to see from my angle here. So Beth, here comes the Seklo. Seklo will be in boat number 3. Lane 1 will be South Breeze from LA. Oh, my apologies. I'm reading the wrong heat here. This is heat number 32. 32, Senior B Mixed Small Boat. In lane number 1, it is the Great Lake Paddlers from Canada. Lane number 2, Gorging Dragons from Vancouver Island. Lane number 3, from Germany, Nekla Dragon. In lane number 4, from the USA, Heat the Villages. And in lane number 5, from the Nathan Benderson Park, NBP Paddling Sarasota. Senior B Mix coming your way with 5 boats. We have 4 boats. We're just missing 1, and I see them to the far left coming off the docks at this time. We're just a few minutes away. Carolyn Madden, thank you very much for watching from Milton Keynes, England. You're supporting the Seklo and the Raspberry, but just excited to see Seklo in their first international competition. Lisette, let's go NBP. Helen, go Canada. These are great comments we're reading online here. We have nationals in Montreal coming up. Isabel just made a comment, and we hope to see the Canadian teams all at the national championships in Montreal. Last boat's coming onto the water, and it looks like it's lane number 1 coming down on the left side of your screen, but not in view yet. You see 3 boats coming up into their gates. You'll see 4 boats in your screen. There is 1 boat just to the left side, and you should see them shortly. And the official boat there is just calling them over. That is lane number 1, Great Lake Paddlers. I'd like to say thank you to our production crew out there. We've got some drones, we've got some fixed stationary cameras, and they've done a magnificent job keeping the internet apprised of every single race. And there's some great shots today for sure. 4 boats, waiting for 1 more. Lane number 2, that's Gorging Dragons from Vancouver Island. Lane 3, Nectar Dragon. Lane 4, Heat. Lane 5, NBP Paddling. And there's lane number 1, just sneaking into the shot, Great Lake Paddlers. Tom Arnold coaching boat number 2. Tom, you've done a wonderful job with this team, and we wish you the best of luck today. Teams are given their call to bring their boats up now. Some teams use everyone to bring up. Some just use the back half. Some just let it glide with the wind. This is Senior B Small Boat, race number 32. Drummer on boat 2 is just keeping an eye on the boot and their head, giving their helm a indication how far they are. 5's coming in nice and slow. 4 looks really pumped, ready to go. That's the Heat. Great Lakes. Starter has the call on this. And there they off, ladies and gentlemen. The race number 32 on the water. It's going to be a fight between 1, 2, and 3. 2 off on the lead with Gorging Dragons, followed by boat number 3, Nectar Dragons. In third, it is still boat 1, Great Lake Paddlers. It is 3, 2, 1, but 1 is starting to trail behind. It is 3, 2, and look at 5 on the outside. NB Paddling, 4 in fourth, and that is the Heat. Coming to the last 100 meters, it looks like the boat number 3 is now taking the lead. It is going to be Nectar Dragon, followed by boat number 5, NP Paddling. And in third, Gorging Dragons. Coming to the finish, it looks like it's 3, 2, 5. Let's see what happens. Boat 3, Nectar Dragon, still in the lead. Coming to the finish line, it's 3, 2, 5, 4, and 1. Waiting for officials, we have white flags. It looks like a clean race. Nectar Dragons taking that race unofficially, followed by 2 Gorging and NB Paddling. We'll wait for results. I think they were going to show up just momentarily. That was a great race, number 32 from Sarasota, Florida. We are now going to the Standard Boat Premier Mix, race 33. With the following teams, please go to marshalling now. Race 35, 36, and 37. Race 35, 36, and 37 to marshalling. Wow, that's a nice close race. 0.5 of a second. Nectar Dragons taking it first, Gorging Dragon second, and US NBP in third. But look at the time difference between third and fourth, 0.7 of a second. This is race number 33 on the water, Premier Mixed Standard Boat, 200 meters. In lane number 1 from Los Angeles, South Breeze. In lane number 2 from Canada, 22 Dragons. From lane 3 from Great Britain, Seclau Hundreds. In lane number 4 from New York, Catch 22. Lane number 5, CYPN Storm from Boston. And in lane number 6 from Germany, the Nectar Dragons. This is going to be a 6-boat heat in race 33. We have all boats in the gates.
Do you have control of that? You do now. Bus one, is that muted or unmuted?
As the teams come into the race, we've got boat 1 in the lower left there. That is South Breeze kind of peeking over. Boat 2, 22 Dragons. In 3, from Great Britain, Seclau Hundreds. Lane 4, Catch 22. 5, CYPN. And lane number 6, Nectar Dragon from Germany. In boat number 4, the helm being Matthew. Matthew being a communication officer with the USDBF. He's also my announcer up here in the tower, so I'm by myself until he comes back up here. Good luck, Matthew, on lane number 4. It looks like a head is missing on boat number 5. I didn't see what happened there, but we have a race official boat coming over to assist them. It looks like the head has come off. We'll just have a slight delay to just put the head back into the boat. And it's fallen in the water. And you're looking at a close-up of boat number 5, CYPN Storm from Boston. Looks like no one's hurt. The head is alive. And that is our official on the water, Normand. Normand from Montreal. And we have a repaired head. So boat 5 just resets. Normand. These officials been here for the last couple of days, and they've done a great job. We're all clear. White flag is up from the official, means that we're ready to race. And there they go, ladies and gentlemen. This is race number 33 on the water. Premier Mixed Standard Boat. And off the line, it is South Breeze from LA. Whoa, that is a massive jump. 2, 3 seats off the line, it is South Breeze, followed by Boat 5, Nectar Dragon. And then in third at this point, it is Cash 22. But I didn't see Boat 1. Boat 1 is in there. My apologies. It is 22 Dragons, followed by South Breeze. Boat 2, Boat 1, Boat 5. Coming to the finish line. Last 50 meters. Will it be 22 or South Breeze? This is going to be close. You tell me what you see online. It looks like it's going to be 22 over South Breeze. And Nectar Dragon in third. In fourth, it looks like Cash 22, followed by CYPN. And in fifth or sixth place, it is going to be Saclau Hundreds. Again, unofficial, and we'll wait for results just momentarily. Great race. A quick happy birthday to Steve Albright on the Chicago Blades. Happy birthday, Steve. Race 35 Pickering, and 22 Dragons now to marshalling. Race 35, Pickering, and 22 Dragons to marshalling now. We're also calling race 36 and 37 to marshalling. Race 36 and race 37 to marshalling. Welcome back, everyone. This is race number 34, scheduled for 9:04. We are at 9:06, so we're still pretty much on schedule here in Sarasota, Florida. We're running these races very quickly, 8-minute turnaround times, so we're really trying to get teams to marshalling and teams on the water as soon as possible. We are going to achieve success, I think, with no problems. Mark, what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think managing the fleet in the times, there's two fleets of standard boats, 2 fleets of small boats, which allow for the 8-minute centers is the term that's used between race starts. And with the 2 different fleets of boats, it seems to be working very well this morning.
That's great. We got some great boats here for sure. We've got a mixture of BUKs and champion boats. BUKs being the standard boats and champions in the small boat. In race number 34, we have the Mixed Premier Heat number 2. In lane number 1, NDRC from Canada. Lane number 2 from Dragon Zone Paddling Club in Vancouver, BC. Lane number 3 from the US of A, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. Lane number 4 from LA, Rising Tide. And lane number 5 on the outside, TNPC, True North Paddling Club.
It's interesting them watching them come into the boots. The breeze has picked up a little bit late as the morning moves on. And fortunately, the breeze is coming from behind the boats, which will help them drift into the boots. So it will probably be a little bit easier just to drift in with that tailwind. A little less paddling required as you get close.
I know Dominic Lai is here watching the Dragon Zone Paddling Club. Dominic is the director of marketing and also really very anxious to see how this team does on the water. So welcome, Dominic Lai. Here we go. All 5 boats have entered the gates. I didn't see if you noticed that, Mark. We had one head come off already in the boot.
I was taking care of some other administrative duties as president of USDBF, so I missed that excitement.
Starters given the call, and there they go, ladies and gentlemen. NDRC in lane 1, Dragon Zone in 2, Philadelphia in 3, Rising Tide in 4, TNPC in 5, and look at NDRC off the line. It is 1-2-5. 1-2-5 new NDRC, Dragon Zone, and TNPC. It is 5 and 1 fighting it out for first. In third, it's between 2 and 4. And in last, it looks like Philadelphia. Coming to the last 100-meter mark, it's going to be a fight between 5 and 1. NDRC on the inside, TNPC on the outside. Dragon Zone and Boat 4, Rising Tide, are fighting for third. Coming to the finish line, it looks like it's True North Paddling Club, followed by NDRC and boat number 4, Rising Tide, followed by Dragon Zone. And in final position, it's Philadelphia. And that is a white flag from the race officials and unofficial results from our vantage point. We'll wait for results online.
That was a heck of a race. NDRC and TNPC, they both kept very high stroke rates throughout that sprint. That was a heck of a race. And in 1, it is TNPC, 2 is NDRC, and very, very quick times.
Wow, that is close, Mark.
It is very close.
Look at first, and then you see 2, 3. Really close together.
Mm-hmm.
And then Dragon Zone a little bit off, but with the U.S. Philadelphia team by 0.5 a second. We're going to go to which race now?
We are going to race 35, which is a U18 small boat race. In lane 1, we will have Pickering Dragon Boat Club. In lane 2, we will have LA County DBC, Team DPW. And in lane 3, we will have 22 Dragons.
Pickering and 22 Dragons to marshaling, please. We're also calling race number 37 and 38. Race 37, 38 to marshaling now. To John online, who moves 1 or 2? It is dependent on time. So John, we are not looking for placement, but time. And they will be compared to the other teams, and that's who moves on accordingly. To Dolphin Sailor 1, we thank you for your comments about our announcing. We try to keep these races fun and exciting for those online. But if you can, next time, come on down to these races. They're really amazing to watch in person. Hobo Steve 2, I'm sweating. Is it hot here in Sarasota, or where are you located? We're not sure about the tailwind speed. From up here, we don't have any gauge that gives us tailwind speed, but clearly when we look on the water, we can see the wind pushing the water for sure. Correct. It's the winner, and then it then is based on fastest loser. 1989 RS Legacy. Hi from New Zealand. Kia ora. Anybody has been to New Zealand? Great place to race, and also a great place to visit. Hobo Steve, you're right. TNPC is a force to reckon. And then those who don't know TNPC, this is the old team of Outer Harbor and Hammerheads from Canada. Mitch-san, you're correct. NBP is an amazing, beautiful place to visit. Their beaches, the malls, the friends, everyone out here is amazing. Great place to race, great place to hang out for over a week. Haiti Ma, I wish you could have come here as well. But then again, there'll be more races. We have nationals coming up here in 2023.
Yeah, the U.S. Nationals will be here in 2023. The exact date is to be determined, but we'll be here in 23, 25, and 27.
So, Haiti Ma, we hope to see you here. Windy Pandas, hi from the UK. Hi to you too as well. The times are all posted at the end of each race. We'll post them online, on the screen that you are looking at this time. But if you want to look at results, we have them posted on idbfchamps.org/our results. Again, idbfchamps.org/results. We are now going to bring you race number 35, U18.
Race 35, lane 1 should be Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Lane 2 should be LA County. Lane 3 is 22 Dragons.
Race number 37, small boat, Dubai. Dubai, small boat, race number 37. Please go to marshaling now.
Race 35. We are listed for 3 boats. There are 4 boats on the water. It should be a small boat mixed.
Race 39 to marshaling, please. Race 39 to marshaling.
Okay, I read off three names. Before for race 35. It appears that there are 22 Dragon boats in this race. It's an under 18 mixed small boat race. So lane 1 is Pickering, lane 2 is LA County DBC, lane 3 is 22 Dragons, and lane 4 is 22 Dragons. Nothing like racing your teammates in competition. Should make for a very good race. They're coming into the boots. Whoa, 2 is trying to ride up. They've backed it down. Starter has given the call. They're off. Lane 1 got out to a quick start. That is Pickering Dragon Boat Club, followed by 22 Dragons in lane 3. Looks like Pickering still has the lead at about 75 meters into the race.
You sure it's actually Pickering or not the lane 1?
Okay, the jerseys look like LA County.
That's right.
In lane 2, it's tough to tell. We've got too many dark jerseys out there.
It looks like lane number 1 is LA County. Lane number 2, it looks like the Pickering team. Pickering's in 3. It looks like they switched it on us a little bit, but we'll clarify it.
Looks like lane 3 is got the lead coming into the final 10 meters, followed very closely, very closely by LA County. It's a little too close to call from up here.
So what it is boat number 3 was Pickering. In lane number 1 was LA County. In lane number 2 was the 22 Dragons, and lane number 4 was 22 Dragons. So in that race, what was the results, you think?
I believe it was Pickering, followed very closely by LA County.
Sorry about that. It's got some numbers a little scrambled on our race grid, but we've got it clarified now.
Okay, in first place, it was Pickering. In second place, it was LA County Dragon Boat Club, followed very closely. These are unofficial results, of course, at this point in time. Followed by 22 Dragons, and then fourth place was 22 Dragons, boat number 2.
Now, why they're unofficial is because we have to wait for the officials of the water to give the okay that it was a clean race or if there's any issues. After that is followed by any protest that a team may put in. And then once the time elapses for the protest, then the results become official. So pretty much the results stay unofficial for, I say, about 20-odd minutes.
About that, yes.
Excellent. We are now going to race number 36. Race number 36, looks like we're going to have 6 teams in the Senior B Mixed. In race 36, we'll be calling lane 1, Germany, Dragon. Lane number 2 from Canada, H2O Montreal. In lane number 3, CSDC Liquid Acids. In lane number 4 from Canada, 22 Dragons. Lane 5 from Canada, Ottawa DBC. And in lane 6 with all the online cheers, it's team from Great Britain, Raspberry Dragons. Tamara saying, "Come on, Lucas, let's go." I'm not too sure which. Oh, she's referring to a German team here. Beth still online going, "Let's go, Raspberry." Rising Tide from Cami Chapman. We have all 5 teams on the water coming up. Lane number 1, Necklace Dragon. Lane number 2, H2O. Lane 3, CSDC. Lane 4, 22 Dragons. Lane 5, Ottawa. And lane number 6, Raspberry. From this screenshot, we can see all 6 teams coming into the gates. Senior B mixed. Standard boat.
Can you give us the boats for race 37 and 38? What we had earlier is different from what we're seeing online right now.
The new photos have been sent through to our
Raspberry just gently bringing the boat up.
Okay. So
20 meters to the start line.
on the online system,
if you have access to the online system, yes, but you're also Heritage is also in the WhatsApp group for progressions, and it is updated in that group. Over.
thank you. We'll work with that. Thank you.
Race 36, just a few minutes away. Teams gently coming into the boot. Boat number 1, looks like they've gone down to 18 paddlers. That is Necklace Dragon. Starter has the call. And there they off. Necklace Dragon looks like they're in first. H2O in 2, CSDC in 3, 4 is 22 Dragons, 5 Ottawa, and then 6 on the outside. It's Great Britain's Raspberry. And off the line, it is 2, 4, 1. It looks like it's going to be H2O followed by 22 Dragons. This is going to be a very close race to the finish line. It's 2, 4, 1, but look at 3. 3 is still staying in there. Coming to the last 100 meters. It's going to be 2 so far. H2O followed by 22 Dragons. Necklace Dragon staying very close, coming to the last 50 meters. It's boat number 4. 4 still got this, and it looks like they're coming to the line. Will 4 hold them off? It is going to be boat number 4, 22 Dragons. That was a very close race with a second place possibly being a photo finish. We'll wait for results. Race officials both got the white flags up. It looks like a clean race. We'll wait for results. Race 41, race 42, to marshalling, please. Race 40 and 41, 42 to the marshalling area, please. All right, we just got some flashing updates for all the people online. If you're on desktop looking for results, we have moved the results to another website. It is idbfchamps.org/2022 SAR. Again, race results and advancements are on idbfchamps.org/2022 SAR, SAR. If you're on your mobile phone on site here and want to get quick advancements, go to idbfchamps.org/2022 SAR/mobile, MOBILE. Again, this is for everyone online and with their mobile phones looking for results and looking for advancements. If you're on your desktop, idbfchamps.org/2022 SAR. On your mobile phone, idbfchamps.org/2022 SAR/MOBILE.
We're getting ready for race 37. In race 37, in lane 2, we have Dubai Paddle Club. In lane 3, from Germany, we have Beast Boat. And in lane 4, we have the Chicago Blade. Small boat, Premier Mixed. We have two of the boats at the 50-meter buoy and the third boat approaching the 50-meter to the start buoy.
So this is the Premier Mix small boat, race number 37.
Boats are approaching the start slowly. The wind appears to have become virtually still again, so they should be coming in very slowly and gently under their own power.
With race number 42 and 43 to the marshalling area now. 42 and 43 to the marshalling area now.
Okay, the boats continue to come in slowly.
Is that Dubai in lane number 2?
Lane 2 is Dubai Paddle Club, lane 3 is Beast Boat, and lane 4 is Chicago Blade. And they're just about in. Chicago is in. They are now all in the boot. Starter has the race. They're gone. Looks like Beast has a early lead, quick out of the blocks. 2 and 4 maintaining position right alongside Beast Boat. Looks like Beast Boat is in the lead at about 50 meters.
That helm in boat 3 just staying low and not getting any wind resistance to slow his boat down.
Dubai has a slightly slower stroke rate than Beast, but Beast is maintaining, although Dubai is starting to inch up as we get to about the last 50 meters. It is still Beast Boat in lane 3, followed by Dubai in lane 2, but Dubai is closing fast over the last 20 meters. Can Beast hold him off? Unofficially, it was Beast by a dragon nose, followed by Dubai, followed by Chicago Blade. That was a very tight finish.
Did you see the end of race number 2 there? Dubai nearly sunk their boat. They leaned to the right. And that boat really came close to coming over there.
These small boats are performance boats. They're very, very quick once you get them going, but at very low speed or sitting still, they can have some interesting handling characteristics.
All right, coming your way is race number 38. This is race number 38, Mixed Premier. As the results come through, we will update the results from that race number 37 unofficially. Race number 38, what we have on the water is the PADS Dragon Boat Racing Team from Cebu City, Philippines. Lane number 3, 3R Dragon Trois Rivers. Lane 4 from USA, Tampa River Dragon Boat. Just a quick update on the pads. This is the Para-Dragons. This is the first ever World Championship with various Para-Dragon categories. It's exciting for all of us. Although we have small and standard boats at these championships, the Para-Dragon teams will be racing 10 paddlers in a standard boat. The IDBF is keen to develop the Para-Dragon category over time, and we'll see the crews grow from 10 paddlers to 12, then 14, and so on per team. So we want to say thank you and welcome to all the Para-Dragons, first time at CCWC. CYPN Storm from Boston. Please go to the admin tent, registration tent for refund of your protest money. Thank you. So we got race number 38 on the water, 3 boats here. This is pads in lane number 1, lane 2, my apologies, lane 3, 3R Dragons, and lane number 4, Tampa River. So boats 2, 3, and 4, Philippines, Canada, US of A. As they're brought up to the line, the Philippines looking very confident in this. The reason why is the Philippines have got a natural high rate, and this is very, very comfortable for them. Boat number 3 from Canada, 3R Dragon, Trois Rivers. And on the outside on lane 4 is the USA Tampa River Dragon Boat Club. They enter the gates very cleanly. Starter has the race. White flag is up from the official on the top of your screen, meaning it's a clean setup. Teams are ready. This is race number 38, Premier Mixed, and there they go. As I expected, boat number 2 is off on the races, and that is the Philippines. But look at Three Rivers. They have just matched their rate and even higher. Three Rivers is going for the gold here, and look at them go. It's a 2 boat length or 2 benches ahead of boat number 2. It is 3, 2, 4. Canada, Philippines, and followed by the USA. Coming to the last 100 meters, it will be so far boat number 3, 3R Dragons, followed by the USA in boat number 2 and the Philippines in boat number, my apologies, boat number 2 and Tampa River on the outside in lane number 4. Coming to the last 50 meters, it's going to be 3. Oh, this is going to be a photo finish between 2 and 4. Will it be Tampa or the Philippines? It looks like unofficially it is going to be Three Rivers, followed by boat number 2, the PADS Dragon Boat Racing Team from Cebu City, and in third, Tampa River. But this is unofficial. We'll wait for results. Race officials have raised the white flag. It does not look like there's any infractions in this race. This is race number 39, race 3-9, University Mixed. In lane number 1, from Hungary, Pesh. Lane number 2 from the USA, Cal Dragon Boat, Berkeley, California. Lane number 3 from Canada, CSDC Liquid Assets. This is race 39, Standard Boat, University Mixed. It's great to see these helms people look at each other and look around. They're just trying to see where they are in their setup for the start line. Boat 3, we got CSDC Liquid Assets. Lane 2 from Cal. And in lane number 1, Pesh from Hungary. Boat 3, drawing a little bit right there, trying to get the boat in line with the middle of the boot. Drummer on boat 1 from Pesh, just taking a deep breath, keeping the team calm. Same thing with boat 1, they're just going to draw a little bit right. It's important these teams get the boat lined up with the boot as they come forward. Once they come up into the boot and they're offline, they will have a difficult time on the start. So glad here, the weather is held up very nicely. The wind has come down a little bit. There's not much of a push that we saw earlier this morning. Sid, Jess, I'm glad you saw the note on top. It is race number 39. It's University Mixed. Again, if you're online and looking for race results and race advancements, go to idbfchamps.org/2022SAR. Officials have made their call. All teams, please come up to the boot. Helm on boat 3. CSDC is giving their helm just an indication how far they are from the boot, and they're going to hold now. 2 and 1, Cal and Pesh. Pesh has been running with 18 most of the day here. So, again, no surprise. 18 paddlers. Starter has given the call. And there they off. Pesh in 1, 2 in Cal, 3 in CSDC. And off the line, it's Hungary. In lane number 1, Pesh has got a nice lead. But look at boat number 3 on the outside. CSDC are going to try to catch them in the last 100 meters. It's Pesh, CSDC, followed by Cal. Coming to the 100-meter mark. It is still Pesh, but look at CSDC make their move. CSDC in second still, but do they have enough room? Coming to the finish line, it's CSDC, just a bench away. Coming to the finish line, it's still going to be Hungary. Hungary upping their rate. It is Hungary Pesh, followed by CSDC. Cal in third. Coming to the finish line. Will CSD take them? Ew! This is going to be a photo finish again. It looks like Pesh came off the line very well. CSD in the second position. About 100 meters, their rate came up on CSDC, and they look like they may have caught the Pesh team from Hungary. And Cal in third. We'll wait for results. And it's going to be unofficial. Hungary is over CSDC by 0.1 of a second. 0.1 difference between first and second. Hungary, 48.58. And then CSDC in second, and third, Cal, unofficial. This is race number 40 coming your way. Senior B mixed. Senior B mixed. This will be Heat, Great Lake Paddles, NBP Paddling, Gorging Dragons, and NECA Dragons in race number 40. With the following teams, please go to marshalling now. Race 41, Dragon Zone to marshalling now. Again, race 41, NDRC, and Dragon Zone to the marshalling area. With race 42, please go to marshalling now. Race 42. Nikki Berry, we do apologize. We did have wrong team in the wrong boat in the last race. We'll have those corrected just shortly. Already have a burn water paddle? Stop by and check our paddler clothing and accessories. From our specifically formulated grip tape to tip guards to protect your blades to unique t-shirt designs and performance apparel. Burn water carries something for everyone. Burn water, gear paddlers love. Made in the USA. As we look onto the water, this is race number 40 on the water. In race 40, we have 5 boats, Senior B mixed. In lane number 1, we have the Heat. Lane number 2, Great Lake Paddlers. Lane number 3, NB Paddling. Lane 4, Gorging Dragons. And lane 5, Nectar Dragons. What you're seeing on the screen, you can see the wind is slightly blowing here. It's picked up again and looks like it's coming from the west to the east now. So teams are going to get pushed a little bit, but there seems to be a wind just picking up at this point. As the camera zooms in, those are the 5 teams I just mentioned, the Senior B mixed. There's Team Heat in lane number 1. Great Lake Paddlers in lane number 2. In the blue, Nathan Benderson Park Paddling in lane number 3. In black, lane number 4 from Vancouver, Canada, or Victoria, Canada, that is, Gorging Dragons. And from Germany, on the top there, that is Nectar Dragon. Race officials, I've been given a call to come up. Gorging Dragons and boat number 4, just using 2 paddlers to bring the boat up. Whereas you look at Heat, they use the whole boat, but they're going very gently. Boat 2, same thing, last 2 seats, bringing the boat up. Again, these small boats are very nimble. Even with 1 or 2 paddlers, they can move the boat very easily. So in this scenario, they take just 1 or 2 paddlers to bring the boat up to the start gates. White flag is up from the official at the top of your screen, meaning that everything is in order. No issues. The starter, when they see a red flag, you can see the red flag in the official's hand. If it comes up, there is an issue, and they will call the race down. All teams have entered the gates cleanly. All heads are in place. Starter is given the call. And there they off. Heat in 1. Great Lake Paddlers in 2. NBP in 3. Gorging in 4. Nectar Dragons in 5. And off the line, it is the Heat in first place. But look at the outside lane. 5. 5 makes their move. It is Nectar Dragon in first now, followed by Gorging Dragons. And in third, it's going to be NB Paddling, Nectar Dragons, 5, 4, and 3, followed by 1, the Heat. And in final position, it is boat number 2, Great Lakes. Coming to the last 100-meter mark, it is still 5, Nectar Dragon, followed by Gorging Dragons in 4. In third, it looks like boat number 3, NB Paddling, 2, in fourth, and in final, it is still Great Lake Paddling. In the last 50 meters, it's going to be a 5, 4, 3, 1, 2. And does 3 catch 4? No, they've run out of room. It is Nectar Dragons, followed by Gorging Dragons and NB Paddling. Great race, unofficial. We'll wait for results. Race 42 and race 43 to the marshalling area now. Race 42 and 43 to the marshalling area now. This is race number 41 on the water. Under 41, this is Premier Mix Standard Boat. This will be a 4-boat heat. With race 42 and 43, please go to marshalling now. Race 42 and 43 to marshalling now. It looks like we have our 4th boat just coming off of the docks and they're coming into the race grid. In lane number 2, in race 41, Premier Mixed Standard Boat, we have Philadelphia. In lane number 3, 22 Dragons. Lane number 4, Nectar Dragon. And in lane number 5 from Great Britain, Seklo Hundreds. I know Beth has been watching online for the last little while, and also Carolyn Madden. We have your teams coming your way just in a little short moment. We have the Seklo Hundreds in lane number 5. Hubert, I'm not too sure about these gorillas I see on screen, what they mean. Can you give me some context? All right, here comes the team. So race number 41. Again, from the USA, Philadelphia, Canada, 22 Dragons in 3. From Germany, Nectar Dragon. And in lane number 5, from Great Britain, Seklo Hundreds. Race officials giving the call to come up to the start line. That's boat number 2. And it's really weird to see the helm stand on the edge of the gun wall. You guys can see that on your TV. He's literally standing on the right side of the gun while trying to bounce the boat, but he stepped down now. Boat number 3, 22 Dragons. Boat number 4, Neck of the Dragons. And number 5, Saclau Hundreds. Again, Philadelphia's opted out to drop seat 3, racing with 18 paddlers. 22 Dragons giving their last calls. Teams are given the final calls, and here comes the start. And there they go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Premier Mixed Standard Boat, race number 41, coming to you from Sarasota, Florida. 22 Dragons right off the start line. It is boat number 3 with Wendy drumming off that boat. And she is striking that drum, encouraging 22 Dragons to take the lead. It is boat 3, 4, 5, and 2. It looks like it's going to look like 22 Dragons going to take this, but let's see what happens in the last 50 meters. 22 Dragons in boat 3, followed by boat number 4, Neck of Dragons. But look at boat number 2, Philadelphia making their move. It is 3, 4, 2, 5. The Saclau Hundreds in 4th. Coming to the last part of the race, it looks like 22 Dragons, followed by Neck of Dragons. And then the Philadelphia, followed by the Saclau Hundreds. What a great race. Off the start line, it looks like 22 Dragons right off the line took it and then commanded that race all the way through the 200 meters. Congratulations to all the teams. William Tang has just mentioned that the Gorilla is the 8 strunk. I'm not too sure what that means, but the reference to the Gorilla is for the 22 Dragons. And it looks like unofficially 22 Dragons at 46.80 seconds, with the Germans just behind them by 47.335, and in third, USA Philadelphia at 48.06. Great Britain Saclau Hundreds at 49.55. Unofficial, and we'll wait for official results just shortly. Coming your way will be race number 42. This will be the Mixed Premier. Please keep up all these wonderful comments we're seeing online. We're seeing Lily Tang, Z Nguyen, Carolyn Madden, Ronald C., Monique Smith. We agree with you. We had the wrong team names for race 37-38. We're just rectifying that little discrepancy. We apologize from Sarasota. Johnny, Danielle, looks like the whole gang of 22 from Montreal, Canada are out here cheering your team on. Hubert, and I think Monique Smith just keeps typing the same message to us, and we are aware of that little mix-up on the team names. You're looking at a live shot of the space just after the award ceremony booth, and there's just teams just down here resting before their next race. What a great shot, and you just see just above you the little white tent. That's where the teams are coming from the left side, the docks, over to the start line. So yesterday, the teams did not come through that little area. They actually had gone around the island and towards the finish line. And at the finish line, they did the 2,000-meter race. But for today and for the next couple of days, all teams will be coming through that little gap in the break and either set up at the 200-meter or at the 500-meter mark. We'll try to get the cameras to zoom around the village. We'll just kind of show you what's happening. Just to the bottom of your screen there, you'll see our large screen where teams can actually watch the races like you are at home, but on their own big screen TV. Somebody here is jumping up and down, obviously realizing they're on the TV. I'm not too sure who that was, but it looks like they're trying to get a free shot of themselves, and they'll probably do another jump there in a second. There they go again. We're having a lot of fun down here in Sarasota. Teams are having a great time, great weather. It is a little humid, but after a couple of days, you just get used to it. There's a great shot of the marshalling area. You can see the white tents. That's where all the teams are pre-marshalling and marshalling. Once you're in the boats, the left two docks to the lower part of the screen are for the standard boats. And then there's looks like 3 docks for small boats and 3 docks for standard boats. And there's race number 42 coming your way. They're just left the docks. That is the last boat. From this vantage point, I can't see what that boat number is. And I think they're going to try to get a little zoom in on me or on them for me. It looks like it's boat number 2. So what you're looking at is Catch 22. That is Matthew steering that boat. He's a communication person for the USDBF. Boat 5, just to the right there, was CYPN. CYPN is out of Boston. Again, a very tough team, and they're going to try to vie for a medal here. That's CYPN. And scanning to your left, you'll see boats 2 and 3 in front. Boat 3 in front of you. That's Rising Tide. Boat 4 should be just at the top. That is Dragon Zone. That is the local team from Vancouver, located in False Creek. And in False Creek, there's 2 clubs. Most of people know the FCRCC, False Creek Racing Canoe Club. But the second club in False Creek is the Dragon Zone. Dragon Zone is a fully functioning year-round club consisting of outriggers, dragon boats, flat water, and kayaks. If you're in the Vancouver region, drop on by. We're open all year round, and we offer different paddle sports, and we also have some great coaching in there. Teams are making their final adjustments as they come into the race grid. Lane 2 from New York, Catch 22, helmed by Matthew Au. Lane number 3 from LA, that's Rising Tide. Lane 4 from Vancouver, Canada, Dragon Zone. And in lane number 5, CYPN, that is the team from Boston. This is race 42, Mixed Premier. Thank you, Amber, for your shout out to Dragon Zone. 22 Dragon is located out of Montreal, Canada. To Sheena Chang out of Austin, Texas. Welcome online. Great to see you. Again, another great race. If you want to try out a race in Texas, go to Austin. Sheena runs a great race there. Mitch-san, you're still in Hong Kong. Great to see you. Colleen Richards, cheering on Catch. That's awesome. And we've got John, Rising Tide supporter. Okay, here we go. This is race number 42 on the water. Coming into the start gate, 4 teams, Premier Mixed. Nice close shot of Dragon Zone on boat number 4. That's Olivia. Olivia is the helms for the Dragon Zone team. Drummers is getting the team ready. Excellent. There's a boat number 2 on the bottom. And there they go. There's 4 boats in this race. And look at Dragon Zone. Boat number 4 has made their move. Boat 4 is going to look like they're going to try to take on 3. But look at boat number 2. Boat number 2, Cash 22, is in this mix. It's 2, 3, 4, followed by boat 5, CYPN. Coming to the 100-meter mark. It is going to be boat 4 or boat 3. Boat 3 and 4 are still fighting out with boat 2 trailing a little bit. Coming to the last 50 meters, it is boat number 3, Rising Tide. In second, it is going to be Dragon Zone. Coming to the last 50 meters, it's boat 3, 4, 1, 5. Coming to the finish line, it's a nose, a whisker. Photo finish on the finish for sure. But it's going to be 3, 4, 2 or 4, 3, 2, followed by boat 5. Boat 5 being CYPN. Let's wait for the results, and the officials have given the white flag, meaning that it is a clean race. With race number 42 and 43 to the marshalling area now. Race 42 and 43 to the marshalling area now. That was an absolutely close race between Rising Tide and Dragon Zone for first there. Let's just see what happens. Rain is voting for Rising Tide. We have some teams, and it is Rising Tide with a time of 46.54 in first. In second, very close, Canada Dragon Zone Paddling Club with 46.69. In third, USA Catch 22, 48.05, followed by USA CYPN, 48.39. That's an unofficial result. Congratulations to Rising Tide and Dragon Zone. Rising Tide is from the LA region. Rising Tide, based in LA. It's a premier Dragon Ball team that competes on local, national, and international stages. Built on the idea that Rising Tides lift all boats, our vision as a team is to support our members in reaching new heights while giving back to the paddling community we belong to. Since its founding in 2018, Rising Tide has maintained a strong focus on growth, humility, and community. Thanks to the continued dedication of our leaders and members, we are proud to have channeled this focus into successful developing new paddlers into competitive athletes, further enhancing their skills and strengths of experienced paddlers, and building a unique, tight-knit team. This is the first time at Club Crew World Championships, and we welcome Rising Tide. Welcome to race number 43 on the water. This is U18 mixed. In lane number 1, we have 22 Dragons. Lane number 2, LA County. Lane number 3, 22 Dragons. And in lane number 4, Pickering. And they are off. Off the line, it is LA County in first, followed by lane number 4 on the outside line, Pickering. Pickering now making a change. It is Pickering in first. In second, it is going to be both 22 Dragons, followed by LA County in 3. And on lane number 1, the 22 Dragons. Coming down to the last 100-meter mark, it's still looking like Pickering's taking it, but look at LA County. LA County now fighting for second. In third, it is going to be 22 Dragons in boat number 3, followed by the 22 Dragons in 1. Coming to the last 50 meters, it's going to be 4. 4 is Pickering. In second, LA County making their move, coming to the finish line. It looks like it's going to be 4, 2, 3, 1. Pickering coming to the finish line. Does LA have... Oh, the head comes off of boat 2. Boat 4, Pickering, looks like they've crossed the line, but LA County's head falls off on the finish line. That was weird. The head snaps right off of LA County with this so much force on their team, and in third, it's going to be 22 Dragons. I wonder how the impact of the head will change the race results. Let's just see and wait. There's Donald. Donald's one of our race officials from Canada. He's picked up the head, and he's taking it back to the boat. Yeah, let's just see how this result plays out. That's I don't know if the steers or the helm noticed that head coming off, but it was in the last, it looks like 20 meters of that race, that head just came off of boat 2. And the results unofficially coming in. 22 Dragons taking first and second. Third will be Canada's... Oh, the results just quickly changed there. Again, please remember online and those who see the screen, this is unofficial. But it looks like 22 Dragons, Pickering. Oh, it changed again. These results that you're seeing online is live, and there's somebody inputting them very quickly. It looks like unofficially, it's Pickering, followed by LA County, then Canada 22 Dragons, the second boat, and then the first boat of Canada 22 Dragons in 4th position. But let's wait. The official results will come through, but LA County's head falling off did not seem to change the results. Pickering taking first place unofficially in the U18 mix race 43. Race 46 and 47 to the marshalling area now. Race 46 and 47. This is race number 44 on the water. Race 44, Senior B Mixed. In lane number 1, CSDC Liquid Assets Toronto. Lane number 2, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Lane 3, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. Lane 4, Gold Coast Dragons Varsity Lakes. Lane 5, 22 Dragons Montreal. Lane 6, Ottawa DBC. This is Senior B Mixed, race 44. Race 46, race 47, to the marshalling area now. Race 46 and race 47. This is race number 44 on the water, Senior B Mix Standard Boat. Lane number 1, CSDC. Lane number 2, Pickering. Lane number 3, Philadelphia. Lane number 4, Gold Coast. Lane 5, 22 Dragons. Lane number 6, Ottawa. As teams approach the start line, we have race 44 coming your way. Again, it's very important these teams come up to the boot gently so their head does not get jostled around. And I think that's what may have happened earlier in a previous race where LA County may have bumped their head and it loosened it on that race. Boat 4's in the gate, 5's cleanly in, 1's in, 6 in, 2's in, and finally 3. We have all 6 teams in the gates. Senior B Mixed. And there they go. Boats 1, 2, and 3 off the line very quickly, followed by 4, 5, 6. Boat 1's rates has come up with CSDC, but look at boat number 2, Pickering. Pickering's taking now a lead. It's going to be 2, 3, 4. It's going to be Pickering, Philadelphia, and Gold Coast. 2, 3, 4, followed by 1, 5, and 6. 2, it's still Pickering in the lead, followed by boat number 4. Boat 4 making their move, it's Gold Coast. Gold Coast now in the lead, 4, 3, 2, but look at 5. 5 is 22 Dragons making their move. It is 22 Dragons now. Coming to the finish, it's still 22 Dragons now in the lead. This is going to be a very close, tight race, but it looks like 22 Dragons coming to the finish line. And it's going to be 5, 3, and the rest is going to be a photo finish unofficially. Very tight race. Boat numbers 3, 2, and 4 coming off the line very clean, very strong, but looks like 5 built up that power through the last 100 meters and may have taken this race. But 22 Dragons, Gold Coast, Philadelphia, and Pickering will wait for results. Race 48, to the marshalling area now. Race 45 coming your way, race 45. Race 45 is Premier Mixed Small Boat. In race 44, USA Philadelphia Dragon Boat has taken that race at 49.13, followed by Canada 22 Dragons 49.21, Australia Gold Coast 49.59. In fourth, Canada Pickering 49.62, followed by CSDC Liquid Assets in 50.02, and in sixth, Canada Ottawa. We have race 90 up to 4:30 today. So we're going up to race 90 on day 3 up to 4:30. We're currently going on to race number 45. So we're about halfway for today. This is race number 45 on the water. Lane 1, Tampa River. Lane 2, from Czech, Dragon Club Brno. Lane 3, Gorging Dragons, Victoria. From Germany, lane 4, Nectar Dragon. Lane 5, also from Germany, Beast Boat Magdeburg. And in lane number 6, 3R Dragon Trois Rivers. This is race 45. This is the grand final of the Mixed Premier Small Boat. And there they go. Off the line, it is going to be 4-3-2. This is the grand final. This is going to be a very fast race and a very tight race. But no one's giving any space to each other. It looks like it's Ford still. Ford in the lead here. Ford is going to be Nectar Dragon, followed by boat number 5, 3R Dragon on the outside. Coming to the finish line, Nectar Dragon in the lead, but boat 3 is still in there with the Gorging Dragons. Boat 2, Dragon Boat Brno. Coming to the finish line, 3 winners. Who will they be? It still looks like Nectar Dragon from Germany, followed by boat number 3, Gorging. And in second and third place, Dragon Boat Brno. Coming to the line, there is a 3-boat tie. 4, 3, and 2. We will wait for results. I see the white flags up from the officials. It still looks like a clean race, but it's going to be a photo finish between 4, 3, and 2.
Bridget from Kim. Bridget from Kim. To start. Bridget 45 has
And here's the unofficial results. This is an amazing, close race. Unofficially, Germany, Nectar Dragon in first. In second, Canada, Gorging Dragons, with a difference in time of 0.12. Followed by a difference of 0.06, the Czech Dragon Club Brno. In fourth, Germany Beast Boat, 53.20. In fifth, Canada 3R Dragon with a time of 53.75. And finally, in sixth place, the USA Tampa River with a time of 53.812. Again, these are unofficial, but congratulations to these teams. Race 46. Race 46 coming your way. This is the University Mixed Standard Boat Round 3. With race 48 and 49, please go to the marshalling area now. Race 48 and 49 to the marshalling area now. So race number 48 that's coming up for the grand final premier mixed. We have the following 6 teams in the grand final mixed premier standard boat 200-meter race. From Vancouver, Canada, Dragon Zone. From Los Angeles, South Breeze. From Toronto, Canada, TNPC. Lane 4 from also Toronto, NDRC. From Los Angeles, Rising Tide Lawndale. And from Montreal, Canada, 22 Dragon. That is race 48, grand final mixed. Back onto the water, we're at race number 46, University Mixed Standard Boat. That's University Mixed Standard Boat, race number 46. With race 48 and 49, please go to marshalling now. Race 48 and 49 to the marshalling area now.
Chief Marshal, Chief Marshal.
Joe Lee online. Let's go South Breeze and Rising Tide. To Valerie Masterman, way to go, Gorging Dragons. Mei Chen, Rising Tide and Grand Final. Mix Woot Hoot. Race 46, just a few seconds away. Time schedule for that race was 10:40 a.m. Sarasota time. The time right now is 10:49 a.m. So we're about 9 minutes behind schedule. In lane number 1, we have Cal Dragon Boat. In lane number 2, CSDC Liquid Assets. In lane number 3, from Hungary, Pesh. Boat number 2, Cal Dragon Boat, has gone a little sideways, trying to enter the boot. Making the final adjustments. My apologies. Boat number 1, that's Cal. CSDC Liquid Assets in boat 2. And in the outside lane, in the blue boat, that is PTE Pesh from Hungary. Calls were made to come up to the line. Boat 1, just trying to get repositioned here. The helm is just pulling on that rear of that boat to pull it around. Jad Sum is saying, "Aye, let's go, Cal." Marcy is saying, "Love with the Pesh team." Wilson, "Let's go, Beers." Let's go, William. And there they go. Teams are off on the line. Coming down the race course, it looks like it's still Cal in the lead there, followed by boat number 3, Pesh. And in third position, it's CSDC. Coming down the race course with 100 meters to go is boat 1 over boat 3. Boat 1 is Cal. Cal in the lead, followed by Pesh in boat 3. And in third, it is going to be CSDC with 50 meters to go. It is going to be boat number 3 making their move. It is Pesh making the move, followed by CSDC and Cal Dragon Boat. Coming to the finish line, it will be Pesh over CSDC and followed by Cal. What a weird race that was. One looked like they had it off the line, but the change occurred at about the halfway mark where boat 3, Pesh, made the move, and they are looking like they've taken this race. So boat 3 followed by boat 2, Cal, and in third place it looks like, in second CSDC, and in third it looks like Cal Dragon Boat. Unofficial results, Hungary with a time of 48.54. In second, Canada CSDC, 48.991. And in third, USA Cal Dragon Boat with a time of 50.83. Again, that's unofficial. This is race 47 on the water, Senior B mixed. In 47, we have NBP Paddling Sarasota. In lane 2, Neck of the Dragon. Lane 3, The Heat. Lane 4, we have Great Lakes. And lane number 5, Gorging Dragons Victoria. This is a 5-boat, round 3, Senior B mixed, small boat. All teams are coming to the line at this point. Berman is cheering on the Bears. Good to see you, Berman, online. At the start gate, all teams are lined up. Lane 1, NBP Paddling. Lane 2 from Germany, Nectar Dragons coming into the gate. Heat 3, Great Lake Paddlers in 4, and Gorging Dragons in 5. And they have the start. As they take off, it is going to be lane number 2 in the lead. That is Nectar Dragon off the line. 2, 4, and 5. It looks like 5 is in second. Gorging Dragons in second. It's going to be 2, 5, 1. 2-5-1. Nectar Dragons fighting with Gorging. In lane number 1, tailing back a little bit. It still looks like boat 5 is now taking the lead. That Gorging Dragons are taking off. In the green boat, Gorging Dragons on a command lead here. Boat 2 falling off a little bit with Nectar Dragon. Coming to the last 50 meters, it is going to be Gorging Dragons from Canada. In second, Nectar Dragons. And in third, NBP Paddling. Coming to the finish line. It looks like Nectar Dragons making their move. Do they have enough room? It looks like going to be a photo finish between 2 and 5, but Nectar Dragons are raising their hands in victory. Followed by NBP in possibly third, and we'll see what the results look like at the end of the race. Gorging Dragons had that race, but Necker Dragon just came up behind Gorging Dragons in lane 5, and it looks like they may have snuck out a win there. The results are in unofficially in Senior B. Lane 1, in first place, Germany, Necklajagen with a time of 55.10. In second, Canada, Gorging Dragons with a time of 55.551. In third, USA NBP Paddling. In fourth, with a time of 57.25, USA Heat. And in fifth, 57.31, Canada Great Lakes. Again, this is unofficial. We'll wait for the official results shortly. There's some fans on our beaches here in Sarasota, Florida. And if anyone recognizes that jersey, that's Raysbury from Great Britain. And they're having a great time here in Sarasota, Florida. And they're going to wave to the camera. So any Great Britain fans out there recognize those guys? You can go say hello to them online. Hello, Kelly Furman on online on YouTube, cheering on the Gorging Dragons. Kelly, we miss you out here. Jad Sum, hyped for the grand final. I think a lot of us are here in Sarasota, Florida. We're looking forward to an amazing grand final. This is going to be race 48. Standard Premier Mixed. 6 teams. From Dragon Zone Paddling Club, lane number 1. From LA, South Breeze, Long Beach. From Toronto, True North Paddling Club, lane 4. From Toronto, NDRC, also known as the New Dragons Racing Club. Lane 5, from Los Angeles, Rising Tide. And finally, lane number 6, 22 Dragons, Montreal. This is going to be a very fast Premier Mix standard boat. Coming your way in just a few minutes. If you're online, stick around. You're going to see an amazing race. Ronald C. has just gone crazy with his gorillas online, and he keeps posting gorillas with Francois. Good night. Johnny Zhang, let's go 22D. I was going to ask my counterpart if he can read the German here. I can't read the writing here. If you can pick that up, Matthew. It's from Rolf Wenda. Can you read that?
Unfortunately, I don't speak German, but it looks like the Pink Dragonistas are going to do great. That's great.
All right.
I see Lee in here also saying hi to Carrie. And a lot of gorillas. Very nice, very nice.
This gorilla's recurring all morning, and I'm trying to get a sense of what's going on here, what the gorilla means, but it's something to do with the 22 dragons. And look at Valerie. She's going, go TNPC Hammerheads. Now, Hammerhead is part of the True North Paddling Club now. The Outer Harbor, the Hammerheads, they're all part of TNPC. Joe Sikovich, what amazing job by the announcers. Thanks, Joe. Joe was the owner of High Five Dragon Boating here in the Florida region. Jennifer Edwards, Rising Tide. Who are you guys voting for in the next race here? Now we got a call out for an individual person here. Jeannie goes, go Martin
Susu.
Who's Susu? From Aiden Madridos? And then, I didn't get that part. Look, Beefcake is back in. Hey, Beefcake, how are you doing? Good to see you online again. Now I got Peaches. What is that, Peaches in the...
That's South Breeze.
Oh, that's South. I'm trying to figure out these icons because I'm not getting the humor around some of them. Hey, Chester, good to see you from Arizona. No one's voting for NDRC here. Do we have any NDRC online? Dark Dragon, go TNPC from the finish line. So Dark Dragon 195, it sounds like you work finish line at your festival. Whoosh from Jolie.
That's South Breeze, whoosh.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yep.
But no one's, oh, we got an NDRC. Pinky Chan, thank you for voting for NDRC here. Sorry, I can't read Arabian here. You know how to read Arabian?
I do read Arabic, but
Can
not
you
that
read it?
quickly.
Here, try it.
That's a little too much. We'll do it later.
Okay, sounds
lot
great.
Lot of Rising Tide love here. Very nice. I just got off the water having raced Rising Tide. Although my team didn't make it, we are excited, very excited for this Premier Mixed Final.
Okay, we have a prediction from L. SoCal will come 1-2. South Breeze and Rising Tide. Well, let's see what happens, L. You've got some real good competition coming up in this race with some Canadian teams. There's actually 4 Canadian teams and 2 USA teams for the Grand Final Premier Mixed, and here they come on the water. In your top of your screen, you'll see 2 come through the breakwater there, and this is going to be a fast race. Everyone cheering for Dragon Zone is asleep. It's 8 a.m. out here. Stephanie Craig, go wake them up, please. Lane, 22 Dragon fan out there. Tanya, NDRC. James, let's go SoCal. Will, Toronto, let's go. This is quite sportsmanlike on these chat here. No one's bashing each other, which is good to see that. Desiree, USA versus Canada.
It truly is.
This is like the hockey game again. Vancouver waking up early for Dragon Zone. That's Carlin, 390. Rising Tide going to be zooming. Sounds like a Mazda commercial. Oh, look at the hammerhead sharks. That's TNPC, obviously. We're only a few minutes away. This is getting very exciting here in the booth. Jeffrey W. He's rooting for Fire Truck. Woo! Now, Fire Truck is the Dragon Zone team. The Fire Truck is the team name, and they come out of the Dragon Zone Paddling Club. Just located on the east side of False Creek Racing region. We just finished our big race, and next year will be our 35th anniversary. When's your race?
Our big race in New York is the Flushing race, which is the end of this month, July 30th and 31st, held out in the Flushing Meadows Corona Park in New York City.
You have a lot of teams?
We do. It's a very, very big race. I believe the host is actually here. One of our main organizers is here. I think they get 80 some odd teams or 50 some odd teams. It's a pretty big festival.
And is that Mr. Louis?
I believe so, yes. That's also one of the races that uses traditional teak boats, actually, for some of the divisions. And now those teak boats are the traditional style that they used in Hong Kong and in parts of China as well. They're made of wood, so they're a little bit heavier, but they're beautiful vessels when they're taken care of. They're great.
We have a message here from Alfred. Greeting to the members of Team Go-Go Racing for the Beast Boat. So we have a message out to the Beast Boat from Germany.
I see Deb from New York. Go New York Empire Dragons. Woo!
Are they even here?
They are. They are indeed. They are racing in the BCP division.
Oh, excellent.
Yep, we will read out the lanes again when the boats are on the water.
I got the gorillas coming back to see us.
I know.
Nelson's got a gorilla, and I'm not sure what that...
It's 22.
Oh, that's Chinese writing.
22D, yep.
Amanda's doing the TNPC, obviously. Heidi Ma, so proud of TNPC. Now, Heidi, why aren't you here racing with the team? I'm not sure who you want us to interview, William. William Tang? Envu? Well, we have to go find them first. Melvin Durham, Go South Breeze. Wow, there's a lot of people online right now. We've got 1,088 people watching this live stream of the 13th Club Crew World Championships. Thank you for being here. We're really delighted to see this grand final come your way. Time right now in Sarasota is 11:13 a.m. On the West Coast, that would be approximately 8-ish, 8:13. People are just waking up to an amazing race coming your way. I got 5 boats on the water. We're just waiting for the 6th boat. I haven't seen any alligators in the water. Have you, Matthew?
I have not, and I was just out on that water. No alligators yet, although some very beautiful birds are swooping down and grabbing some fish out of this water. I really will say Nathan Benderson Park is a really, really beautiful venue down here in Sarasota, Florida. It's a little bit warm. It's a little bit humid. All the racers are probably laugh because it's a little bit more than a little. But it's very nice. The water's very clean, and the course is really fast, I will say.
We have a congratulations to Envu from 22. He recently became a father, so congratulations to Envu. It's 11:15 p.m. in Malaysia. Wow, we got people in Malaysia watching this race as well.
Well, thank you for staying up and watching. We're glad you're here.
Now, I've got a different, Nelson Zhang made another, it's not apes, but what is that?
Monkeys.
Is that relation to 22 as well?
Not sure. Not
Okay.
sure.
I think we're going to have to create a team name called Alligators. Arthur Park. Arthur is one of our officials in Vancouver, Canada. He's put on a comment, let's go fire truck. And there comes the 6th boat in the background. That looks like boat number 2, South Breeze. Finally, all teams are on the water. Let's get ready for an amazing race. Jeannie, we're very thankful for you being here, and big cheer for Martin for sure. Your nephew is watching. That's excellent. Thank you, Jeannie. We'll introduce the teams now, since all teams are now on the water. This is the grand final, Premier Mixed. In lane number 1, from Vancouver, Dragon Zone Paddling Club. Lane number 2 from Los Angeles, coming into your view. This is South Breeze. In lane number 3 from Toronto, TNPC Toronto. In lane number 4, that is NDRC. Lane number 5, Rising Tide from LA. And lane number 6 on the outside from Montreal, 22 Dragon. With a big push, South Breeze comes into the start gates.
Now they're coming into the baskets, and me as a steerer, when I was just on the water before going into the baskets, it's a little bit stressful sometimes making sure the head goes right into those baskets, into that starting gate, nice and cleanly, and so that you don't have too much force going forward. Make sure the head doesn't come off. Make sure you're close enough. So here on the screen we see number 1 coming in with a little too much and the head popping up.
Earlier we saw a team, LA County, actually hit the basket and their head came off, and as they raced, that head popped off at the finish line.
Oh, wow.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the grand final, Premier Mixed Standard Boat.
And they're off.
There they go.
Coming out strong down on the bottom of your screen is Dragon Zone Paddling Club from Vancouver. Looks like boat 3 and boat 4 also jostling for number 1.
And it's still Fire Truck here in the lead, but look at boat number 3. Boat 1 and 3 are fighting it out. It is boat number 3, TNPC. TNPC in the lead now, but the second place is between 4 and 1. 4 is New Dragon Racing Club.
And we see boat number 6, 22 Dragons Montreal, also coming up, jockeying for 3rd or 2nd, it looks like, coming into their final 50 meters. Putting the pedal to the metal on this finish here in this 200-meter heat.
It's 3, 4, 5, 1 from this view. It is going to be TNPC, followed by NDRC, and also, this is where it gets really tricky here. We're just going to wait till the results come out. But that was a very amazing, fast race. And we've got gorillas all online here. It looks like 3, 4, and the 3rd place might be either 5 or 1 sneaking in. But let's wait for the results here, and it looks like I've got white flags from the officials, meaning it was a clean race.
Beautiful way to round out the Premier Mixed division here in standard boats in the 200 meters. This was the grand final, race number 48.
In the final results, unofficially, it is TNPC, followed by NDRC and 22 Dragons. Coming in 4th is Dragon Zone Paddling Club, South Breeze in 5th, and Rising Tide in 6th.
Looks like a Canadian sweep of the first 3.
Well, we're still unofficial. Anything can happen. So
that's right.
At this point, it is TNPC, NDRC, 22 Dragons, followed by Dragon Zone, South Breeze, and Rising Tide. Calling race number 49, race 50, and race 51 to the marshalling area now. Race 49, race 50, and 51 to the marshalling area now. You can replay all these races on YouTube. So it just takes a little bit to download, but once they're downloaded, you can replay all these wonderful races from day 1 through 6 for the Club Crew World Championships. Again, we thank you for all the comments. Keep them coming all day. We'll keep reading as much as we can for you and keep you apprised of what's going on. So, like we had just mentioned, that was the Premier Mixed Grand Final. But we still have some amazing races coming your way from Sarasota. We still have the Senior C Women. We have also the ACP, U24, Senior A. So lots of amazing races through the day today. Stick around, and we'll keep you updated.
That's right, and coming onto the water right now, you see it on your screen, all 3 of those boats. This is the Paradragons 1 PD1 Open Division in the small boat. Round number 1. In lane 1, we have Adaptive Fusion. In lane 2, we have Pads Dragon Boat Racing. And in lane 3, we have the Out of Sight Dragons. As Carrie's mentioned, this is the first ever World Championships with our various Paradragon categories. We are super excited for these teams to be racing here. We have small and standard boats at this championship, but the Paradragons teams will be racing 10 paddlers in a standard boat. The IDBF is keen to develop the Paradragons category, and over time, we are looking to grow those crews from 10 to 12, 14, and so on. We are very excited to see these athletes racing.
With the following teams, please go to the marshalling area now. The following teams, 52 and 53, to the marshalling area.
Now in lane 1, as we mentioned, is Adaptive Fusion. Adaptive Fusion Dragon Boat Club is based in Long Beach, California, and is a member of the Southern California Dragon Boat Club. Adaptive Fusion was formed in 2018 and is a collaboration of Blind Start and Deaf Dawn, which are 2 separate adaptive dragon boat teams. This team is now a collaboration of blind, deaf, physically challenged, and autism spectrum athletes. This team went from a team that had significant difficulty communicating. I'm reading this from their bio. They have deaf members that can't hear some of the blind teammates speaking, some of the blind teammates who cannot see their deaf teammates signing. We have coaches and callers that have had to learn to communicate on the boat with signs, gestures, loud voices, and facial expressions. And now they all communicate not only through their ASL interpreter, but also through text voiceover, gestures, and teammates learning to sign, even our blind athletes. That's truly incredible. They've bonded in an extraordinary way as a team, and they are very excited to be racing here. They raced in the Paradragons division in Colorado Springs at the U.S. National Championships in 2019 and pulled 4 gold medals. And at last year's CCNC, Club Crew National Championships here in the U.S., they pulled 4 gold medals as well, and that, of course, was hosted here in Sarasota, Florida. Now, boat number 2 is PADS, which stands for the Philippines Accessible Disability Services. PADS Dragon Boat team is based in Cebu Island, Central Philippines. I had the pleasure of visiting Cebu and a few of these folks a few years ago. It's a beautiful place, and I wish I could race there all the time. PADS was formed in 2016 as an adaptive sports recreational rehab program of the Philippine Accessible Disability Services to create opportunities for people with disabilities in Cebu to engage in sports. PADS is the first cross-disability dragon boat team in the Philippines, and they are truly amazing. At the 2019 IDBF World Championships in Thailand, they pulled 4 gold medals and were the Paradragon champions at the Hong Kong International Dragon Boat Carnival in 2017 and 2018 in the International Paradragons division. Now we see these 3 teams pulling up to the start gates, and at the top of your screen in the bright neon, that is in fact the Out of Sight Dragons based out of Washington, D.C. OSD, also known as the Out of Sight Dragons, is based at the DC Wharf in southwest Washington, D.C. They are very excited to be here, and now we see them in the bright neon. That is boat number 3. We hear the starter. And they're off. This is race number 49, the PD1 Open Small Boat Heat 1. Coming out of the start fast with a nice high rate is Pad's Dragon Boat Racing Team from the Philippines. Their drummer is just wailing on that drum. It looks like race boat number 1 is pushing a little bit for second place here.
Look at boat number 2. The front of that boat is really high off the water line.
It really is. They've put all of their paddlers, it looks like starting in lane row 3 or row 4 even.
Oh, that's right. They've missing that front bench.
That's right.
That's a very interesting strategy.
And now out of Long Beach, California, we see boat number 1. That's Adaptive Fusion. Paddling as hard as they can. Again, this is the Paradragons 1. They're over the line. And rounding out this race, number 49, is boat number 3, the Out of Sight Dragons. A great job to all 3 of these teams.
So they've used a standard boat with only 10 paddlers.
That is correct.
Just different strategies in how they set up their team there.
Indeed. There must be a lot of race strategy in figuring out which paddlers to put where, starting in which rows to leave open.
Great. That was a great race there, Matthew. We're now going to go to race number 50, Senior C Open.
And now we have the results from that event that we just watched. Race number 49 in first place, Pad's Dragon Boat Racing Team. In second place from the U.S., Adaptive Fusion. And in third place, Out of Sight Dragons. Congratulations to all 3 of these teams. Truly impressive performance.
With the following teams, please go to marshalling now, 52 and 53. Race 52 and 53 to the marshalling area, followed by 54. 52, 53, and 54, please make your way to marshalling now. This is the award ceremony for small boat U18 mixed. Again, award ceremony for small boat U18 mixed. Please proceed to the medal award ceremony now. There's also a call for medal award ceremony, Senior B Standard Mixed, Senior B Standard Mixed. Please go to the award ceremony now. This is race number 50 on the water. This is the Standard Boat Senior C Open. In lane number 1, we have Pickering Dragon Boat Club. In lane number 2, Heat. And in lane number 3, Dragon Beast Nova Scotia. As the teams come up into line, we've got the Pickering in black, Heat in the white and red, or gray and red, and then in the far, we have the black, yellow, and red, Dragon Beast Nova Scotia. Starter has given the call. This is a standard boat, Senior C, round 1. Off the line, it's a very close race, but Dragon Beast Nova Scotia takes the lead. It is boat 3 over boat 1 right now. Boat 3 is going to be Dragon Beast Nova Scotia, followed by Pickering Dragon Boat Club and Heat. This is going to be a close race between second and third. Coming down the race course, it is Dragon Beast Nova Scotia in a very comfortable lead, but 1-2 trying to track them down. It is 3, 2, and 1. Coming to the last 50 meters, Dragon Beast Nova Scotia, followed by, it looks like Heat, and in third, Pickering. Coming to the finish line, it is going to be Dragon Beast Nova Scotia, followed by the Heat. And in third, it's Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Very close race, but we'll wait for official results. Officials raise the white flag. Looks like a clean race. Official results or unofficial results. Canada Dragon Boat Beast Nova Scotia. Dragon Beast Nova Scotia with a time of 47.12. USA Heat, time of 50.17. And by just a whisker, Pickering Dragon Boat with a time of 50.791. That's unofficial. Let's call for race number 52 and 53 to marshalling, please. Race 52 and 53 to marshalling. Sharon Boucher, thank you very much for your comments. Yay, Nova Scotia. Jamie, thank you. Go Heat. Rachel, great race. I agree with you, Rachel. These have been amazing 200-meter races all morning. We're now coming into the afternoon, and we're going to have some serious fun. The following teams, please come to the medal award ceremony now. LA County, U18 mixed. LA County, U18 mixed. You're wanted at the award ceremony. While we wait for the next race, I'm just going to ask my partner here, Matthew, what is the most memorable race you've ever had?
Most memorable dragon boat race I have ever had was in Hong Kong in 2018. We did a race in a place called Po Toi, and my team was called Buzz. Terrific team out of Hong Kong. And Po Toi is this place where you race towards the beach. As you race towards the beach, the boats that you came in, the big junk boats, lined the course to protect it from waves. Unfortunately, the waves that day were a little too strong. They had to move and shorten the course from 500 down to 400, finally down to 350, and we ran into the 350 race. We sat at the start line. One wave hit us from behind. It soaked everyone up to our ankles. Another wave hit us, and we were under. We all jumped out of the boat. I lost my shoe. Had to take the subway home with just one shoe. And then we had to bail our boat. They actually dragged it back to shore. We bailed it. We raced again, and I believe we won.
This is the beauty of Dragon Boat. You can travel the world, different sites, different friends, and each one is memorable in its own little way. I remember Buzz quite well. They're actually a local Hong Kong team. Is that correct?
Buzz is half local Hong Kongers and half expats, and that's one of the really fun parts. And one of the reasons I joined them is we race all the regular expat rates like the carnival and like internationals, but we also race local fisherman races that are invite only. And so we got to see teams like South Eagle and North Eagle, I think, is another big team, and Fish Eagle is another one. We got to actually see these traditional fisherman races racing in these traditional boats. It was really, really terrific.
Wonderful. Look at this shot. This is what the Nathan Benderson Park looks like. It is absolutely gorgeous here. The water is calm. Boats have a great place to load onto as they come through the breakwater there onto the start line.
Now coming out of this attenuator wall, we see boat number 2, and that is Heat. No.
Do you need some help there?
Race number 51. That's
You got
right.
it.
That's right. That's the Silverbacks. Excuse me.
This is not an easy job for those who are online watching this. We are fumbling between paper, computer, TV screens, and
right.
computer screens.
And now in the middle of your screen, we see boat number 4. That is the Great Lake Paddlers out of Ontario, Canada. And there's Heat, boat number 3 with the red jerseys and the white caps. Now this is race number 51, the small boat senior C women round 1.
I think this is the first grouping of the senior Cs of
I
the
believe
women.
it is. Yes, yes, it is indeed.
Now we're going to see real power,
That's right.
or technique, that is. So just to your right there, you'll see the Racers Village. Racers Village, we're given front row access to the race course. In most races, you don't see that happening a lot of times, but the IDBF and USDBF have positioned all racers with the best view of the race course. That little white tent there on the seawall there, that is the starter tent. And just to the front of that, you'll see the boat that we use to fix any parts of the start gates. We have people in the water cooling off, and in Nathan Benderson Park, they really don't want people in the water in case there is an alligator. So if anyone hears this, try to stay out of the water just for your own safety, please. There's Wham in the yellow shirts and the yellow hat and the blue shirts there, sitting on the picnic bench. And we'll pass this over to Matthew to call race 51, Senior C Women.
And in fact, Wham is one of the boats we're going to see right now coming up in boat number 1 in this Senior C Women 16 above race.
This call for race 53 to the marshalling, 54 as well. 53 and 54 to marshalling now, please. And race 51, we've got lane number 1, Wham, coming into the screen there. In lane number 2, Silverbacks coming in. Lane 3, Heat. Lane 4, Great Lake Paddlers. And in lane number 5, the Dragon Beast Nova Scotia. Senior C Women's Small Boat coming your way. Just taking a quick look online, we've got a few fans again. Jasmina, we got some great skilled drone photographers for sure. This is a call for award ceremony. Award ceremony, race 45, Premier Mixed Small Boat with Dragon Club Bruno, Gorging Dragons Victoria, and Necra Dragons. Go to the award ceremony now. That is race 45, Premier Mix, Small Boat.
Coming up to the gate now, race 51. At the top of your screen, we see Dragon Beast Nova Scotia. Again, part of one of the largest dragon boat clubs in eastern Canada. Great Lake Paddlers is boat number 4. A little further south, a little further west, Ontario. Lane 3 is Heat, from here in Florida in the Villages. Lane 2 is the Silverbacks out of Magdeburg, Germany. And lane 1 is Wham, the Washington Masters out of Seattle. Looks like all 5 of these boats have come up perfectly. Not too fast, not too slow into the baskets. Boat 1 Wham at a little bit of an angle. Not a big deal, she's adjusting. And they're off. This is race 51, the Senior C Women's Small Boat, round 1. Coming out strong is lane 3 Heat with a nice high rate. You see the boat surging. You see a little bit of wash coming off the front. We see the Dragon Beast of Nova Scotia and Great Lake Paddlers in 5 and 4 also coming out strong, leaving behind the Silverbacks and Wham in lanes 2 and 1. Midway through the race, we see Heat, looks like from our angle, still leading. But Great Lake Paddlers and Dragon Beast of Nova Scotia are not giving up. They're putting everything they've got into these final 100 meters, final 70 meters. We can see them ramping up their rate a little bit as they come into the final 50 meters now. The helm's doing their best to stay straight on these 200 meters. The drummer's encouraging here. We see Heat over the line. Great Lake Paddlers followed by Dragon Beast of Nova Scotia. A terrific performance by all 5 of these crews.
We have a red flag up with the official. Official boat number 2 has raised a red flag. It looks like there could be a potential issue here. We'll wait for results here, and I don't think we can give anything unofficially right now. So we'll now go to race number 52. But before we go to race number 52, with race number 55, please go to marshalling 55, 56, and 57. With race 55, 56, and 57 to the marshalling area now. Unofficially at this point, in the Senior C Women, race 51, USA Heat first. In second, Great Lake Paddlers. And in third, Dragon Beast Nova Scotia. Wham in fourth. And fifth, Silverbacks. Again, a red flag was raised by boat umpire number 2. We'll wait for any issues that may come forward on that race. But again, a great race to all the teams. We are now looking at race number 52. This is the Senior C Women Standard Boat, heat number 1. In lane number 2, we have Dragonheart, Vermont. In lane number 3, Bytown, DBC. Lane 4, PFP Golden Warriors. And in lane number 5, Pickering Dragon Boat. 4-boat heat, Senior C Women, Standard Boat. Race number 52. As the teams come up into the start gates. As the teams come up, we'll get a zoom onto the start line, and there's our drones taking a quick look at the start line. 5, 4, 3, and 2 are just coming up to the boot. Boat 4's head has just kind of lifted up completely. So boat 4's head is jammed right into the boot, and that's what one of our concern is when they back up, that head is loose. And that's what happened earlier when the head fell off. Teams can't come into the boot so aggressively where the head lifts up like that and Boat 4 isn't realizing that her head is up in the air. And there goes the head. It's fallen backwards now. So we have a race official who's just noticed it, raised the red flag. They're going to come over and help Boat 4. Boat 4 is still not realizing their head has come off. This is an award ceremony call, please. Race 46, University Mix. With the following 3 teams come to the award ceremony now. Cal Dragon Boat, CSDC, and PESH. University Mixed, Race 46, award ceremony now. And that is Ronald. Ronald here is fixing the Dragon Boat head. Again, these heads are loosely placed on with usually just a little strap. And Ron is one of our senior officials. And he's doing a magnificent job just fixing the boat. To our volunteers are wearing those green shirts from NBP Park. I want to say thank you to all our wonderful volunteers from the local region coming out to support the IDBF 13th Club Crew World Championships. Ronald's giving a thumbs up. Thank you, Ronald. Head is back on boat number 4. We will reset this race. Again, the Senior C Women's Senior C Women's Standard Boat. In lane number 2, Dragonheart, Vermont. Lane number 3, Bytown. Lane number 4, PFP Golden Warriors. And in lane number 5, Pickering Dragon Boat Club.
Now here it looks like we have 2 American and 2 Canadian teams. Lanes 2 and 4, Dragonheart and PFP. PFP being Philadelphia Flying Phoenix, both from the Northeast. And Bytown DBC and Pickering, both from Canada, lanes 3 and 5. PFP, the Philadelphia Flying Phoenix Dragon Boat team, was first established in 2002, where they paddle out of the beautiful Schuylkill River. I've paddled there. It is a truly nice place. This Golden Warrior Senior Sea Crew was established in 2019. And in their first season, they got a silver medal at regionals.
And here's the call. I hear it. And they're off. Boat number 2 is on a slight little angle. Let's see if they correct it, and she does. That's an excellent start. Boat number 3 in the lead, Bytown. In second, it is going to be Dragon Beast, Nova Scotia. 3, 5, followed by boat number 2. Boat number 2 being Dragonheart, Vermont. And in fourth, it is the PFP Golden Warriors. Coming off to the finish at the 100-meter mark, it is going to be Bytown, followed by
Pickering Dragon Boat Club, it looks like.
Thank you. Pickering Dragon Boat Club.
Boat number 5, and followed by boat number 2, Dragonheart, Vermont.
And in final position, PFP Golden Warriors. Coming to the finish line, last 50 meters, it is Bytown with a 3-bench lead, followed by Pickering. And then in the inside, we got the Dragonheart, Vermont. And in final position, it will be the PFP Golden Warriors. Great first heat for the Senior C Standard Boat women. This call for race 56 and 57 to marshalling now, please. Race 56 and 57 to marshalling. This is race 53 on the water. 52 results of the Senior C. Bytown DBC in first. In second, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Dragonheart Vermont in third. And in fourth, PFP Golden Warriors. Again, unofficial. We are calling award ceremony on race number 46, award ceremony. With the following teams, please come to the marshalling area now. University Mixed, Standard, Cal Dragon Boat Berkeley, CSDC Liquid Assets Toronto, and PESH. Please come to the medal award ceremony now.
And coming into the boots now is race number 53. This is a standard boat Senior C women. This is heat number 2. In lane 2, from the Villages, Florida, we have Heat. In lane 3, from Vancouver Island, Canada, the Gorging Dragons. And in lane 4, from that beautiful capital of Canada, Ottawa, we have the Ottawa Dragon Boat Club. Now, this race was originally scheduled for 11:36 a.m. It is currently 11:52, running 15-20 minutes behind, not a big deal. And they're off. This is, again, race 53, the Senior C women. We see these beautiful starts for these 200 meters. We always tend to see high rates, especially boat number 2. Let's take a look at that. Heat Dragon Boat Club out of the Villages, Florida. But it looks like boat 3, the Gorging Dragons, are taking them, and it's a little hard to catch up. They're falling behind. Ottawa Dragon Boat Club on the outside coming up strong, and they're racing 18. They're racing a row missing. Boat number 4. Coming into the finish here, we have the Gorging Dragons leading. But Ottawa DBC is trying to close that gap as much as they can. Are they going to? Oh, and it looks like the Gorging Dragons are taking that by about 3.5 seats. Followed by Ottawa Dragon Boat Club and Heat rounding out this race number 53, the Senior C Women Heat 2. So unofficially, that was lanes 3, 4, 2. Gorging Dragons, Ottawa, and Heat.
Race 58 and 59 to the marshalling now. Race 58 and 59 to the marshalling now.
Unofficially, we have some results. In first place, we have the Gorging Dragons. In second place, Ottawa Dragon Boat Club. And in third place, Heat. These are all incredibly strong crews, and it's incredible to see them race here at the 13th IDBF Club Crew World Championships here in Sarasota, Florida.
Birdwater paddles are individually handcrafted in our shop in California using multiple layers of aerospace-grade carbon fiber with an ultra-lightweight, high-density core. Available as fixed length or adjustable. Drop by our tent to try one out and see for yourself how our paddles deliver clean entries with superior control. Birdwater, great paddles, great gear paddlers love, made in the USA. Dragon saddles are also here in the vendor area. Seat cushions based on the science of paddling techniques. There's 9 different models. Go see our vendors for an awesome Dragon saddle. This is race number 54 on the water. 54. Senior C Open Small Boat. There will be 5 boats coming into the grid. Lane number 1 from Canada, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Lane number 2, LA County DBC. Lane number 3, Cal Dragon Boat. Lane 4 from Germany, Necra Dragon. Lane number 5, Dragon Boat Charleston. Lane number 6, NBP Paddling Sarasota. Lanes 5 and 6 are ACP Open. And lanes 1 through 4 is the U24. I made a small error where I'm calling the wrong race there. This is race number 54. This is Senior C Open, small boat. Just a small correction. Lane 1, it is Ottawa DBC. Lane number 2, Raysbury Dragons. Lane number 3, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. Lane 5, Silverbacks Magdeburg. And lane number 5, Great Lake Paddlers Ontario. This is race 54, Senior C Open. This is an award ceremony call, race 45 and, 47-48, race 47-48 award ceremony with NBP Paddling Sarasota, Gorging Dragons, and Nectar Dragons Senior B mixed to the award ceremony.
And now coming into the line in race 54, the boats are ready. This is the Senior C Open. And they're off. Again, these starts, even in these small boats, they're going to have a much higher rate to get that boat really moving, get it picked up. We see lanes 3 and 1 making a push. That's the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association and Ottawa Dragon Boat Club. The field is thinning just a little bit, spreading out a little bit. We see boat 5 as well. The Great Lake Paddlers making a move. Coming into the halfway point, Philly has a commanding lead over the rest of the field. But it looks like they're being threatened by the Great Lake Paddlers over there. They're trying to walk on them a little bit. Followed by boat number 4, the Silverbacks out of Magdeburg, Germany. Also looking strong.
It looks like a 3-5 for first and second.
That's right. Oh, third place is going to be close. Oh, we're going to have to go to the camera on that one. Unofficially, I think it's either 2 or 4.
That was the Silverbacks in lane number 4, and in lane number 2, Raysbury Dragons from Great Britain.
That's right.
That was for third place. Great job. Great call, Matthew.
Very, very strong crews here. In particular, I see a few friends of mine in that boat number 3, Philadelphia Dragon Boat. We see that bright orange cap. That's my friend Dave.
This is call for our award ceremony, race number 47. Race 47, award ceremony. Senior B mix small boat. With the following teams, please come to the marshalling area now. My apologies, to the award ceremony now. NBP Paddling Sarasota, Gorging Dragons Victoria, and Necra Dragons for the award ceremony. Senior B mix small boat, race 47.
That race 54, Senior C Open small boat we just saw unofficially. In first place, the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. In second place, Great Lake Paddlers out of Ontario. And in third place, the Raysbury Dragons. Again, this is unofficial, so we will see what happens. But those are the placements unofficially. Coming up, we're going to see race number 55. Which is the U24 Open and ACP Open Small Boat Round 1. We see a lot of love on the YouTube live chat for Raysbury. Very nice. And a lot of Gorging Dragons love as well.
This is an award ceremony call, Grand Final Premier Mix, race 48, with the following 3 teams come to the marshalling area. The award ceremony. Award ceremony call, Grand Final Premier Race 48. 22 Dragons, NDRC, and TNPC. To the award ceremony now. This is race 55 on the water. I kind of jumped the gun a little earlier, but race 55 is now on the water with the U24 and ACP team. ACP is Cancer Paddlers, and all competitors, including paddlers, helm, and drummer, must be ACP. So this isn't just ladies, this is everyone with cancer. There is basically 4 teams that are under U24 and 2 teams that are all cancer patients or paddlers. Lane number 1 from Canada, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Lane 2 from USA, LA County DBC. Lane 3, Cal Dragon Boat Berkeley. And in lane number 4, Necra Dragon. In lane 5, ACP Dragon Boat Charleston. And lane number 6, NBP Paddling Sarasota, also in the ACP division. We can see Nathan Salazar steering boat number 2. There's boat number 1, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. From race number 48, True North Paddling Club, TNPC from race 48. Your awards are ready for you. Please come to the medal ceremony now. TNPC. This is race 55 coming up with the U24 and ACP Open.
This is going to be a good race. We see all these crews coming in together.
Lane number 1, again, Pickering. Lane number 2, LA County. Lane number 3, Cal. Lane number 4, Nectar Dragon. Lane 5, Dragon Boat Charleston. And lane number 6, NBP Paddling. NBP Paddling is down 1 bench. They're only going to race with 8 paddlers. All teams on the line. Starter has the call. And there they're off. And it looks like a clean start from all parties. And boat number 4 shoots out like a rocket. That is Nectar Dragon. Followed by boat number 1, Pickering Dragon Boat. And in third, it's the LA County. Off the line, it's a really clean start for Nectar Dragon. Coming down in boat number 4, followed by boat 1, 2, and 3. Nectar Dragon in first. In second, it is Pickering. In third, LA County. And in fourth, it is Cal Dragon Boat. On the APC side, we've got NB Paddling in the lead. And in second, Dragon Boat Charleston. Coming to the finish line, it is going to be Nectar Dragon in first. In second, it's going to be LA County or Pickering. Who's got second? This is going to be very close. It looks like it's going to be Pickering in second. In first, it's Nectar Dragon, followed by Pickering, LA County, and Cal. On the ACP, crossing the line in boat number 6 is NBP Paddling, followed by Dragon Boat Charleston. Again, we'll look at the officials if we see a white flag or a red flag. And it appears to be white flags all around. It looks like a clean race. We'll wait for results. And we have a boat flip on the finish line. NBP Paddling has flipped their boat on the finish line. All race officials are heading that way to rescue the team. It looks like when they finished the race, they all leaned left and the boat rolled right over. Camera's just taking a quick look, and we'll just make sure everyone is safe. We have all paddlers just hanging on to the side of the boats. We have very experienced race officials, and they're going to make sure that everyone is safe first and foremost, and we will get them off the water safely. Now, the NBP paddling had only 10 people, 8 paddlers, 1 helm, 1 steer, so we're looking for 10 people on the boat. 2 rescue officials are on the water right now, and we have our officials going into the water just to make sure everyone is safe, and we're going to roll the boat over. And it looks like everyone is safe right now. We'll just enact our safety measures and just make sure everyone is safe. All right, our safety team has rescued everyone. We have all 10 paddlers, helm, and drummers on our safety boats. Great rescue. We've got the boat now being bailed by Ronald, our official from the Netherlands, and he's just bailing the boat to get the boat back to the docks. I want to say thank you on behalf of USDBF and IDBF and the NBP for your excellent work on the water. We'll resume racing just shortly. It's getting hot here in Sarasota, Florida. I'll get to Matthew when he gets free to give me a temperature reading. People are starting to go back under the shaded area just to get relief from the heat. It is currently 91 degrees here in Sarasota, Florida. I'll ask them what it is in Celsius for the Canadians watching this race. I was told to divide by 2 and add, I think, 30 or something like that. It's 32 to 33 degrees Celsius for those Canadians watching. It's a little hot and humid down here, but for the most part, the teams are all having fun, adding to their medal counts. And if we can get a picture of our medals, we'll try to show it to you later online. They're gorgeous medals, very heavy. I walk around, I hear a lot of teams clinging and clanging their medals, and they're all super proud. We have a lot of teams this year. First time Club Crew World Championships, and they're just having a blast. On the stage to my left here, this was the grand final for the Premier, and it was a clean sweep for the Canadian teams. They're just getting their awards right now. Again, third place was the 22 Dragons. In second, NDRC from Toronto. And in first place was TNPC Toronto. Clean sweep, but there's still a lot of racing going on. I see the 22 Dragons clapping hands and cheering on the first place, TNPC. It's great to see these teams again. It's been 2 long years of COVID, and we're glad to be back. I'm also glad to see everyone online. Patricia Kay for cheering on Pickering. It's been great to see that. I like Heidi's comment, Heidi Hess. Heidi was on the PDBA for many years. Her comment is those 10 people boats are super sensitive. Great job, crew, and the safety team as well. So thank you, Heidi. We miss you. We hope to see you again soon. Desiree, again, was very congratulatory to the safety team and accounting for everyone. Again, we have an amazing IDBF staff here with the volunteers helping rescue all 10 people. We will be starting the race very shortly. We will be going to race number 56. This is the PD1 Open Small Boat, and the PD1 is the Para Dragon class. This is a new class for Club Crew World Championships, and we're going to help build this category. And basically, the PD1 category and the PD2 category are 2 separate categories under Para Dragon class. PD1 basically means every paddler is recognized, has a recognized impairment. A PD2 class is 50% of the paddlers have to have a recognized impairment. So 2 separate categories under PD, Para Dragons, and we're so glad to have them here. We will continue to grow this component of our sports, and we'll go from there. These 3 clubs, Para Fusion, Para Alliance, and Para United, have a unique place in IDBF history. The IDBF wants to develop the new Para Dragon category, by encouraging participation from clubs that do not fit the strict rules applicable to other club crews here. To do this, the IDBF has relaxed the rules on how long a club has to have been established. Pads, adaptive fusion, and out of sight dragons all have more paddlers with them than can race at one time. So IDBF has worked with these clubs to form 3 new clubs: Para Fusion, Para Alliance, and Para United. In this way, athletes who might otherwise not get much racing will have the opportunity to compete here, and we hope this will not only encourage them, but encourage others to try our sport. Each crew, therefore, has a mix of paddlers, and they will be there to give even more competition to the 3 established clubs. These athletes then are not really representing a club as such, but representing the global para-athletes community. We thank you and we welcome you to your first club crew championships. Race 58 and 59. Race 58 and 59 to the marshalling area now. Race 58 and 59. This is race number 56, PDB 1 Open. where 50% of the paddlers have a recognized impairment. In lane number 1, we have PADS Dragon Boat Racing Team from Cebu City, Philippines. Lane number 2, DC Dragon Boat Club. Lane 3, Adaptive Fusion. As they enter the gates, boat number 2 has dropped off a bench by the looks of it. Nope, they've got 10. And there they go. Boat 1, 2, and 3 off the line. It is going to be PADS from Cebu off the line immediately. In second, it is going to be Adaptive Fusion. In third, DC Dragon Boat Club. Again, these are standard boats, but with only 10 paddlers. Each team has set up their paddlers in different positions. As you can see, the Philippines has lined up the front of their boat by only putting one set of paddlers at the front and the rest to the back and middle. Boat 1 has got this off the line. It is PADS in first. In second, Adaptive Fusion. In third, DC Dragon Boat Club. This is the Para Dragons coming through on race number 56 in Sarasota. Para Dragons coming to the finish line. It's going to be the PADS team from Cebu City, Philippines. In second, it is Adaptive Fusion. And third, give it up for the DC Dragon Boat Club. Congratulations for an awesome race. This is round number 2 for PDB 1 Open. DC Dragon Boat Club, I apologize. You're also known as the Out of Sight Dragon Boat Club. Out of Sight Dragons. Race number 60, race 60 to marshalling. Race 60 and 61 to marshalling now. All right, that was race number 56 on the water. I called the team DC Dragon Boat Club, but in actual fact, they're called the Out of Sight Dragons. I welcome back our another announcer. I think he's done racing for the day in the 200 meters. Welcome back, Bob. How did it go today?
Thanks so much. I think it went pretty well, although I couldn't get off mute for a second. I feel like I'm trapped on a Zoom call. But I was fortunate enough that the Senior B mixed boat for PDBA won a gold in an incredible race against 22 Dragons by .08.
You won?
We did.
You must be feeling very happy.
No, humble, because I know in a race that close, if 22 Dragons wanted a rematch and we did 10 of them, we'd go 5 and 5, and that's racing.
Excellent. How's the heat out there?
It's there. It's basically, there is absolutely no air moving whatsoever. It is still, it is hot. It is Florida in July. We're getting exactly what we bargained for. But it's really good racing conditions for a 200. You don't want wind. You don't want anything to really influence it. It's just a pure test of speed.
We got race 57 on the water, and I'll let you make the call on this race.
All right. In lane 1, closest to us, this is the Senior C Open. Round number 2 is Heat. Lane 2, Dragon Beasts, Nova Scotia. And in lane 3, the Pickering Dragon Boat Club from Ontario. Good start by all 3 of these crews. Senior C Division, standard boat. They're doing 3 rounds for time, and right now the Dragon Beasts Nova Scotia take about a 2-seat lead. But Heat continues to go to that body stroke to see if they can walk it back. Not a lot of difference here. I'm sure you've been saying all day long. 200 meters, this is the race of the fast and the furious, where basically it's a start and then a hang on for dear life into some kind of stretch. Dragon Beasts Nova Scotia continuing to hang on there out of lane 2. They have got a solid lead here. It looks like they're going to take that as they're inside 50 to go. It is Dragon Beast Nova Scotia continuing to run to the line, but look between Heat and Pickering Dragon Boat Club as the Dragon Beasts make quick work of this heat, taking the win in the heat, but it is going to go to photo absolutely for lanes 1 and 3 between Heat and Pickering.
I see Mark Kane, our USDBF president, in heat in boat number 1 there. Is that right?
I believe that is correct. I don't know what seat he's in because the white hats, I mean, I can't tell them apart. Is he sitting 2?
Did you say white hat or white hair?
I don't judge hair. Have you seen mine?
That was USDBF president Mark Kane inside boat number 1 with the heat.
Good work. That is going to go to photo for sure. Dragon Beast Nova Scotia taking the second of 3 rounds. Senior C standard boats racing 3 rounds for accumulated time. Fastest time over 3 rounds, lowest accumulated time wins. That was race number 57. Next up will be race 58, scheduled for 12:16. We're only running a few minutes behind. And there we go. This will feature, race 58 will feature in lane 1, Heat. This is Senior C Women's Small Boat, round 2. Lane 2, once again, we'll see the Dragon Beasts of Nova Scotia. Lane 3, Wham, Washington Masters. Lane 4, the Silverbacks from Germany. And in lane 5, Great Lake Paddlers. Senior C Women's, round 2, small boat coming up.
Now, as you watch these races, if you post on social media, make sure you use hashtags. Hashtag CCWC2022, hashtag MyNBP, hashtag USDBF, and hashtag IDBF to make sure that we see your photos, we see your posts. We're very excited to see all these things that you're posting. And to watch these race results live, to get those in, go to idbfchamps.org/2022 SAR for Sarasota. That's on the desktop. For on your phone, idbfchamps.org/2022 SAR/mobile. Again, that's idbfchamps.org/2022 SAR or /2022 SAR/mobile on your phone.
You got
5 crews making their way into the starting gates here for the 200-meter small boat Senior C Women round 2. Lane 1, closest to you on the grandstand, is Heat. Lane 2, Dragon Beasts, Nova Scotia. Lane 3, Wham, the Washington Masters. Lane 4, the Silverbacks out of Germany. And Lane 5, the Great Lake Paddlers. Second round going for the sum of 3 rounds.
with race number 61 to the marshalling area, race 61 and 62 to the marshalling now.
These windless conditions making it very pleasant for the starter. It is really nice that we're not dealing with a strong crosswind or tailwind today. It makes getting these boats into the gates a lot easier. Wind is the bedeviling agent of a starter. So far, everything going very smoothly. They're into that pre-start area. You see the 50-meter buoy. They pre-stage there, and then the starter brings them down gently, gently, all 5 at once. Everyone in formation looks really good. I believe Raul is our chief starter today. At least that's who is starting for us. I'm not sure if he's changed out, so apologies if Raul is not starting. It's never an easy job to get all of these boats in at the same time, because you'll notice They do their best, and they're pretty close, but you always want to be the last boat in. The problem is everybody wants to be the last boat in. You want to spend as little time as possible waiting there against those gates. But it looks like we've got a pretty good alignment here. All 5 crews with those noses in. Gates down, and away we go. Lane 1, closest to you, is Heat. Lane 2, Dragon Beasts, Nova Scotia. Lane 3, Washington Masters. Lane 4, the Silverbacks. And Lane 5, the Great Lake Paddlers. Second round for the Senior C Women's Small Boat. After this, they will have one more round. Fastest accumulated time. Over 3 rounds will win it. And right now, it looks like the Great Lake Paddlers of Lane 5 have got the jump.
Unfortunately, I think 1 has got them too.
1, 2, 3, and 4 still sitting in formation. Tough to tell from this angle. I'm learning to look from here, to look on the streaming if you're looking online. Great Lake Paddlers continue to stretch things out.
I've got 1 here, potentially with 5. It's 1-5. Heat and the Great Lake Paddlers coming into the finish line.
It is close. Great Lake got the jump, but don't sleep on Heat, who, as Kerry has been saying, have started to walk it up and close that distance down. It's going to be between 1 and 5 for this round, and Heat continues to power through. Heat takes it on the line. Second to the Great Lake Paddlers. Third to Dragon Beast Nova Scotia. Fourth to the Silverbacks, or to Washington, I'm sorry, and fourth to the Silverbacks. Flip, 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 flip. I've got to get my rhythm down. Bear with me.
This is not easy calling a short 200-meter race.
Absolutely not easy. It's better than a 100.
With 2,000, you got a lot of time to think and talk, but with 200, it's like literally under 1 minute. You got to make these calls quickly. But yeah, that little team there, number 1 from the inside lane, the Heat just comes out of nowhere.
Committed to the body. The 200 is such a tough balance. It is a sprinter's race for sure, but if you're looking at 55 seconds to a minute, as a lot of these Senior C crews are, to do a true sprint, it's very, very difficult. Every crew has a different strategy. Some build throughout the race. Some start with a high stroke rate and then call a bit of a stretch, bring the rate down just a little bit, then bring it back up for the finish. It's very difficult, and every crew finds their own unique recipe for how they're going to get there. And in this case, we saw Great Lakes get out to the jump, but then Heat commit to the body stroke and work it through.
We are calling race number 62 and 63 to the marshalling area. 62 and 63 to the marshalling area right now. We are currently past the halfway mark. We have 90 races, and we are on race number 59 coming up. So we're getting closer and closer to the end of the day, but we got some great racing coming your way here from Sarasota. We are calling race number 59. And as we look down the race course, no boats are ready. We'll be back very shortly. This is a call for race number 62, 63, and 64 to marshalling. Race 62, 63, and 64 to marshalling. Beefcake, I don't race anymore. I used to race. I now officiate, or I do announcing races. But one day I'll come back under Senior C, and I'll race with Bob, and we'll see. We'll have a duel on the water. We just gotta go find a dragon boat, 1-person boat.
Did you just invite me to have to race you publicly?
Yeah. That's gonna be a throwdown.
All right. Can I specify the distance, or are you picking the distance?
Yep, 5 meters.
5 meters? Advantage you.
Deal.
I need a longer race than that. Looking here online at some of the comments while we wait for race 59 to come into the starting line. Ryan Burns, that's my mama. Well, that's good. Your mama's racing. Your mama's kicking some butt. We've got Ryan Burns saying, go, Jerry. Stacy Sullivan says, go, Heat, you got this. Ken Brindley wishing Heather Wilson for race 72. And I think he's answering a question that was asked earlier today. So, yeah, feel free. When we get a chance between these races, we will definitely try and interact with some of the comments on the live stream.
That's a gentleman from Portland, Aval.
Says, sometimes you're spotted as a DJ at the race.
Yeah, I've got a DJ background, so.
Uns, 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 uns. This is the part of the regatta where now we dance.
Look at the number of people watching the race. They're 891.
That's fantastic.
We were up to over 1,000 earlier.
Welcome, everybody. If you want to simulate what it's like, if you really want a real feel in Sarasota, close every window in your house, get a space heater, and just turn it up to the surface of the sun setting and leave it there for about a day and a half.
Hey, Bob, what was your favorite race in your life?
Oh, boy.
Favorite one?
Individual, like a recurring regatta to go to, or favorite race experience?
Favorite race experience.
I got to go with Szeged, Hungary. My first world championship gold, because it was just, it's an incredible setting if you've ever been in Szeged. You know, the name means the city of the sun, so it was a July world championship just like this. It was hot, it was sunny, it was my second world, so I kind of knew enough to really appreciate the experience, but we went into the 1,000-meter with a chance to really do well, and we did well in the heat, and then I just remember going up to the start line at the final, and the way it works, it's a natural terrain course, similar to this, but instead of having the man-made lanes like the man-made island, they have a natural island. So you do this long paddle around the island that gives you all the time in the world to think about the race and then get ready to get in the start gates. And it was just an incredible venue. We ended up getting into a photo finish with Germany. And we had no idea for 5 minutes whether or not we had won the race. Similar to this morning with 22 Dragons. And then when we got to the dock, they told us, and you never forget your first goal. The first time you actually get into a tight race like that and it comes out in your favor, it's life-changing. That was my favorite.
I remember Szeged too. I remember the Germans, when they finished the race, they would usually flip their boat because they would be so much joy. They would lean to one side, and we always hear on the radio, oh, there they go again.
Yeah, that was the Premier Open 1K. That was later that day because I got a bronze in that race. And that was another tight one. I mean, they were incredible that year. It was Germany and Canada were just, in the Premier Division, were just absolutely crushing it. I will never forget the duel they had in the 200. Where I think they were both near 40 seconds. It was just incredible to watch.
Do you remember the opening ceremony?
Oh, with the Red Bull plane that went under the bridge.
I was standing there in the Canadian team, and we were just having a good time, and all I hear is this biplane come through. Oh, no, it wasn't a biplane.
It was a stunt plane.
It was a stunt plane, and we just hear this propeller coming at us. I'm like, what is that sound? I turn my head, and there's a Red Bull just underneath the bridge at full speed.
Yep. I have it
crazy
on my GoPro because at the moment that happened, we had just gotten into like linking arms and shooting selfies with the Iran team. And we're all having this moment, and I had my back turned because I was holding the camera, and I have on video one of their paddlers just looking at the bridge and going, whoa, just like this exclamation, and his face told me something big was happening, and I turned around just in time to see the plane, like 4 feet off the water, under the bridge, just strafe the crowd and then go vertical. Like, yeah. Wow, I guess they don't have like local zoning codes in Szeged. You could just do that. I asked if we could do that at the IDBR in Philadelphia to go into the Strawberry Mansion Bridge. They didn't just say no. They said, heck no, in stronger terms.
I remember eating a lot of schnitzels in Szeged. I was getting tired of schnitzels, but they were good. They were very good.
I do remember, too, similar to here, it was very warm in Szeged, but they had all the athletes were in the boat barns. They cleared out the kayaks from the shed, so you had this nice, cool little cave to get in between your races. But it was a fantastic venue, and still is. They had the Club Cruise in 2018, and they seem to host the ICF World Championships for canoe and kayak. It seems like almost every other year.
That's right. I also saw you in Kunming.
Yeah.
That was a fun race.
Kunming is definitely a strong memory, but it was definitely not hot. Wherever hot is, that was the opposite. We had, I think, one sunny day that whole week.
It rained.
Every day.
I think it kept going back to my hotel, wet clothes, and just could not get dry.
No, it was a tough one. 6,000 feet up, raining every day, but I had some really good memories from that race too.
We sure met some wonderful friends along the way, and continue talking to them on Facebook or in person. This has been a wonderful family for me.
One thing I'm looking forward to, and I've already started scoping out the other teams, is the trading that happens on the last day here. Because I brought like 3 extra kit from Philly that I'm going to basically trade away. So I'm already sizing up which jerseys I like. And I was talking to Olivia Quinn before, and I really like the LA kit that has a little toothless dragon on the front that I hadn't noticed from a distance. And I'm like, okay, that's adorable. I want to score one of those. So if you have anybody who's about 6 feet, this is the problem. They're a U24 team. I don't think they're going to have somebody who's 6 foot, about 178. But if you do, I'm interested in a trade for a Philly jersey.
I think that's one of the special moments in IDBF races is that the trading of jerseys even happens at local races where teams at the end of the race, really hard-fought competition, they go up to the other paddlers and they love to switch.
Yeah.
There are some teams like we were with Singapore, Mr. Canoe. They never wanted to trade with us.
Oh, man.
Mr. Canoe was very, very stingy on trading their jerseys.
One of my trades in Hungary, though, in the heat of the moment, in the emotion of the moment, like right after the Premier Open final, one of the Chinese paddlers came up and said trade. And I'm like, oh, my gosh, I didn't think China would want to trade. So I immediately said yes. I didn't pay attention to the size of this gentleman. Now, if you remember the Zeged Chinese kit, they were bright yellow on the last day.
Yeah.
What I have is a shirt at home that is basically bright yellow with red sleeves that if I put it on, I cannot breathe. And I'm afraid it's going to burst. I've only worn it twice because it's like a size double extra small.
If anybody wants that jersey, want to trade, it's available.
Yeah. It's still, well, it's sitting at home in Philadelphia, but I can ship it to you. You need to probably be 5'7", 155 pounds.
Let us know if you're interested. All right, back on the water. This is race number 59, Senior C Women's Standard Boat. In lane number 2, we have the Heat. Lane number 3, Ottawa, DBC. Lane number 4, Dragonheart, Vermont. And lane number 5, PFP Golden Warriors. What does PFP mean, Bob?
PFP is the acronym for the Philadelphia Flying Phoenix team out of Philadelphia. They were established in 2003, one of 4 crews that are basically out of the Philadelphia Flying Phoenix stable. The Golden Warriors traditionally are their 50-plus crew, but I believe they have several senior C paddlers or even older racing on this crew.
Look at race boat number 3. They've actually dropped 3 paddlers from their boat. They're racing with 17. Middle boat is empty, and the right side bench 10 is empty.
That is the hard way to do it.
So they are trying to probably either balance their boat or they're struggling leaning left a little bit.
And speaking of leaning, look at the alignment on lane 2.
They're slightly on an angle, and let's see what happens on the start. Here they go. Lane number 2, the Heat. 3, Ottawa. 4, Dragonheart, Vermont. And 5, PFP Golden Warriors. Off the line, lane 2 is struggling to try to get that boat back online. They are going back to the center, and that's a good call for them. On boat number 2, that is the Heat. Coming to the 100-meter mark, it is boat number 3, Ottawa DBC in the lead, followed by Dragonheart, Vermont. In third, it will be the Heat. And in fourth, it is PFP Golden Warriors. This is the last 75 meters coming to the finish line. It is number 3, Ottawa DBC in the lead still, followed by Dragonheart, Vermont. In third, it is the Heat. And in fourth, it is PFP Golden Warriors. Last 50 meters, it is 3, 4, 2, 5. Who has the last bit of energy to get through that finish line? It will be Ottawa DBC, followed by Dragonheart, Vermont, followed then by, oh, look at this. The Heat may have caught the PFP Golden Warriors.
It was very close.
Wait for the final call. Officials have raised a white flag, which tells us that the race was clean. We'll wait for results, and we'll have Bob tell you who may have won that one.
As our crews are warming down and heading around the back of the island, we've got a lot of good comments here. Ryan Byrne says, let's go Heat. Gabe DePuyon says, good pickup, ODBC. Stacey Sullivan going pretty much very magnanimously saying, great job to everyone. Wendy Fox says, good job, ODBC. Ryan Burns, get it, Heat. Nice to see the fans talking to folks. We're still waiting on the results of race 59. They will be unofficial when they come up on the board. But as Kerry pointed out, white flags. Despite the slight zig and zag off the line, Heat did not commit a lane violation, got to the center and raced down the center. Don't really see too much wash riding here. I think most of the helms know not to deviate and kind of dive to the lane lines. Not that they don't try it. We would never encourage such a thing, but hey, racing's racing. Next up in race number 60, this will be the small boat 200 for Senior C Open. Round 2 for these crews. We saw them first race about an hour ago. In lane 1, closest to us, will be the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. Lane 2, the Silverbacks of Germany. Lane 3, the Great Lake Paddlers. Lane 4, Ottawa Dragon Boat Club. And in lane 5, the Raysbury Dragons from, I get to say it again, Milton Keynes. Oh, wait, no, that was Seklau. That was Seklau from Milton Keynes. Raysbury's from Raysbury. Now, and this guy's staying, Raysbury, their team is staying in my hotel. They're going to kick my butt later. Deserved, too. Got to get that right. There's 2 UK teams here, Seklau and Raysbury. Raysbury is the one racing in this race.
Hey, Bob, I thought you were my wingman, but you're on your own on that one.
No, the wing just came off, and I'm spiraling into the ground slowly but surely.
Hey, how far are you off from Senior C now?
9 years.
Oh, you're okay then.
Yeah, no.
That's why you're not racing.
Tough. This is a tough room. Just barely made Senior B last year. I'm probably one of the few paddlers in the United States that was cheering to age up. Because when, I've been racing Senior A for a decade. And then when Philadelphia wanted to go to Aix-les-Bains, they were going to put a team together for 2019, Senior B. I was like, I'm in. And then McNamara wrote back and said, you're 49, you dummy. And I'm like, okay, I'm out.
Bob is a one-man show here.
Don't follow my lead. I'm lost.
I've got a touching message for An Vu from 22 Dragons. He's actually a new father, and his message to his son. To my newborn son, Nelson, your daddy is so proud of you, and he can't wait to see you and put a medal around your neck when he gets back home. Again, congratulations, An Vu from 22 Dragons. You've made your son, Nelson, very proud of you.
Coming into the gates here, we have round 2 for Senior C Open Small Boat. 5 boats in this race doing their second round of 3 for overall time at the 200 meter. Lane 1, closest to the shore, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. Lane 2, the Silverbacks from Germany. Lane 3, the Great Lake Paddlers. Lane 4, Ottawa DBC. And in Lane 5, Raysbury Dragons from the United Kingdom. They are not the Seklau 100. I'm going to get that right the rest of the day, I swear. This first race, the first race went Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association's way, and then it was fairly close for places 2 through 5. With 2 rounds to go, there's still opportunities for other crews to make up the time. All 5 Dragons gently making their way into the gates. Philly and the Silverbacks are in. Great Lake and Ottawa DBC, Raysberry, all in touch under starter's order. The gates are down and away we go. Round 2 for Senior C Small Boat 200 meters. Senior C Open. Lane 1 is the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. Lane 2 are the Silverbacks. Lane 3, the Great Lake Paddlers. Lane 4, Ottawa DBC. And in Lane 5, the Raysberry Dragons. Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association wasting no time getting a seat out of the gate. They established themselves earlier. They want to continue to hold and expand that lead. If you're looking online, you can see, though, it's still anybody's race between 3, 4, and 5 for second. The Silverbacks from Germany out of Lane 2 trying to get on terms, and this is definitely a much closer race than our first round. PDBA in Lane 1 now trying to hold off lanes 3, 4, and 5 as the Great Lake Paddlers, Ottawa DBC, and the Raysberry Dragons have all come level. The Silverbacks are sitting in 2, but we have 4 boats approaching the line at the same time. And on the line, unofficially, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association will take it, followed by Great Lake Paddlers, followed by Ottawa DBC, followed very closely by Raysberry, and then the Silverbacks rounding it out. But unofficially, it appears now Philly has gone 2 for 2. They have 1 round of racing remaining this afternoon. Accumulated time will determine the winner. It's not a heat progression like the others where you have a qualifier and then a rep and then a final. Well, winner takes all. This is about accumulated time, and so far, PDBA has gone 2 for 2, and we will wait on the unofficial results to see where the rest of the crews have stacked out. Unofficially, the times posted on the board behind me. These are unofficial until they're posted on IDBF Champs, but PDBA went 54.215. Second goes to the Great Lake Paddlers in 55.05. Third to Raysberry in 50s, or check that, to Ottawa in 55.54. And Raysberry went 56.136, and the Silverbacks round out the field in 56.53. These times will be added to their first round times, and they will go into the third round knowing exactly where they stand and how fast they need to be to get onto the medal stand. 5 crews racing for gold, silver, and bronze. Our next race coming up will be race 61. This is going to be the Small Boat U24 Open and ACP Open. All Cancer Paddlers Open. 3 boats racing U24 Open. 2 boats racing ACP Open. In Lane 1, LA County DPC, Team DPW. Lane 2, Cal Dragon Boat. Lane 3, the Pickering Dragon Boat Club will be your 3 U24 Small Boat Open 200s. Lane 4, one of the 2 ACP boats, NBP Paddling, right here in Nathan Benderson Park. And Lane 5, Dragon Boat Charleston.
With race 63 and 64, please go to marshalling now. Race 63, 64 to marshalling now.
are 5. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 6 boats. Well, this will be exciting. I have 5 on my note sheet. Who did we add? Ah, Necker Dragon. So the Necker Dragons are going to be in lane 1. Let's adjust this. So we have 6 boats here. There will be 4 boats racing U24 Open as Necker Dragon, Heilbronn, will be in lane 1. LA County moves over to lane 2 from lane 1 on my notes. Lane 3, Cal Dragon Boat Berkeley. Lane 4, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Those are your 4 U24 Open boats. Lane 5, Nathan Benderson Park Paddling Sarasota. And in lane 6, Dragon Boat Charleston. NBP Paddling and Dragon Boat Charleston racing ACP Open Small Boat 200. Necker Dragons, LA County, Cal Dragon Boat Berkeley, and Pickering racing U24 Open. Similar to the Senior C Open, they are doing 3 rounds for time. This is round number 2.
Race 65 to marshalling now, please. Race 65 to marshalling.
All 6 crews coming under starters order here. The winds continue to be light. Flags moving a little bit here on the podium beneath us here in the finish line tower. But the water showing barely a ripple. All paddles at attention. Necker Dragon just coming into the gates now. Alignment looks good. Waiting on starter's order. There they go. Paddles are in. Gates are down and away we go. Lane 1 closest to you is Necker Dragon. Lane 2, LA County DBC. Lane 3, Cal Dragon Boat Berkeley. Lane 4, Pickering. And then in lane 5 and 6, your ACP Open teams, Nathan Benderson Park Paddling and Dragon Boat Charleston.
In the last race, we had LA County. Their head came off on the final part of the race, so we're going to keep an eye on their head for this race.
All heads are staying where they're supposed to be, firmly planted on the front of those boats, and the head that is in the front right now is too close to call between Necker Dragons, LA County, and it looks like Pickering out there in lane 4, so you've got lanes 1, 2, and 4. It is anybody's race inside of the last 75 meters to go. Still anybody's race between Necker Dragon, Pickering, and LA County right down to the wire. Unofficially, all 3 boats are hitting the line. I'm not even going to guess who gets that one. Cal Berkeley coming across the line in 4th, followed by NBP Paddling Sarasota, and then Dragon Boat Charleston rounding out a very tight heat. That is going to the photo without question between Necker Dragon, LA, and Pickering.
I see 2 white flags from the race officials, meaning it's a clean race. We'll take a look at the results, and we'll get back to you shortly. With unofficial results from race 61, Canada Pickering Dragon Boat Club 52.719 in lane number 2, and coming in second USA LA County 52.888. In third from Germany, Necker Dragon 52.899. In fourth, USA Cal Dragon Boat 55.625. And on the ACP Open, NBP Paddling with a time of 102.047. And 6th, Dragon Boat Charleston with a time of 107.527. So congratulations, these times are unofficial. And we will now move over to race number 62. If you want us to give a shout out to your local club around the world, type it into the messages and we'll read them out and we'll do a shout out to your local club. Also, when you do a shout out to your club, please write down what city you're from. It looks like no one online wants to tell us where they're from. We've got Dragon Boat Charleston, a shout out from Chicago. Hydro Warriors from Trinidad and Tobago. Adaptive in the house, but I'm not sure which house they're referring to. Best wishes to all the 22 Dragon Boat teams from Montreal, Canada. That's Mike Weber. Pickering Dragon Boat Club from Toronto. Thanks, Heath. Blazing Paddles out of Fort Lauderdale. Let's Go Boston 1 Dragon Boat from Fed Chavez. We'd like a shout out to Not Abreast Hamilton, Canada. Go ladies. Berlin is cheering wildly for Hanover, Germany. Go Pads. Shout out from Cebu, Philippines. Thanks, Glenna. Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Century Dragon Boat, Providence, Rhode Island. Send some love to Alberta, Canada. God Gains and Tsunami. Hey, Alberta, how are you guys doing? Who's got beef? Linwood, California. We got New Jersey Dragon Boat Club. Wasabi from Portland. NYCB Queen's Dragon. Victoria, BC. Go Gorging Dragons. This is going so fast here. Bob, help me out.
Now, look what you started. Basically, every paddler in the United States is now checking in on the YouTube channel. Look at Matthew. You could just come up here and grab a microphone. Go Catch 22 New York. That's cheating.
Hey, that's Matthew just down here.
Yeah, really. He's like, he's right below us on the tower. That's not right. Boston 1 Dragon Boat from, I like the nice use of the ellipsis, Fed Chavez, Boston, Massachusetts. Big Up Windy Pandas Dragon Boat crew from London, England. Good evening. Seattle Sake cheering for Wham DBC. Matthew is laughing at me. Haha, everybody laughs at me, Matthew. Get in line. Sprint Point Dragons from Salt Spring Island cheering the Gorging Dragons from New Jersey. Go Empire Dragons of New York. I had to give a special shout out. James Lozada here coaching the Empire Dragons. The Pink Dragonistas from Hanover. I believe that is, yep, Germany. Tampa River Dragons, Tampa. Go Pink Dragonistas. Pink Dragonistas definitely having some fans. Lots of Pink Dragonista comments. Ottawa Bytown Super Seas. Matthew East shouting out United East Athletic Associations from New York City. Matthew, how many plugs are we going to do here? I'll keep going. Dragons of the Caribbean from Trinidad. TNT. Trinidad and Tobago. Another good Zeghead memory. When Trinidad and Tobago were there, they were the team you wanted to go to marshalling with because they basically had live music. It was awesome. You just danced your way to go to marshalling. A lot of fun from TNT.
I don't see FCRCC coming onto the line here. That's the local False Creek Racing Canoe Club out of Vancouver.
That's your club, isn't it?
One of them.
And they know you're announcing?
Yes.
That explains a lot.
Shout
out to Bytown DBC from Hawk Junction, Ontario. Shout out to the Dubai Diggers from Dubai. Haha. Maximal Results Training. I've seen the pictures of the training they've done because when I was doing my homework on Facebook, they post pictures every week of the work they do, the Dubai Diggers. And honestly, I couldn't ever join your club because my body fat percentage is just way too high. You guys are just like totally fit. I got to do the training you do. Don't know if I could live on broccoli and chicken, though.
We got Fairfax, Virginia, with the NYC Empire Dragons.
Alberta beef. There you go. You called for it. There it is. The EADRBC.
Greatest beef in the world, my friends.
There we go. And a shout out to the Out of Sight Dragons from DC, from Karen Littlewood.
Yeah, Matthew's getting a little crazy here. Look at him.
Matthew just needs to come upstairs and get on the mic, but I do appreciate it. Matthew saying another special shout out to Buzz Dragon in Hong Kong. Mona Scholler wishing, go Ottawa, the entire province. Just get up and go. She just wants you to leave. She wants you to go somewhere. We don't know where. Go from SoCal AF. Go for it, Adaptive Fusion. Leslie Faulkner says, let's go Empire Dragons New York. We love these comments. We'll get to them as we watch on the stream, but we do have boats. We are here for a boat race. I'm sorry. It's nice chatting with y'all, but we've got 3 boats approaching the start line who are not interested in our bicker here. Lane 1, believe it's now in our notes, in Carrie's defense, the notes say this is the DC Dragon Boat Club, but I'm looking at those shirts. That has to be the out-of-sight Dragons.
Yeah, they wanted us to call them the out-of-sight Dragons, and they wanted to just be very distinctive in their name and their club. So out-of-sight Dragons, we apologize if we called you DC Dragon earlier.
Lane 2 is Adaptive Fusion, and in Lane 3, the PADS Dragon Boat Racing team from the Philippines. We saw these 3 crews doing their first round earlier today. And this is actually, they've done 2 rounds. We've seen the first and the second. This is the 3rd round for Small Boat PD1 Open.
We are going to call out for race number 65 and race 66 to the marshalling area. Race 65 and 66 to the marshalling area now. Followed by race 67. That is the call for race 65, 66, and 67.
I do have to comment on one thing, though, because we have a quick time. Beefed Cake is asking if you will marry him or her. I'll leave that comment to you.
What on earth is that comment, Beefcake?
That, I don't speak Canadian, so I'm just going to leave that to sort it out here. But all 3 crews now under starters order. Closest to you in Lane 1, the out-of-sight Dragons, Adaptive Fusion in Lane 2, and PADS Dragon Boat team from the Philippines. They are racing with 10 people, but they are racing in a standard hull. Definitely the hard way to do it. How tough are these guys? We don't need a small boat. We're just going to go in a standard boat and grind it out. Race number 62. And it looks like the out-of-sight Dragons just overshooting the gate, just slightly. They are off to the right. That happens. No contact, so they're going to back up. But that means Adaptive Fusion and the PADS team they're in position. They're going to have to wait. Out-of-sight backing out, way out, almost out of frame. Too far, a little too much. Too much.
Did you see PADS? They've done it again, where they actually leave bench 1 and 2 open, and they actually load their paddlers further back, and their bow is literally off the water. Mm-hmm. They've done this a few times.
I noticed that in the first round, and honestly, I think, 1, they've been probably training that way, but 2, it just looks awesome. That Dragon goes up because they've got so much horsepower, a good 4 feet in the air as they've been coming down the course.
Yeah, but can you imagine what the drummer's feeling?
Yeah, that they're probably on top of a huge wave in the gorge. I think it's more an impressive set of hands, though, for the helm, because when you've got a Dragon boat up like that, where basically the middle of the boat is facing the water, you're not using that nice narrow end. And I see that out-of-sight Dragons are using that heat alignment, which is, I think I'm going to call it the rest of the week. Because the way they're pointed right now, they are aimed directly at Adaptive Fusion. And Adaptive Fusion, they've both been sitting in the gates doing their best to try and hold. You can see the helm for Adaptive Fusion kind of doing a pry to keep them in line. But now out-of-sight Dragons have had to back all the way out. And I wouldn't be surprised if our starter tells everyone to back out and to try again. I am not a starter, but no, he's going to ask the other 2 crews to hold. And out-of-sight is going to give it another shot. I'm looking to the flags here at the podium. They are moving a bit, so there is a bit of a crosswind. It's probably not doing them any favors, but this is a really difficult approach now.
It looks like the wind's coming from west to east at this point.
Yeah, so it would be pushing the tails the way they've been pivoting. Yeah, it's definitely not going to help. It doesn't take much wind. There's so much broadside in these standard boats. And I think this might be, the starter might just say go for it, but...
This is interesting because this boat is aimed at lane number 2.
Now all 3 boats are pointed directly at the beach. So if you're on the running trail on the far side, be prepared to shelter in place when this race starts. And it looks like they're going to do it.
Uh-oh, this is going to be an interesting start.
And away we go. Gates down and we are underway. In lane 1 is the out-of-sight Dragons team. Lane 2, Adaptive Fusion. And lane 3, from the Philippines, the PADS Dragon Boat team. Kudos to the out-of-sight steerer who pretty much does the immediate e-brake turn and gets their boat back in the center of lane 1. But the PADS team, look at that nose up in the air. Look, the drummer's seat, the bow underneath her isn't even touching the water.
That's exactly what
she
we saw
is
earlier.
a foot and a half out of the water and just must feel like she's on a ride at Disney World at this point. And she has got a view that every drummer in this regatta wants. She is looking at the rest of the field as Pad's Dragon Boat Racing Team in lane 3 has just put a full boat length on everyone, and there is no let up in this crew. This is round 3 of 3, and they are going out to make a statement out of lane 3 from the Philippines. They've been world champions before, and it looks like they're probably going to seal the deal definitively again. Pad's Dragon Boat out of the Philippines takes the heat. Adaptive Fusion comes across in second. And despite the difficult start, Out of Sight Dragons will come across the line to round out their final round of racing.
And the white flag goes up from the race official. It looks like a clean race. If you look at that boat number 3, you see their tail, the rooster water coming off the back end. Their tail was in the water at one point.
Absolutely spectacular. I just love them. I've never seen a drummer that far out of the water. Even from the Premier Open Philippines boat that does like a 38-second 200. I've never seen the seat get that high.
Actually, I have. I've seen higher. Hong Kong, we were in a wave. We had come out of a wave up in the air, and we've got a picture on my Facebook.
That's fantastic.
And that lady was at least 3 feet off the water.
That's not a good feeling. If you ever sat on the drummer's seat, it doesn't look that high. You should try it.
That is actually one position I have never done, and I refuse to do a drumming roll.
I've sat there for practice, and honestly, I was losing way more energy just trying to hang on and keep my balance. Forget trying to make calls and look at strategy and look at where we are. Hats off to all of our drummers here for the work that they do.
We need Ottawa for race number 65 to marshalling Ottawa Dragon Boat Club. Please go to marshalling right now. We're also calling race 66 and 67 to the marshalling area. Race 66 and race 67 to the marshalling area. This is race number 63 coming to you from Sarasota, Florida. Senior C Open Standard Boat. In lane number 1, we have Dragon Beast Nova Scotia. Lane number 2, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. And on the outside, lane number 3, The Heat.
I'm red-green colorblind, so I really...
Mike Clark online. Good luck to Raspberry Dragons and Seclau 100 from St. Notes Dragon Boat Club in Cambridgeshire, England. So thank you very much for your comments, Mick. This is race 63 on the water, Senior C Open. Boats are entering the gates dressed in black with yellow and red shoulders there. That is Dragon Beast Nova Scotia. In the middle, in black, is Pickering Dragon Boat Club from Canada. And on the outside, boat number 3 with gray and red, that is The Heat. Starters giving the call. And they're off. This is race 63 coming to you in front of your television. Lane number 1 is off to a quick start with The Heat. It is going to be Dragon Beast Nova Scotia having a good battle with The Heat. In third is Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Do not count them out. They are a good finishing team. Coming to the last 100 meters, it is Dragon Beast Nova Scotia in first. In second, The Heat. In third, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Coming to the last 75 meters, look at Team 1 Dragon Beast Nova Scotia with a commanding lead. They are going to pour it on in the last 50 meters. The Heat is trying to close the gap. They're going to run out of room, but this could be a potential... No, it is going to be Dragon Beast Nova Scotia, followed by The Heat and Pickering Dragon Boat Club. That was round 3 of the Senior C Open Standard Boat. Race officials are racing the white flag. It looks like a clean race. We'll wait for results.
Third round of 3 for those Senior C Open Standard boats. Good racing from all of these crews. Very quick turnarounds here. I only had to race twice today, and I tell you, you were feeling it after that first one, and it wasn't even that hot. So these crews doing 3 rounds, basically once an hour. Kudos off. Kudos, hats off. Well done. The unofficial results here. That went to the Dragon Beast Nova Scotia. They clocked a 48.81. Second place went to Heat with a 50.22. And they just flipped the board on me. And I don't know, I can't tell you the time, but Pickering got third. They just flipped it on me as we're getting ready for race 64, which will be the small boat Senior C Women's 200-meter third round. 5 crews in this race. Lane 1, Dragon Beasts, Nova Scotia. Lane 2, the Great Lake Paddlers. Lane 3, the Silverbacks. Lane 4, Heat. And Lane 5, Washington Masters. That'll be Senior C Women, small boat, third round of 3. Coming up, I see those crews now making their way through the gate. 3 of the boats already on the race course, 2 of them making their way from the marshalling area. The lagoon on the left side as we look from the tower. I'll take a look here at some of these comments.
Go for an answer.
Just a heads up, coming up on race 78 and 79, they will be swapping the other way around, so the race order will be 77, 79, and 78. Over.
Copy that. We are going to go 77, 79, 78 in that order.
Took me a second to flip to the comments here, but I can see from Lily Ting, Beasts are super strong. Bearing Chiron says, PDBC, finish. Kevin McFadden. Hey, Kevin, hope you're feeling okay. Shout out to PDBA from Kevin McFadden watching from the hotel. Susan McNeese says, great race. Hiltzy, Nova Scotia, or just Hiltzy NS says, well done, Beasts. Heh, East Coast Nova Scotia rocks. Marge McInnes. Love it. Swinton says, shout out to the Iron Dragons from Toronto. Empire Dragon Boat, NYC ACS says, congrats to the Dragon Beast from Nova Scotia.
All right, let's have some fun here. Now, if you guys want to tell us some Dragon Boat jokes, go ahead and put it online. They have to be clean and PG related. So any good Dragon Boat jokes, go ahead and put it online. We'll take a read of those.
All 5 crews in race number 64, scheduled for 1:04 p.m. It is currently 1:19 for only about 15 minutes off. I'll take that. Amtrak can't do better. We're going to do better than that. We'll be on time by the end of the day. Lane 1, closest to you in the small boat Senior C Women's round 3. Dragon Beasts, Nova Scotia. Lane 2, the Great Lake Paddlers. Lane 3, Silverbacks from Germany. Lane 4, Heat. And in Lane 5, Washington Masters. Washington is easy to spot. Those bright yellow hats, I'm a fan. And also the sky blue kit. I do love that. It makes it easy for me to see you guys even from 200 meters away. But all 5 crews under starters order here. They're doing their last round, sum of 3 rounds for time. They raced at 11:20, 12:15, and now again here, just coming up on 1:04. So quick turnarounds for these crews. Basically race, grab a drink, stay in the shade, get back and do it again.
You forgot the swimming part.
I didn't swim. I didn't want to. I just, wet shorts. I don't know. I mean, it happens, but not if I can help it.
I guess you guys can't go shirtless here at the Club Crew World Championships.
That's a personal decision. I was once told in a running club when it was really hot, and I'm like, I think I should take my shirt off. And one of the other guys who was a lot fitter than me goes, do you have to think about taking your shirt off? I said, yes. He goes, you probably shouldn't take your shirt off. That is good advice right there. I have lived by that rule since.
It's great to see a lot of friends. It's been 2 years. I haven't seen you guys in a long time, so I'm glad to be back again. I'm glad to be part of this huge family, and we look forward to more racing as we move forward.
This is our kind of circus. This is fun.
Speaking of circus, that was a great opening ceremony here.
It was. I was not here for the tightrope walk.
Oh, you missed it.
I did. I missed it. Missed the man on a wire. But I heard it was quite the show. And the parade of athletes was exceptional. I saw some of the photos.
Mike here on the chat says, let me see what he said back here. The first rule of Dragon Boat Tell everyone about Dragon Boat. Thanks, Mike. That's the only joke I've seen so far.
All right, we've got these 5 crews coming in, pre-aligned very nicely. You can see on the video stream, lanes 2, 3, and 4. I assure you, lane 1 is there. They're just off camera to the bottom. We'll zoom back. There we go, our drone. There they are. They were hiding on us. Those are the beasts, the Dragon Beasts of Nova Scotia. And don't be fooled by the colors. At first I thought they were a German team because their kit looked like a German flag, but nope, they are from Nova Scotia.
Which is a German town?
Which is a German town? All of them. All the towns in Germany are German towns, although there is a Germantown, Pennsylvania.
There is. They also have Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
I live in Westchester, not to be confused with Westchester, New York. All right, enough of the geography lesson. Let's get to racing. All 5 crews in the boots, in the cups. So, well, they were. Then the Dragon Beasts, they had backed off, but the starter says, let it fly. And away we go in the last round for the Senior C Women's Small Boats. Lane 1, Dragon Beast Nova Scotia. Lane 2, the Great Lake Paddlers. Lane 3, Silverbacks. Lane 4, Heat. And Lane 5, Washington Area Masters. And out of Lane 4, Heat gets the jump on the field. They've got a half a boat length clear, and that continues to grow with each stroke through the first 100. Less than 100 to go now. This race is going all Heat's way. Second place out there, the Washington Masters, pretty much engaged in a close race with the Great Lake Paddlers. But with every stroke that continues to grow, it is Heat just walking away from the field. Inside, 50 meters to go now. Heat continues to go. They are clear of the field, but behind them, it is a really tight race for second place. Is out of lane 1, the Dragon Beast Nova Scotia putting on the charge. They have come close to the Great Lake Paddlers, and if both of those crews have made their way past the Washington Masters as Heat comes across the line to take the field. Second is going to be a dead heat between lanes 1 and 2, Dragon Beast and the Great Lake Paddlers. Lane 5, the Washington Masters just sneak in for 4th place, and rounding out the field, the Silverbacks from lane 3.
I see the white flags up from the race officials. It looks like a clean race, and we'll wait for results. That was 64, Senior C Women's Small Boat. Just a little joke coming through from the internet here. You don't have to look for your catch. I'm right here. That was from Karen Lilwood.
Oh, boy.
Don't shoot me. I'm only the messenger.
Nope, just reading.
Thanks, Karen, for that great joke. Some laughter here during this long day helps. Just on the water, we've got race number 65 just sitting behind there. That's a Senior C Women Standard Boat. In lane number 1, we have Dragonheart Vermont. In lane number 2, Pickering Dragon Boat. In lane number 3, Bytown DBC. Lane 4, Gorging Dragon. And lane number 5, Ottawa DBC. And lane number 6, Heat the Village.
Results from race 64 unofficially. USA Heat takes it in 59.507. Second to the Great Lake Paddlers in 102.024. 500ths behind them, Dragon Beast Nova Scotia, 102.07. Washington Masters in 104.02. And then the Silverbacks in 104.665. Blink and you miss it here in these 200-meter races.
Did you hear about the sale at the paddle shop?
I did not.
It was a big ordeal. Ta-da! That was Darcy. What did the Dragon Boat coach say to the swimmer?
What did the Dragon Boat coach say to the swimmer?
Slow down. You're causing a wake.
That's not a joke. That's real.
That was Chibi from Toronto. Okay, you guys have way too much humor and time on your hands. All right.
Lily Ting says, these jokes are amazing. We'll bank them to tell what on the boat to my team between work pieces. Lily, don't. Trust me. I've tried this in Philly. It doesn't work. My wife bought me a book of dad jokes. I've been banned.
All right. This is going to be an amazing grand final, Senior C Women. 6 boats coming to the line, Senior C. These teams are very serious, very geared up, and ready to rock and roll for a 200-meter grand final women. 3 will take medals. 3 will feel a little hurt. But this is dragon boating for you.
We wouldn't have it any other way. The hard and the heartbreak is what makes it great, honestly.
Drummer on boat 1 is giving direction to have the boat go left to get into the boot. This is where teams are all taking a deep breath, collecting their thoughts, going through their game plan, and Team 1 has just missed the boot. They're going to back it out. Boat 2 is coming into their boot cleanly. We've got 3, 4, 5, 6 set. Boat 1 just resetting, coming to the left. Boat 1 slightly on an angle, but they're trying to get their head into that boot, and they have succeeded. Now, with a small angle, boat 1's going to come off the line and pull slightly to the right. And she's trying to get her helm to turn the back of the boat. All teams will be given the call from the starter. And there they go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the grand final of the Senior C women. Off the start line, lane number 1 pulls to the left, and they're going to try to get back online. Boat number 3 pulls away cleanly. That's Bytown DBC. In second, it will be Gorging Dragons. In third, it will be boat number 2, Pickering Dragon Boat. It is 3, 4, 2, 5. Coming down to the last 100 meters, Bytown DBC is still in the lead, followed by boat number 2, Pickering and Gorging. Coming into this final 50-meter stretch, it is going to be Bytown, followed by boat number 4, Gorging. In third, it will be between 5 and 2. It's going to be close, but Bytown has a clear lead over 4 benches. Bytown coming to the finish line with a commanding lead, and it's going to be Bytown, followed by Gorging Dragons. And it's going to be a fight between third. That will be Ottawa and Pickering. We'll wait for the results. An amazing race. And do we have race officials with a white flag?
Clean race so far, tight race. Bytown definitely stamped with authority the gold medal. Then the silver clearly went to the Gorging Dragons, but it's going to the photo between Pickering and Ottawa DBC because lanes 2 and 5 cross the lines together. Impossible to tell from up here. We have this wonderful vantage point from the 4th floor. The officials, I believe, are a floor above or are they a floor below us? Either way, they have a perfect view of the line. They've got the 2 cameras. They've been working hard all day on these photo finishes. And Carrie's pointing to the floor. They are below us. They have the best view and the best equipment to go down to the 100th of a second and give us the result. So gold to Bytown DBC. Gorging Dragons took second, but we're waiting to see.
Will it be a 3-team sweep for Canada?
This is unofficial. These times are unofficial because they have not been vetted out, but we know Bytown won it, Gorging Dragons took a second, and right now unofficially, Ottawa DBC is taking the bronze with a 55.41. 12 100ths of a second behind them is Pickering right now at 55.53. So 12 hundredths, blink and you miss it, off the podium.
Wow, what an amazing race for the grand final.
Exactly what you want in a grand final, and that's just how these 200s go. You can get these separations in a 500. They do happen. They've happened in the 1,000, but they're the norm and not just the exception in the 200 because there just simply isn't a lot of room between the top 6 crews in a bracket. That's the kind of racing you want.
To Wendy Fox, are you happy with Go Bytown? And Sharon Boucher, exactly. Come on, Bytown. And Vanessa, she also is voting for Bytown. Oh, Brian as well. Brian Krushank.
That was race number 65, the Senior C Women's Standard Boat Grand Final. We are now getting ready for race number 66, which will be the 3rd round for the Senior C Open Small Boat. Last chance for the crews that are trying to equate on time. Lane 1, closest to you will be the Great Lake Paddlers. Lane 2, Ottawa Dragon Boat Club. Lane 3, the Silverbacks from Germany. Lane 4, the Raysbury Dragons. And now in Lane 5, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association.
Dragonheart, Vermont, Lily Ting, thank you for putting a shout out to your team. We wish you were here as well, Lily. We'll hope to see you again soon out here at the World Championships.
Yeah, lots of love for Dragonheart, Vermont. Go Dragonheart, Vermont from Kathy Wheeler, Lily Ting. Go Super Seas, says Gabe DePahulian. Go Bytown. Kathleen Sullivan says her name is Kitty Sullivan. Shout out to the N2IC Empire Dragons. Bring it home, ladies. Empire strong.
With Heat Senior C team manager Please bring an extra crew sheet to race admin, please. Heat, Senior C, team and manager. To bring an extra crew sheet to race admin now. We're also calling race 66 and 67 to marshalling. We need race 66, Philadelphia Dragon Boat, to marshalling as well. Race 66, Philadelphia Dragon Boat. Race 66 and 67 to marshalling now.
I think 66 should already be there because I see them leaving the docks. If they're not there now, that's a problem.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we're on 66. This is Senior C Open, round number 3, third of 3. We're expecting to see the Great Lake Paddlers in lane 1, Ottawa DBC in lane 2, the Silverbacks in 3, Raysbury Dragons in 4, and PDBA, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association, in lane 5. Looking here at the comments, Susan McNeese, close times. Close times indeed. All these races are close. It's exactly what you want in a final. Some love for PDBA from Gene Schaller and N.E. Dunmeyer Swinson, PDBA go. Gabe Runme giving love to PDBC for the bronze, the Pickering. Great day of racing from the Senior C Open and Women's Dragon Beast from Nova Scotia today. Donna German says, way to go, Ottawa.
Who's that to your left there, Bob?
To my left? That's you.
No.
This
to
is a
your
trick
right.
question?
To your right, holding all those medals in the same jersey as yours.
Well, to the right.
Who is that?
Well, to my right is Matthew, but I think you're pointing at basically Ross Flemmer, who is visiting here. Are you going to put Ross on mic? Are we sure? I don't know if we want to do this. Could you clear this with the FCC? No, we're going to bring Ross on mic here.
Sorry, I've been hearing this about this superstar named Ross. Who is he?
This guy right here.
Hey, Ross, how are you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. And what's your position with the team?
Well, let's see. This week I've been sitting in the 3 seat, the stroke seat, and I've been doing quite a bit of captain duties. And since Robert McNamara's been down with COVID, we've also been helping little coaching duties.
You got 5 medals around your neck here. What's going on here?
Well, Bob here allowed me to race and
Allowed. Jesus.
So I've been I'm a longtime member of the PDBA. Started in 1992, and back then we were a smaller club. Dragon Boat wasn't quite as large, and then we just kept on building the crew along with the sport as the sport was growing. And I've had the opportunity to just have a lot of great experience with the PDBA, and it's just been awesome.
What's your thoughts about the races this weekend?
The races are fantastic. I came here a year ago, and it was like the dry run, and today this week has been fantastic. The 2K was, they made a couple small changes with the 2K that just made it an absolute dream to be a participant in the race with. It was awesome.
How are the Canadians doing against you guys?
Wow. They're doing fantastic. For me, it's always great to rub elbows with the Canadians because they're always just fast. And so in the Premier Open, they've been getting us, and then in the senior races, we've been getting them.
The Germans are looking strong as well.
Germans, they squeaked out a bronze yesterday in the Premier Mixed 2K. Premier Open. 2K, and the Beast. I think it was called the Beast Boys. Is that what they are, Bob?
Oh, the Beast Boat. Yep.
Beast Boat.
They got us by .385.
They were listening to the Beastie Boys right next to us.
Ross, would you like to help us call this race with Bob, race number 66, and you guys can both call this race?
Sure.
Hey, absolutely. And Ross is very humble. Some people will cast a shadow on the sport. Ross is the kind of paddler and kind of has a history and stature that would qualify as an eclipse. I don't think there's a paddler in North America that doesn't look up to try and follow his example. So it really is, it's an honor to be his teammate, and I'm not just blowing flowers up your rear here. It's been an honor to be your teammate, and I remember lobbying really hard last year after Nationals. It would be great to get you in a senior B boat, right? And that actually happened. It was Ross that was basically Ross and Chris Marquardt were our stroke pair for our gold medal earlier today, and that was an absolute delight. That was a once-in-a-lifetime kind of race, so it was a lot of fun. I'm glad you're here.
It was a delight to be with you, Bob.
So here, I'll give you the sheet for race 66, and you and Bob are going to turn your attention to the screen behind us, and you're going to call this race.
So, Bob, who's in this race today?
Well, lane 1, closest to us, will be the Great Lake Paddlers. They're out of Ontario, I believe. Lane 2 is the Ottawa Dragon Boat Club. Lane 3 are the Silverbacks. Lane 4, Raysbury Dragons from the UK. And in lane 5, the team near and dear to your and my heart in the interest of full disclosure, PDBA, doing their third round of 3.
And tell me what's happened in the first 2 races.
So far, pretty much these have gone PDBA's way. They had a 4-seat lead in the first race, 2-seat lead in the second. So they're going into this race because it's basically accumulated time with time in hand. They don't necessarily need to win. They just need to keep the other teams in reach. But all the other medals are up for grabs because the Great Lake Paddlers, Ottawa DBC, Silverbacks, and Raysbury have all been overlapping one another throughout the event. So it's still not over at all. There are still medals to be decided, but because it's not traditionally like a grand final where winner takes all, we have to look at the clock and the count back. But pretty much, I can guarantee that every boat in a 200 is going to do everything they can here coming into the start line.
So I got a question for you, Bob. What is your strategy when you're doing 3 races in a row over a course of, say, 2 or 3 hours? How do you approach each race?
I think some of the best advice I've been given when you're doing something like this is go only as fast as you need to, especially not only are you doing multiple races in a day, but this is day 3 of a 6-day regatta. So many of these crews are doing double duty, sometimes triple duty.
I got a shout out from online. Hello, Ross from Panama. This is Ricardo Chu saying hi to you.
Hi, Ricardo. How are you? Nice to see your name. And it's been a while since I've been in Panama. I need to come back and visit again.
You going to take Bob with you?
We should.
Okay.
So we did a great camp in Panama. We can talk about that in a minute. But we went to myself and Danny Ching and a few others went down there and we did a great dragon boat camp and then the outrigger camp. It was fantastic.
That's pretty cool. Never been to Panama. Linda says it's okay. I'm in.
It's like Tahiti, except for you're in the Americas.
Ooh, even better. All right, all 5 crews are under starter's order here, if you want to take it.
All right, so we're here at the start. The mitts are up and the mitts down, and we're going. Basically, in the start of a race, you're going to basically hit 3 deep, bump it up for 20, 30, 40, whatever you feel you should be doing. Right now, the PDBA in lane 5, they looks like they got a little like a 2 or 3 boat length lead at this. Seat lead. They're still in their high strokes just by looking at what they're doing. It looks like we have a close race for actually a challenger in lane 2. Lane 2 is absolutely challenging here. I'm looking at 2 and 3 as they seem to be kind of keeping up with the PDBA. And lane 1 is coming on strong here in the near the end. Now, who do you think is going to win here, Bob?
Right now, it still looks like it's going all PDBA's way, and I'm watching Bill Heffernan. As you probably know, you can watch Boss based on his body language.
And
he's going to tell the story, although one is making a fight.
On. Look at
But it's going to go PDBA out of 5, and then followed by 1, 2, 3, 4 in order, in their lane order. Philly takes it on the line, but they are followed then by Great Lake Paddlers, Ottawa DBC, the Silverbacks, and the Raysbury Dragons.
It looked like Ross was just looking at boat 5.
It's not easy to do this if you haven't done it. I mean, talk about throwing a poor guy into the deep end of a pool. This is tough, especially when you're calling a race that your club is in.
So the last time I did this, it was at the IDBR. It's before Bob took over. And so what I would do is I was the guy, like I was on the boat, I was safety coordinator, and I would actually mic all the races through a walkie-talkie. And then they finally got me off the mic.
Thank you very much, Ross. Thank you for coming up and showing us what gold medals look like.
Welcome.
Welcome.
And I've got to do one shout out before she goes around the corner. That Great Lake Paddlers helm is still wearing those same incredible pants from 2 days ago. The vertical stripes that make her like 12 feet tall. Those are amazing.
So why don't we let the crowd know what the finish was here?
Unofficially, we have the results times up here for race 66. PDBA took it in 54.60. Second place went to the Great Lake Paddlers in 55.17. Third to Ottawa DBC in 55.30, 0.13 of a second between them. The Silverbacks got fourth, 55.9, 0.6 back. And then the Raysbury Dragons round out the heat into 56.2. So again, less than a second and a half separation, first to fifth.
So what is that? What this number is down here?
That was just the clock still running unofficially. That's why they've got the big unofficial. Like, we're not allowed to say it's official until it's official, but those are good first impression times.
Thank you very much, everyone. We're going to be calling race 67 just momentarily. This is a call for race 69 and race 70 to the marshalling, please. Race 69 and race 70 to the marshalling. Yes, Heather Wilson. Bob here loves Cheryl's pants. She's amazing. I totally agree with you. And Lily has famous orange hat. This is Jeannie. Great job, Philly, from Enid. And Alma. Audio keeps going in and out. I'm not sure why, but we'll keep an eye on that for sure. Hey, Ross Flemmer. Hi from Terry O'Neill. Etna, who's now with Relentless. How cool.
Oh, wow. Hey, Terry O'Neill. This is Ross Flemmer. Hi back. It's. I hope your racing is going well with Relentless, and I wish you the best of luck.
This is race 67 coming from Sarasota, Florida. U24 Open and the ACP Open combined. We have 2 teams in the ACP division, and then we have 4 in the U24. I want to welcome a new announcer to the floor here. We've got Dominic Lai, Director of Dragon Boat BC, with us today, and he will be joining with Matthew Au. Matthew, I'll give you control here.
Yeah, thanks. Welcome, Dominic. We're very excited to have you here. How are you today?
I'm good. I was just coming by to say hi, and suddenly I'm on air, so we're just rolling with it today.
We're glad you have you here. We're looking at race 67, which is the U24 Open, ACP Open, small boat 200 meter. There are 6 boats in this heat, and again, 4 are U24 and 2 are ACP Open. Dominic, who do we have?
Perfect. So in lane 1, we have Cal Dragon Boat from Berkeley, California. Lane 2, we have Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Lane 3, we have Necker Dragon. Lane 4, we have LA County DBC from LA. Lane 5, in our all-cancer paddler division, we have Dragon Boat Charleston. And in lane 6, we have NBP Paddling Sarasota.
That's right. We're looking forward to this race. We have teams from all over the world. 4 American crews, 1 Canadian, and 1 German crew. You see them coming up to the line now. And as a reminder, we have the ACP Open Division. That's boats 5 and 6, Dragon Boat Charleston and NBP Paddling. The ACP Division is the all-cancer paddler division, where all competitors, helm, drummer, and paddlers must be all-cancer paddlers. Boats 1 through 4 are the U24 boats, where again all competitors must be 24 or under.
Perfect. They're just lining it up at the start there, getting into the start gate.
Now hopefully we don't lose any dragon heads like we have.
Looks like it's
Few times.
ready to go. Just getting ready there. And it's a clean start for race number 67 on the grid. Looks like 3 and 2 are taking an early lead, pulling ahead. 4 staying with the pack. Out on the side is at 6. 6 is ahead of 5 there.
That's right, still in the lead though. In boat 3 there is Necker Dragon out of Germany. Next to them is boat 4, LA County, making a move here halfway through. Looks like boat 2 also is trying to pick it up, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. And now they're in their 5 finishes, 100 meters out.
4-3-2 sticking it out all the way to the very end, and they're very, very close there. 2 might have a tiny lead, but it's really hard to tell right now.
And we see Cal Dragon Boat bringing up the rear in the U24 division. Boat 2, Pickering in particular, bringing up their rate into their finish here, 50 meters out. We see LA also bringing up their rate. The steer has the oar out.
It's really, really close, but it's looking like unofficially lane 2. Photo finish on 4 and 3. It's really, really hard to tell there, but amazing racing right there.
That's right, and we still have the ACP boats out. We see boat 6 and NBP paddling Sarasota.
Give a big cheer for them as they cross the finish line, and we have one more team getting right to the end.
And that's Dragon Boat Charleston.
We have a red flag on official boat number 6, and we have another red flag on official boat 1. We have 2 red flags up, which is a concern for the teams. They've noted something in this race, and we'll have to wait for the official announcement. But very good race. Dominic, how did you like it?
It's really interesting being on this side of it for once. I don't think I've actually had to do any race announcing before, so I'll add this to my... take this off my bucket list.
Tell me about your club in Vancouver.
Yeah, so I actually, Dragon Boat BC runs a paddling club in Vancouver right in Falls Creek. It's called Dragon Zone Paddling Club. We operate year-round. We run a range of competitive programs, so here right now we have Fire Truck Dragon Boat representing us in the Premier Mixed Division, but we also have a huge range of other teams, breast cancer teams, Premier teams, community teams. We have a couple of visually impaired teams. Big shout out to all of those teams that really bring together the community. But yeah, we're a community-focused facility that also has outrigger, flat water. We do everything and anything that involves a paddle and going forward.
Excellent. Thank you very much for Dom for coming up here and saying hi to us. We'll look forward to coming to Vancouver and joining your race. Hopefully you will take care of us if we come up.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see you all there in Vancouver next year.
Getting ready here for race number 68. This is your standard boat BCP women's round. Sheet says round 1, but the other sheet says round 3. So we'll get that squared. Let me get onto my online version here because there's always changes. You got to roll with the changes. We learned that yesterday. This is round 1 for the BCP women. I'm just making absolutely sure they have not raced previously. So it's the first time we're seeing these 4 crews. In lane 1, closest to you, will be Dragon Boat Charleston. Lane 2, not abreast. Lane 3, the Empire Dragons. And in lane 4, NBP Paddling, which is Nathan Benderson Park Paddling, the local team. They are going to do 3 rounds for time, similar to what we've seen in the earlier rounds. A couple strategies here. You can play it close, win by a little. Or if you want to throw down in one race, get a huge lead, make the other teams chase, save your energy in the second and third rounds, you can do that too. There's a bunch of different strategies you can apply, but ultimately, let's face it, if there's more than 2 boats going in the same direction, it's a race. And everybody in this race wants to win. This is the BCP Women's first round standard boat, race number 68. They're approaching starters order. You can hear on the walkie they're getting aligned. Little bit of a yaw again in lane 1. They're pointed slightly askew. That's probably from that hint of a crosswind we've got now developing in the afternoon sun.
Oh, and now that steer is cranking a little bit, moving that tail over.
Yep. Starter calls them attention, though. And away the gates go, and away we go. Lane 1 is Dragon Boat Charleston. Lane 2 is Not Abreast. Lane 3, Empire Dragons. And in Lane 4, NBP Paddling. Through the start and through the settle, these are all breast cancer survivors, including the drummer and the steerer by rule.
It looks like out in front we have boat number 4, NBP Paddling. This is on their home turf.
They know this water well. They practice on it, and they want to represent well here. First round of 3. They're definitely making a statement, getting almost now a third of a boat length lead on the rest of the field. NBP Paddling out of Lane 4, followed by the Empire Dragons in Lane 3, Not Abreast in Lane 2, and the Dragon Boat Charleston in Lane 1. And they will be racing in lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, but as they come to the finish line, it looks like they will be finishing in reverse lane order. As NBP Paddling strikes first and takes round 1, very close race for second. It's going to be virtually a dead heat. Not Abreast and Empire Dragons hit the line together, and out of lane 1, Dragon Boat Charleston rounds out our first round. White flags all around from the officials. Clean race.
Very nice clean race from these crews. 3 American crews and 1 Canadian.
Oh, the Americans.
Our next race coming up will be race 69. This is a small boat PD2 open race, round 1. This will be a 6-boat race, featuring in lane 1, Pad's Dragon Boat team from the Philippines. Lane 2, I have to believe it says DC Dragon Boat Club. We're going to assume this is the Out of Sight Dragons again. We're going to correct our notes. You're going to hear me do that all day long. Lane 3, Adaptive Fusion. Lane 4 is Para Fusion. Lane 5, Para Alliance. And Lane 6, Para United. Are these 3 para teams affiliated in any way?
So those are the 3 special IDBF affiliated teams that they have relaxed restrictions on to bring together para-athletes from all over the world.
Fantastic.
Very exciting.
This is a medal award ceremony for race 62 and 63. To the stage, please. With the following teams for race 62, PDB1 Open Small Boat, Out of Sight Dragon Boat, Adaptive Fusion Artista, and Pad's Dragon Boat Racing Team from Cebu City, Philippines, to the award ceremony. Race 63 to the award ceremony as well. Senior C Open Standard, Pickering Dragon Boat, Heat the Village, and Dragon Beast Nova Scotia Dartmouth. With all 3 teams, please go to the award ceremony now. Race 62 and 63.
Taking a look here on our live feed while I have a moment here. Take a look at some of these comments here. Monpad's asking, are the finals 3 rounds for 200 meters expected to happen today? Yes, for the crews that are racing today, they will finish racing today. All 3 rounds that they race today will be in the final. We have 200-meter racing tomorrow, but there's going to be different classes of boats. So everybody racing today finishes their rounds today. Go Empire, New York Strong, says Carmen Melian. L.A. Cunningham just says, woohoo! A woohoo for everybody. Alchemy Dragon Boat Services says, great race, Not Abreast. Jay Mitri says, good race, New York. Ani says, go Pads. Barbara Coolhan says, congrats, NBP, go Linda. Leslie Hutchings says, well done, Empire, sending hugs and kisses. Deborah Johnson says, great race, Empire. And Amanda Witt says, let's go, Adaptive Fusion.
Now, we just had a number of people shout out Empire Dragons in New York City. Empire Dragons is one of the teams that paddles out of the Flushing Bay Marina in Queens, New York. They are coached and captained by James Lozada, Donna Wilson, and Jennifer Marandino, and they were founded in 2009. They're New York's only breast cancer survivor team, and they have members from all over the tri-state area.
This is a special request. Dragon Aqua Senior A from Hungary. We need your club list for Dragon Aqua Senior A Hungary to race admin now. I repeat, Dragon Aqua SE from Hungary Senior A. We require your club list, please.
Looking towards the lagoon, we're waiting for our crews to come out here. This will be a 6-boat race in the small boat PD2 Open Division. This race was scheduled for 1:44. Current time in the east is 1:57. Again, not too far behind schedule, holding steady on 13 to 15 minutes. And while we're waiting here, I'll take a look at our comments. Jay Mitri says, woohoo, Queens. I hope you're talking about the borough, but if you're not, yay, Queens. Let's go, Tampa. Woo, from Nikisha Watson. Ian Rowena says, cheering from Cebu. Let's do it again, Pads. Fans from the Philippines. Got to be a massive time difference. Thanks for being on here with us. Verna Echevarria says, go Pads. Susan Barubi says, wahoo, Empire. Let's hear Deb Rogers saying, go Empire, go Denise. Ryu Zero coming up with another one of your jokes here. Kerry is not on mic at the moment. He's working with an official. But what types of stories are folk tales or dragons famous for? Long tails. Stay here for the jokes, kid. Tip your server. Try the veal. Let's go LA Dragon Boat Club, says Rub Rub. That's just the YouTube name. I'm not going to go any farther than that. Thank you all for your comments and your attention as we're getting ready to load up this PD2 Open race. This will be the first round of 3 for these crews. I can see from here the bright yellow shirts of Out of Sight Dragons have left the dock, and we'll wait on the other teams. I see our first crew having made their way out of the warm-up lagoon and onto the race course. The bright shirts of the Out of Sight Dragons from Washington, D.C. And again, even though this is listed as a small boat classification, they are racing in a standard boat, which normally seats 20, but it will be paddled by 10 very tough PD2 paddlers here in this first round. First round of 3.
So, Abby, your comment is, why did race 67 get a red flag? From our booth, we can't tell. All we know is when we do see a red flag from an official boat, they did see some infraction of some sort, and they report it up according to what they've seen. On the race grid and race results, we just say there is a penalty, but we do not explain on the race grid what that penalty is. Teams are given notice of why they were given that penalty, but it's not written on the documents.
Have 2 crews here pointed in the right direction. Looks like Out of Sight Dragons are pointed towards lane 2, and I'm going to guess that's the Pads Dragon Boat team from the Philippines. They just did a practice start and are now letting it glide, drifting in as they let it run.
Jeffrey Wintercorn is a fan of yours. Bob, he wants your autograph.
Oh.
You're the voice of Dragon Boat Racing.
That's very flattering.
Did you pay him?
I did not.
I think so.
Jeff's a good guy from Chicago. He's here with the Greater Chicago Dragon Boat Club.
Ah, wonderful.
He and John McDermott brought that team. They came to IDBR this year. They raced in Philly. I got a chance to see the club as they were tuning up here for CCWC. And no, he was not paid. Or I could just say I paid him twice as much as I paid him last year, which was 0.
Manon Lalonde, bravo to all the volunteers. I have to agree. On behalf of the IDBF and USDBF, we do thank you to NBP and the volunteers that have really made a difference here for the last 3 days. We still have 2 more great days of racing, but so far it's been amazing working with all the staff here.
Yeah, there's an enormous army of people that go to put on a race. This is the equivalent, basically, when you're running a multi-day championship like this, of running a single-day event 6 days in a row. So it's basically wake up, deal with all the logistics, all the environmental things that go on, making sure that the medical is here, the volunteers are taken care of, that the athletes are getting everything they need. And it's an incredibly huge organizational undertaking. So top to bottom, every one of the staff volunteers and the IDBF staff that are working here, all our race officials, all are pulling together to make sure this is pretty much one of the best events that North American Dragon Boat has seen for quite some time.
Monpads, good job, guys, covering this. I hope in the future we have a mic on each boat to add drama and excitement, which I could say attract more people to watch and even new paddlers. Well, there's a little catch. If we put mics on every single boat, you will hear language that is not suitable for families.
And a lot of breathing. People have asked me, seriously. They've said, will you ever comment a race while you're racing? And I'm like, why in God's name would you ever want that? Because this is not gentle. It's going to sound like part assault on myself and then part obscene phone call with just the heavy breathing and the gasping until the race is over. This is just how it goes. You don't want to hear that. Nobody wants to hear that.
If you know Olivia from Fire Truck, you do not want her on a mic. What she says on a boat versus what she is like in normal life is 2 different people.
I have heard all 7 words that George Carlin says you can't say on radio and television in a single race. Yeah, you know, the language, not suitable for children. In the 2K, though, like we were talking, sometimes you get multiple languages. I think, honestly, Italian sounds the best when it's angry. Truly. They could tell you to just go off somewhere, you know, va fanabli, go va vanabla, and it sounds awesome. You're like, yeah, it sounds good.
Say something nice in Italian for us, Bob.
Buon Natale.
What does that mean?
I think that means happy birthday.
What do you think? Aren't you Italian?
I sort of. I mean, my grandparents always went into Italian when they were talking about something they didn't want me to know about. So,
well, I'm Asian, and I'm not going to even try Chinese with you right now because those who are Asians will laugh at my accent. So.
I mean, the first thing I said, va fanabla, which is basically literally means go to Naples. It's not, you know, literally translated go to Naples. But if you say that to someone, it's not nice.
Just down to our left side, we see the award ceremony coming through. I see a Canadian team. It looks like they're in 3rd place. Do you recognize who that is?
No, not from up here, not without binoculars. They've got a maple leaf. I'll go with Canadian, like you said. That's all I've got.
That is race 63 down there on Senior C Open, getting their medals. In lane number 3, that won bronze, that is Pickering Dragon Boat Club, dressed in white with a red Canada flag on their hips. In 2nd, that is Heat, the Village.
So Mark's down there getting a medal.
That's
USDBF
right.
President
I
Mark Kane.
was wondering where he took off to.
Yep, he's getting some bling. That's what we're here for.
And in 1st place, that's Dragon Beast Nova Scotia, Dartmouth, dressed in black with yellow and red shoulders.
All right, full confession here. For 2 days, I thought that was a German crew.
They got the German colors.
I mean, I'm like, we went by and they were warming up, and I'm like, wow, their English is incredible. Like, there's not even a hint of an accent. And then I'm like, they're from Nova Scotia? Oh, that explains a lot. Okay, never mind.
Congratulations. That was Heat number 67, Senior C Open, getting their medals.
And looking to get their medals, we now have 6 boats approaching the line, and they are on their first step on their journey to get medals. This is in the PD2 Open Division, round 1 of 3. Lane 1, closest to us, trying to get another drummer to take flight, is Pad's Dragon Boat Racing Team from the Philippines. Lane 2, the Out-of-Sight Dragons. Lane 3, Adaptive Fusion. And then lanes 4, 5, and 6, the IDBF teams, Parafusion, Para-Alliance, and Para-United. Although, as I look, there are 5 boats on the water. It looks like we are still waiting for one more. Because I see lane 1, lane 2, lane 3, lane 4, lane 5. So I guess we're waiting on 6. We have not heard if they are a scratch. But if the race starts with these 5, then yes, they were. It does happen. We get dynamic changes all the time. You always have to pay attention to the schedule. Even the one we were handed this morning sometimes does not necessarily include changes at the last minute.
For the Para-Dragons, this is their first ever World Championship with various Para-Dragon categories. It's exciting for all of us. Although we have small and standard boats at these championships, the Para-Dragon teams will be racing 10 paddlers in a standard boat. The IDBF is keen to develop the Para-Dragon category. Over time, we will see the crews grow from 10 to 12, then 14, and so on per team. The 10 people per boat in the standard boat gives the boat more stability. As you guys know, the small boats are very tippy, and we don't want any issues of a boat flipping on them.
Quick question on the comment from Emily13. Is Bucks County Fusion in this race? No, they are not. I believe Bucks County Fusion is racing Senior A Women and Senior A Mixed. They are not in this race right now. We're in PD2. If I can, I'll look ahead and see where they might be today. Go Pads from Ken P. Oh, and Rachel S. answering the question. Bucks is in race 72. So there you go, Emily. Like Kali, no, 8. Go Pink Dragonistas, keep rocking.
We should hire Rachel here.
Oh,
she knows what's going on.
Yeah, pretty much. Rachel, come on up to the tower, 4th floor. Get a credential. Just mind the heat outside. It looks like we're going to go 5 boats. I know my schedule says 6, but it doesn't look like Para United is out there. So we've got 5 boats in this heat. So we'll go with Para Fusion and Para Alliance, and we'll get a correction later if needed. Pads will be in lane 1, closest to you. Nose in the air. Let's see if we can launch that drummer. Lane 2, out of sight Dragons. Lane 3, Adaptive Fusion. Lane 4, Para Fusion, and Lane 5, Para Alliance. As Carrie explained, 10 paddlers each in a 20-seat boat. This is heavy work. Have you practiced in a standard boat with like 10 people?
Yes.
Is it ever fun?
No.
No. It's basically, I want you to open the heaviest door you can repeatedly for a minute.
That's like paddling in a Taiwanese boat.
Yeah. I never paddled in a teak boat, but this has got to be a way to make it feel that way.
Have you ever paddled a Taiwanese boat?
I have not, no.
The fly catcher?
A true fly catcher, no, I have not.
Oh, you got to try those things. Those are a beast.
I mean, they look as wide as a semi. I mean, the dragon heads wouldn't even fit through a doorway.
Go to Portland, Oregon. They have a great race down in the Willamette River where they do the Taiwanese boat fly catching. And when you race down the race course, you pass the finish line. You have somebody climb on top of the head and grab a flag.
Lane 3 taking that really yawed line, and look out lane 4. Lane 3 is pointed right at you, but we are underway as the gates drop. The helm for lane 3 doing their best to try and get things on course. Meanwhile, lane 4 takes evasive action. So we've got 2 for the price of 1 in lane 3, but no contact. Lane 3 takes the hard turn and makes their way back. Meanwhile, avoiding all this riffraff, taking off like she's on a space shuttle launch, is the drummer for the Philippines. Lane 3 yaws back in towards lane 2, but everything is fine. Continuing her way into a low Earth orbit is the Philippines drummer. They've got 3/4 of a boat length with those 10 paddlers just absolutely crushing it, as they have been all day long. I can't get enough of this. I mean, it's ridiculous to look how high up in the air she is, and they're just killing it like it's the easiest thing in the world.
It's funny. You're watching boat 1, and I'm watching boat 3. I'm watching this boat go left and right.
They're fine, though. They're in the middle. They haven't hit anything across the line at full speed in a raging cloud of delightful spray. The paths from the Philippines by open water. Lane 6 and 4 are going to cross the line. That is Para United and Para Fusion. In the middle of that, somehow getting back to the lane they needed to be in was Adaptive Fusion. And out-of-sight Dragons behind them got a front row seat to all of that mayhem in that particular race. But that was an absolute, oh, what a surprise, a red flag. Well, I have a feeling, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that we probably had a slight lane violation off that start for, unfortunately, for Adaptive Fusion.
That boat 1 looked like they were launching into stratosphere. I mean, and this has been going on all morning.
I want online what they have at the X Games when someone comes out of the half pipe for the amplitude meter. I want to measure how high the drummer is every round and see if they can get her like 6 feet up by the last round.
Oh, man, these teams are just amazing.
They are putting on an incredible show. I had us off to all of these crews. And, I mean, yeah, there was a red flag, but there was no collision, which is good because these custom wraps on these boats are really, really nice.
I do give credit to boat number 3 there when she went left right at boat 4, pulled back into lane 2, and kept it back into a center line to the finish. But you're right. The red flag went up, most likely a result of that team going off center course.
I mean, not all who wander are lost, but if you're wandering in a dragon boat race, the officials are going to flag it every time.
What are the results?
Well, first place, no surprise, in a 55.83 is the Pats Dragon Boat team from the Philippines. Parafusion takes second in a 101.89. Para United takes third in a 102.11. Adaptive Fusion in a 102.46. And in fifth place, Out of State Dragons, 112. We're getting ready for race 70. Coming up, we'll tell you who that crew is in 1 second.
This call for our medal award ceremony for race 64, Senior C Women's Small Boat. With the following teams, please come to the medal award ceremony. Dragon Beast, Nova Scotia, Great Lake Paddlers, Ontario, and Heat the Villages. Race 64, award ceremony, Senior C Women. Also calling award ceremony for Senior C Women's Standard Boat, race 65. With Ottawa, Gorgon Dragons, and Bytown. Please come to the medal award ceremony now. This is race 70 on the water. U24 women and BCP women small boat. Now BCP is cancer paddlers. BCP is all competitors including paddlers. Helm and drummer must be breast cancer paddlers. We have 6 boats on the water. And all 6 boats are now on the race course heading towards the start line. In lane number 1, we have Pickering Dragon Boat Club. In lane number 2, LA County DBC. In lane number 3, Cal Dragon Boat. Lane 4 of the BCP category, Hope Afloat USA. Lane 5, Dragon Heart Vermont. And lane number 6, Pink Dragonistas. A shout out to the Dragon Heart Vermont. You go, girls. This is from Paula Online. Hello to my little sis, Pat, and her teammates. Thank you very much for the shout out. E. Betts, Philly in the house. Go Hope Afloat. Pink Dragonistas, go, go, go. From Cornelia. Lou Riaz, let's go LAC DBC. Brandon King, Dragon Heart, VT, baby. Double Shine, go Bears. A lot of Bear fans here.
Oh, Cal has a huge following here.
Have you ever heard their team cheer?
I have not.
You got to go check it out. Something with the word fight, fight, fight at the end. And they do this little run at each other, and they do this bump chest in midair, and they find that funny.
At 51, I don't know if I want anybody flying into me. We don't get up so easy at this age.
Depends. If it's a drink, we will. All right, this is race 70 coming your way, U24 Women and BCP Open. This is Bob Minna from the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association, and I'm Kerry Chow from Vancouver, Canada. We're happy to be here to help with the IDBF 13th World Cup.
Quick, look at the logo. It's on a banner right down there. It's right there. Just read it.
The brain has gone dead here.
I like the World Cup, but that's
this
something.
Is the Club Crew Championships.
Yeah, you put us in Qatar, but that's fine. We're good. I mean, the heat feels about the same. It's not quite the dry heat they're going to have in Qatar.
This is only day 3, by the way.
I know. It's the 6th day regatta. Pace yourself.
Well, the hardest part of calling these races is the 200. It's so quick, and they quickly 8-minute turnarounds, and we're back online again. So.
Exactly right.
Here they come.
You got this one, sir.
I was looking down there for Mark Kane, and that's like, hey, where's Mark getting his award? And I look up, and Mark is right behind our TV here in the tower.
Mark's everywhere.
Oh, Mark has got a silver. I thought you'd get gold there, buddy. Okay. All right, this is race number 70, U24 and BCP Open. There is 3 teams in the U24 category, lanes 1, 2, and 3. In lanes 4, 5, 6 to the right of your screen is the BCP team. Starter has got the call, and we're waiting for boat 5 just to come in. Boat 4 backs out. They've lost the cup there. They're going to try to reset their boat. The wind is picking up, and you can see the water being pushed again from the west to the east. It's coming across that lake a little bit stronger this afternoon. Teams are just struggling to keep their boats in line. And you see boat number 5 pulling out. 4 is pulled out as well. And there's boat 1 with a slight angle to the boat, and you see their left drawing to keep the boat in line for the steers.
You're right to point out the wind. As I look down at the flags behind the podium, they have all pivoted 90 degrees from the light wind this morning, and we have definitely got a pretty stout tailwind that's going to give these steerers quite a bit of work to do.
Yeah, this is a bit of a struggle. I'm surprised these drones are actually holding up quite well in the wind. Oh, nope, he's just nodding his head.
The drone was just nodding yes.
Yes.
Ooh, big rock from lane 4, racing with a gap row.
Yeah, they've gone down to 8 paddlers instead. But the boat doesn't sit up like the Philippine boat.
Nothing sits up like the Philippines. NASA is basically on the phone with them going, how'd you do that? There's an aerodynamics lab trying to work on it. We've got some ideas.
Boat 4 is coming back. I hope online you guys are enjoying our commentary. This is the first time I've worked with Bob. I think we're having a great time. But please give us your feedback if we can do things better for you. If you guys want us to do things different, just let us know. We love feedback.
We do.
Positive ones only.
I can live with it. I work for a hospital, my real job. I'm used to getting criticized all day. It's fine. This is fine. Boat 3 currently reversing course, now coming back up. Now, how much of this is real strategy versus gamesmanship?
Boat 4 is now pulling out. It's just, they're...
Right. They're riding the seesaw. I'm watching. I'm like, okay, how much of this is we want to be last in, and they're just playing the games? Not that our helms would ever do that.
Oh, they're really pulling out.
Yeah, I hope a float right now in lane 4 is, the way they're going, they're headed back towards Philly.
3 is also having some struggles here now, too. Yeah. They're past the gates.
And the wind has shifted. Look at those flags behind the podium. I know you can't see it on the stream, so I'll describe it. When I brought up the wind, and Kerry brought up the wind a little ago, they were pointed 90 degrees in a different direction. They've swiveled again, so now it's a full-on crosswind. And we've got 3 and 4 both backing out as everybody else tries to hold in place.
Have you ever raced in Denver?
I've not. I've run in Denver, but I've never raced a dragon boat in Denver.
So they run their race on Sloan Lake, and they get this weird wind out of nowhere as well. And it can be very tough to race in that city. Oh, we got them all in set. There we go. The starter's probably going to call this race pretty quickly before another boat shifts. And boat 4 is shifting again.
I thought we had it.
I thought so, too. I saw the head in the cup, and then, lo and behold, they pulled out again. Let's see what's happening here.
Oh, you can see they're getting pushed. I mean, you can see in the frame on the stream, they're moving. The wind is basically moving them from right to left. And take a look down on the beach. You cannot see this. There's a German fan probably for the Dragonistas, but the German flag she's holding over her head
They're going to call this race without them in the cup. There they go. Boat 4 was not in the cup, and they're going to start without them in the cup. So there they go. Off the line is boat number 2. Boat number 2 being LA County. In second, in the U24 Cup, it will be boat number 1, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. In first place in the BCP, we have a fight between Dragonheart Vermont and Pink Dragonistas in lanes 5 and 6. Coming to the finish line, it's going to be a fight between 1 and 2. 1 and 2, Pickering in 1, LA County in 2. In third, in the U24, it is Cal. Coming to the finish line, it is going to be LA County. In the BCP division, in first, it's lane 6, Dragonistas, Pink Dragonistas. Coming to the finish line, U24, it's going to be 2, 1, 3. LA County, followed by Pickering, and then Cal. On the BCP division, it will be Pink Dragonistas in lane 6, coming second, Dragonheart Vermont, and coming in last, unofficially, Hope Afloat USA. We'll look for the flags to see if there's any penalties. I see a white flag and a white flag. It looks like a clean race.
The starter is not your friend was some of the advice I was given before my first festival, and Hope Afloat basically just learned that lesson. They were probably given 2 or 3 tries, and the starter said, get it aligned or we're going without you, and they went. And then, of course, they're racing with only 8 in the boat. They gutted it out the entire way, but that is the tough way to go. So it was an excellent race between Pickering, LA County, and Cal. Hope Afloat, Dragonheart, and Pink Dragonistas. We will see these crews again, as this was their first round of 3.
There's call for race number 75 and 76 to the marshalling. Race 75 and 76 to the marshalling, please.
Coming up next, and it's going to be a quick turnaround because with the time delay to get that U24 and BCP race underway, we now have the Senior A Women's Small Boat. This is race 71 on the program, 71 of 90 today, 19 races remaining, turning them around in 8-minute centers here. Lane 1, closest to you, will be the Windy City Dragons out of Chicago. Lane 2, the Edmonton DB Racing Club. Lane 3, Necra Dragon from Germany. Lane 4, 22 Dragons from Montreal. And Lane 5, the Wannsee Dragons. This is Senior A Women Small Boat, round 1. They also are doing 3 rounds for time. All 5 of these boats now approaching the boots, the cups, the gates, whatever you wish to call them.
Dragon Aqua team manager to the admin booth, please. Team Aqua, team manager to the admin booth.
Got a lovely comment from Sharon Nazerski saying, way to hang in there, Hope Afloat. Absolutely. Definitely a tough way to race, but they got it done. Marcus Forrester says, Pink Dragonistas with a flex arm. Penny Bradley wishes, go Dragonheart Vermont. Kelly Furman says, go EO Edmonton. There's an I in there, should be an O. Probably go Edmonton, but let's call it like we see it. The Pink Dragonistas, wow, from Kirsten A. Victoria S. says, go Windy City Ladies. BB Wolf says, go 22 Dragons. And John Ham says, let's go ERDBC from Edmonton. Let's go Kathleen Hatch. Lily Ting says, let's go 22 Dragons. Fans everywhere checking in on the commentary. We love the comments. Keep them coming as we have 4 of the 5 boats in line. Windy City walking it in, getting that nice little mental advantage of being the last crew in.
Do you ever cycle teams?
Cycle them?
Like psych them out?
Oh, never.
Yeah, you do. You give them a look.
Nonsense.
You give them that Italian, death stare.
I never look outside my boat. under penalty of death by my drummer. We have alignment. The gates drop, and away we go. Windy City from Chicago, closest to you in lane 1. Edmonton DB Racing Club in 2. Necra Dragon in 3. 22 Dragons in 4. And the Wannsee Dragons in 5. And it is the 22 Dragons, 22, out of lane 4, getting the jump. They've got a 3-seat lead on the field right now, whereas lanes 1, 2, 3, and 5 are absolutely level set. The 22 Dragons continuing to stretch that lead out. Every stroke now, they have jumped clear of the field. Their helm is clearing the Dragon Heads. They are trying to put as much time in the bank as they can with 2 more rounds to go. We were telling you before about the strategies you can employ when you're doing multi-round racing. And 22 Dragons have said, we're just going to punch the clock, get as much time in hand as we can, and then just play it out as we need to later this afternoon. So out of lane 4, it's going to be 22 Dragons striking first, but it's anybody's race in second place as Windy City closing up rapidly in lane 1 right behind. So 22, Windy City, followed rapidly by Edmonton, Necra Dragon, and then the Wansea Dragons.
It looks like both three, the sign died.
It's laid down. It's just resting. It's fine. And the drummer is attempting to fix it. Trying. But I would, ooh, brave. Turning around.
Oh, she got it.
She's got it. Stands it up.
Yeah, it's saved.
Well done. If I had tried that, the next thing you would have heard was a walk and then a splash as I went over the side. Well done. So we will see all 3 of these crews, but my goodness. 22 Dragons up and out of there. Advantage 22 for the next round, which will be coming up in race 80. Just 9 races. Quick turnaround for these ladies.
Welcome back, Mark. How's your racing?
We had a good day. We had another silver in the 200 Senior C Open boat. So we had silver in the 2K and now silver in the 200.
You're going to call race 72. Is that okay with you?
I'm good with that.
All right. This is race 72 coming your way. Senior A Women's Standard Boat. And Mark Kane, president of the USDBF, will be calling this race.
Okay, in lane 1, you have Ottawa DBC. In lane 2, you have Bucks County Fusion. Lane 3, Bytown DBC. Lane 4, TNPC. And lane 5, South Breeze out of Southern California.
Of these teams, do you know any of them personally?
I know the team manager on Bucks County fairly well, really great guy to work with, and I know some of the folks from South Breeze, a highly competitive team.
Great. So these are both the American teams, I see.
Yes.
Well, we've got 3 Canadian teams, and I'll talk about them. There's boat number 3 from Ottawa, Bytown. Bytown has been a very strong force all last 3 days, and they've got a very fast start. In position 4, that's TNPC, True North Paddling Club, also known as Outer Harbor. Outer Harbor also has the Hammerheads, and this team is now called TNPC. And also there in lane 1 is the Ottawa Dragon Boat Club, again from our capital of Canada, the Ottawa DBC team. Their Tim Horton race, a very, very impressive race if you guys want to race on the east side. Ottawa's got a great race up there as well.
Yeah, Bucks County, I've talked to the coach of Bucks County, Tommy Leonardi, and he thinks they've got a lot of potential here this week.
Tommy paddles with you guys?
No, Tommy paddles with PDBA.
Oh, PDB, that's it.
Okay, the boats are almost all in the boot. One has backed out. They're trying to work it in using their back paddlers. They're at an angle. They need to draw. They're drawing over, trying to straighten boat number 1 up. Steerer has the race. And they're off.
This is the Senior A Women Standard Boat. Heat number 1.
Right now, it looks like boat 4 has got a lead. Boat 1, after getting straightened out, is coming on very strong. Boat 5, in the outside lane, boat 5, South Breeze, and boat 3, which is Bytown, are both being very competitive. 2 is hanging in there as well. I mean, this is pretty even across the board. 4 has a clear lead. We're about 100 meters to go, a little less. It looks like 4 is in the lead here. 2 is closing. 1 is coming on strong.
So it's a TNPC.
Looks like 4, 5, and 1, but it's going to be really close, and Bucks County is coming on as well. Looks like 4, 1, 5. Unofficially, collision at the end.
Oh, just a slight turn on the boat number 3, Bytown, on the finish line, loses a little control and collides with boat 4 after the finish. The question is, will there be a penalty? And it looks like the official is raising the red flag.
Right.
And that was a collision that was not necessary, but looks like everyone's okay. And what happens when they come through that finish line? A lot of teams let go.
Yeah, some paddlers will ease off before the helms gives the command to ease off, and you get unequal power side to side, and the boat's going to skew on you.
So from that vantage point, it was the True North Paddling Club taking first. Coming second was boat number 1, Ottawa, followed by...
Looked like South Breeze.
South Breeze. We'll see. Let's wait for the results. And All right, we have some unofficial results here. It was True North in first with a time of 50.46, Ottawa with 51.46, and South Breeze with 51.95. But with the officials raising the red flag, there could be a potential penalty coming through. At this point, this is unofficial at this time. Thank you very much, Mark. We'll let you call the next race as well. You guys got control?
Getting underway here, we just saw race 72, which means if we're following the numbers, race 73 comes next. This is another heat for the Senior A women. This will be a 4-boat race. First one was 5. We've got 4 in this heat. Lane 1 will be open. Lane 2 will be Tampa River Dragon Boat. Lane 3, H2O from Montreal, Canada. Lane 4, CSDC Liquid Assets. And Lane 5, the hometown NBP Paddling, Nathan Benderson Park. Senior A women. So unlike the rounds for time, Mark, this is a progression.
It is.
Which I prefer.
Yeah. Well, the rounds for time, if they have so few boats, it's cumulative time. These are where you have a big enough field where you have to go through the whole progression with the repechage and all of the progression elements.
What do you prefer?
To be honest, I paddle Senior C, and we're a pretty small age division, and we typically do the cumulative time in the Senior C division.
You like that? Do you prefer it, or?
I like the progression.
Yeah. I always feel better with a progression. There's a strategy to it. There's a go as fast as you need to in the heat, get through the semi, but then there is just something fantastic about the one race for all the marbles grand final that a timed race, you may know you've won, but it just doesn't have that same sort of effect. So I've always felt this is the way to go. So I'd like to see the senior fields grow so that you guys can do a proper progression.
Yeah, so would we. Little color on this race. Tampa River Dragon, City of Tampa, these are paddlers who paddle out of a brand new, well, not brand new now, it's probably about 2 years old, boathouse that was built by the City of Tampa on the Hillsborough River. It's an absolutely gorgeous facility for those of us that paddled in Tampa in the past. Our boats were scattered between about 3 or 4 facilities all up and down the river, so now most of the dragon boat teams in Tampa are centralized in this gorgeous facility built by the City of Tampa.
It's a cathedral. Having come there for training camps, from Philadelphia, where basically we put our boats in the water and tie them to a tree for 6 months. When you come and you see this gorgeous boathouse where the boats are lovingly rinsed down and then put away each night, and they're just stored and they're safe and they're protected from the elements, and then you get them out the next day to play, it's like, is this how it's supposed to be?
That was a big commitment to get that done because, like I said, the teams were scattered all up and down the Hillsborough River, and the boats were all outside. So it's with covers, and the teams always wash their boats at the end of the day. But then you have a thunderstorm, and why'd you wash the boat?
Oh yeah. Now, do you wash it? I ask this genuinely because that's something new. Because basically in Philly, when it rains, the boat gets washed, done. You bail it the next day, and out you go. Is it a saltwater prevention or just because of the sun and the salt and just the general beatdown you get from the weather here?
Yeah, the general beatdown, but the Hillsborough River dumps into Tampa Bay, flows into Tampa Bay, which is salt water, and the river is brackish quite a ways up. So you do have to protect the boat and the fittings and the wood on the boats from the effects of the salt water.
Because the first time I was at a camp and they're like, we have to wash the boats. I thought they were joking. I'm like, wait, really? I thought we were just putting them away. And they're like, no, here, grab a sponge. Here's a hose. I'm like, we're washing okay.
We actually, there was a group of Team USA paddlers, and we were lent a boat, but it was kept in the water in Tampa. And once the water temperature reaches a certain, or once the water reaches a certain temperature, the barnacles will grow on that boat almost overnight, and you have to take it out and high pressure wash it routinely to keep it so it flows. Otherwise, it feels like you're paddling in wet cement with all those barnacles.
Yep. I remember the barnacles from my first Worlds in Tampa in 2011, when by the 4th day of the regatta, scraping the bottom of the boats with a towel became normal because they were there that fast. And those were new hulls that were put in for practice that week.
Yeah,
and they'd already been attached.
Yeah, those boats had been in the water 6-7 days,
Yeah.
and they had the barnacles on them already.
Yep. All right, looks like we've got 3 boats on the water, the 4th crew of this 4-boat race making their way out through the gate now.
Yep.
I believe we are waiting on Tampa River Dragon Boat as we're talking about them, because it looks like lanes 3, 4, and 5 are all lined up.
Yep.
So Tampa River's going to have to hustle a warm-up, but everybody else being patient, waiting at those staging buoys. Just shy of the 250-meter mark. Do you like this distance? Is the 200 a distance you like, or do you prefer the longer?
I like the 2K.
There you go. Now you're talking my language.
The 2K, you can settle into a rhythm. I mean, it's a grind. It is an absolute grind, but you can still settle into that rhythm, and you really get the feel of the boat going. In a 200-meter, the sprint, it's a start, 20 strokes, and a finish.
Yeah, I basically, as a non-sprinter myself, I am very impressed with the really fast premier-type crews that can get up and get this thing done in 42, 43, 44 seconds.
Right.
Because that just, it takes me, I know personally, and every athlete is different, it takes me 150 meters to get up to speed. Yep. So, you know, I'm hanging on for dear life, and you're either a specialist at this or you're not, and there's people that absolutely love it. I think there's people that look at this race and adore it the same way you and I like the 2K and the 1K, and that's the beauty of Club Cruise. You've got a different distance for everyone. We don't do the 1K here at Club Cruise. It's 200, 500, and 2K, but you got the Sprinter's Delight in the 200, the endurance race in the 2K, and then meet in the middle at the 500 and settle your grievances on Saturday and Sunday.
That's right. And the 500 is, the 500, about the time you hit that 250-meter buoy where the buoys change colors, you're going, are we there yet?
Or if you're chasing
and
you're starting to walk through someone, that's the most delicious feeling in the world.
True statement.
All right, we've got all 4 boats under starters order here. They've been called to the gates. Closest to us will be Tampa River Dragon Boat, then H2O Montreal, Canada, Senior A, CSDC Liquid Assets, and NBP Paddling. These are Senior A women age 40 to 49. This is the second heat. They have a 9-boat field. First 5 already raced. These 4 will race.
Tampa River's a little bit sideways there. They're trying to draw it around.
You've seen a lot of that today.
I know their steers person. She works it hard. She's a good steers person, so it's a little unusual.
And out of lane 1, though, we've seen that. Whether that's the wind really hitting lane 1, they seem to be the ones that are most impacted by it. Monique's got her hand up. That is Monique, yeah?
Yes, it is. She's got her hand up. They're trying to get it straightened out.
They'll get there.
She's got her hand down. Rachel's happy with her alignment now. Starter's got the race.
Gates down, and away we go. You've got it, Mark.
Okay, it looks like 3 got the jump on the start, and that is H2O Montreal. They definitely got the jump on the start. They are out in front of the pack. 4 looks like 4 is next, and Tampa River is making up a little bit of ground here. And NBP Paddling on the outside lane.
They're in lane 5.
Lane 5, they're working hard. Looks like they've got a slightly slower stroke rate, so
they're going for that top hand pound, but as we turn towards the last 50 meters, it is H2O from Montreal, Canada, that are going to try and strike to get into the direct final. They will be followed to the line out of lane 4. It looks like CSDC Liquid Assets is going to get second. Third is going to go to Tampa River Dragon Boat, and NBP Paddling is going to round out the heat. So now punching their ticket through is H2O Montreal, Canada. They will go direct to final. And then we'll wait to see, because the way the progression works, winner goes direct to final, next fastest time goes to final. Everybody else in these 2 heats goes to the repechage. And for those who don't know what a rep is, the French word, repechage, what does it mean?
A repeat race.
Yep. Last chance, basically. Top
Yep.
2 from the rep go to final. Your goal always in a heat progression like this, as we're talking about it, is to win. Because if you can get through, it'll save you a race.
That's right.
You don't really want to have to do that extra race. Even if it's only 200, that's another race you got to do in the heat. It's going to take that much spark away from you in the final. So
Yeah, you get in our races, it was a race every 48 minutes when we were not doing the progression but doing the cumulative time.
Yep.
So if you can get an extra 48 minutes with your feet up and in the shade and some water, it's a true advantage. The unofficial results are H2O Montreal in a time of 51.1, CDC Liquid Assets in a time of 51.8.
and they've been doing that to me all day.
They took the time away before I could finish.
Yeah, what you can't see is as we're looking at our results board, they're flipping to the next race because we're moving the progression along. And while I've been reading them and while Mark's been reading them, they just clear the board, and that's that.
The next race will be race 74, which is a small boat Senior A Open. Lane 2 should be Northern Beaches Dragon Boat Club out of Australia. Lane 3, H2O Montreal, Canada. Lane 4, Dragon Aqua from Hungary. And lane 5 is the Dubai Diggers.
They are doing a progression as well, so
Yep.
they are not doing for time. This is their first heat. There are 7 total Senior A small boats. Four crews making their way to the start line. 4 countries represented here in this heat: Australia, Canada, Hungary, and Dubai, the United Arab Emirates.
Ottawa in race 92, the Senior C. Please report to race administration to submit your crew list. Race 92, Ottawa Senior C mixed. Please report to race administration to submit your crew list.
All 4 of these crews here in race number 74. Dealing with these crosswinds now that have developed this afternoon and making their way under starter's order. Bit of chop beginning to appear in the channel here at Nathan Benderson Park. Still nothing the steerers can't handle, but it does make it a little dicier. As you described earlier this week, how basically once the day goes on and we get the heat up on this side and then the sea breeze kicks in, you just get that wind in the afternoon.
That's exactly right. In the morning, as I said the other day, the wind tends to be east to west, and in the afternoon, it completely switches direction and we go west to east.
Yep, every flag down here is flipped direction. Hopefully it's making it feel a little cooler for all of these athletes down there.
And they're off. And lane 2 is Northern Beaches, lane 3 H2O Montreal, lane 4 Dragon Aqua, and lane 5 Dubai Diggers. Lane 3 is off to a great start. Dubai Diggers is coming on hard in the outside lane.
Look at that bow wave, though, off H2O from Montreal. The spray going forward is almost reaching the Dragon's neck.
Yes. Okay, as they come to about the 100-meter mark, we have...
That's Dubai out
It's
there
Dubai
in lane 5.
out there in lane 5 going very hard. Again, with a big bow wave, bouncing that dragon head up and down, and they are in the lead. And then followed by H2O Montreal, and then followed by Dragon Aqua and Northern Beaches Dragon Boat Club in lane 2. Unofficially, it looked like 5-3-4-2. Unofficially.
Looked that way to me. It was very close because it looked like you rarely see lead changes in a 200 like that.
Right.
Montreal got out, Dubai got the lead, but then Montreal actually had a finish that had them closing down. So that's
Yeah.
definitely going to go to photo for the heat win.
Yeah, I mean, Montreal came on hard at the end, and as Bob said, to have a finish in a 200 make a difference is unusual.
It does happen, though.
Yep.
We've got the results up unofficially already right behind us.
Dubai
Yep.
Diggers 51.4, Montreal H2O Montreal 51.6, Dragon Aqua 55.3, and Northern Beaches 56.2.
This is a call out for race number 77 to the marshalling, please. Race 77 to the marshalling, please.
Dubai taking it on the line by 0.15 of a second. So Dubai will go direct to final. And it looks like Montreal may be the second best time in that heat. And then everyone else to rep. We will see them all in the rep later this afternoon. We've got one more Senior A Open small boat heat coming up. That'll feature 3 boats: Bucks County Fusion, Necro Dragon, and Washington Masters. Now Matthew's not up here, but I wonder if his father is going to be in this small boat.
This race is scheduled for 2:32. Time here in Sarasota, Florida is 2:47. So we're just behind a little bit. We're catching up time here. Heat's coming up now. The sun is showing its face, and the sun is coming down. No more cloud cover here.
Take a quick look at the comments here between these races. Marianne Rivera says, great job, South Breeze. Honeyleen Martinez says, go Dubai Diggers. Ryan Guayamon says, Diggers, with a fist pump. Let's go Outer Harbor from Kevin K. Monica Moody says, good job, Nikki and the Diggers. Ryan Guimon says, nice job, Diggers, again. Sharda Naidu says, whoop, whoop, Dubai Diggers. Dubai having a lot of fans out there.
We still got lots of fans online. It's picked up to 1,073 people watching this online. This is great.
And they're tuning in for the best part of the day, too.
That's correct.
They're tuning in for us.
No.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I don't mean to burst your bubble, but we just happen to be, as you said earlier when we were trying to figure out how we were going to do this, the Waldorf and the Stadler up in the box commenting on what we see.
Okay, hang on a second. Waldorf and who?
Stadler.
Who's Stadler?
The Muppets.
Oh, yes, that's right.
It's a terrible show. I know. See you next week? Of course. Yeah, those guys.
You got me there, Bob.
The Muppets? Come on.
The 2 old guys up in the stands who always make those funny, sarcastic comments.
Okay, race 75, the second heat in Senior A Open. Lane 2 is Bucks County Fusion. Lane 3 is Necro Dragon. And lane 4 is Wham!
The Washington Masters. I was saying before, I love the yellow, the bright Dayglow hats and the blue kit. I know that's the only team I know by sight from 500 meters. That's Wham!
Yep.
You know what's amazing about that Wham team? They haven't changed their jersey for years. They've worn that jersey, same design, year after year. Not one change.
Nothing wrong with that. Why mess
Not
with
mess with
perfection?
success.
Yep.
And the boats are approaching the boots. 2 is in, and they are working hard to keep it straight. The starter has the race, and they're off. 3, looks like 3 got the jump on the start. Took him a stroke or 2 to get it going, but 3 definitely had a jump on the start.
Necro Dragons are in lane 3.
That's Necro Dragons, and it's tight between Bucks County Fusion and Wham. They are, looks like Bucks County's got a little bit of a lead on Wham. And it looks like they're picking up on Necro Dragon as well. They're gaining ground.
Look at the difference in stroke rates. You've got that long, slower pound by Necro Dragon. Bucks is trying to match that, but Wham is probably a good 4 or 5 beats higher than the others.
Yes.
Good race here between Bucks and Necro Dragon. Washington looks like they're going to be sitting third, but this is going to come down right to the last stroke on the buoys between Necro Dragon and Bucks.
10 meters to go, and Bucks is closing. It's close.
Yeah, no.
I'm not going to call it.
No, sir. I'm going to call that a dead heat between Bucks and Necro Dragon with Washington in third. White flag, clean race.
You guys give me 3 minutes. I'll call the race for you.
Give you 3 minutes so you can see the official results online.
Darn. You caught my little secret there, my friend.
I'm not betting.
There's a shout out to all the vendors there. Picked up the best mango butter smoothie and coffee today. Can't wait to try another food truck tomorrow. Great job to Sarasota County employees too. Thank you, Lisa, for supporting the local vendors here.
Moving the program right along. That was race 75. We will get race 76 underway in not too long because the boats are already through the gate.
Go for commentator.
Race 67B, can you put a call out for the second place team? Dragon Boat Charleston. Over.
Copy that. This is a call for race 67 medal ceremony. With the following team, please come to the medal award ceremony. Race 67, ACP Dragon Boat Charleston. With race 67, ACP Dragon Boat Charleston to the award ceremony.
The unofficial results that were posted for race 75 had Bucks County in first, Neckar Dragon in second, followed by Wham, and they went so fast on the screen we couldn't get the times for you. We're sorry.
This is race 76 coming into the boots. This is a standard boat Senior A Open round 1. They are doing the sum of 3 rounds, not a progression here for Senior A Open in the standard. In lane 1, the CSDC Liquid Assets crew. Lane 2, 22 Dragons. Lane 3, the Windy City Dragons from Chicago. Lane 4, Ottawa DBC. And in lane 5, Tampa River Dragon Boat.
This is a call for not abreast into marshalling for race 77, please. Race 77, we need not abreast. 79 to marshal now. Race 79 to marshal. Race 77, not abreast. Please go to marshalling now.
For race 76, the boats are about at the marker buoys, inching in towards the boots. Again, lane 1 is CSDC Liquid Assets. Lane 2 is 22 Dragons. Lane 3 is Windy City. Lane 4 is Ottawa DBC. And in lane 5, it's Tampa River Dragon.
So I'll remind again, this is the first of 3 rounds of time. They're racing now at 2:40, again at 3:36 p.m. Eastern, and then they are the last race of the day. They will be race 90 at 4:32 p.m. Right now we're running about 15 minutes, so call it 4:45-ish, but stay tuned. If we continue to make up this time, we will try and finish the regatta on time for today.
And we're running 75, 76 races today total, so to be close to on time with that many races is quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, knock wood.
Yes.
Today and tomorrow were the 2 days when you look at the schedule and go, whew, that's optimistic, but
yes,
very close to pulling it off. And look at that, all 5 boats right into the boots at the same time. That is a starter's dream.
That's right. Then nobody's fighting the crosswind right now, so they're good to go once the starter takes control.
There we go. They're under attention.
And they're off.
Gates are down and we are underway. Lane 1 closest to you is CSDC Liquid Assets. Lane 2, 22 Dragons out of Montreal. Lane 3 from the Windy City of Chicago, the Windy City Dragons. Lane 4, Ottawa Dragon Boat Club, and from just up the road, the Tampa River Dragon Boat Club. And through the first 50 strokes, forget about it. All 5 of these crews are dead level. There's no way you can make a differentiation. If there is a slight difference, I wouldn't dare give any of these crews the edge as they're through 125, maybe 75 meters to go at this point. All 5 lanes still dead level and too close to call. CSDC, 22 Dragons, Windy City, Ottawa, Tampa River Dragon Boat putting on a 5-lane special here. It is completely impossible to tell who is going to cross the line here to take this first lead. If they're going to be separated, it's going to be by less than half a second. Lanes 1, 2, and 3 hit the line together. Slight differentiation for 4 and 5 tailing behind. So CSDC, 22 Dragons, and Windy City, if they're going to do 3 rounds of this, you're going to blink and you're going to miss the gap and the difference. Ottawa comes in 4th. Tampa River Dragon Boat comes in 5th. Red flag, though. Red flag from the official chase boat. We did have a red flag for the official in the near chase boat. I did not see why.
I did not see it.
All 5 of those lanes looked aligned and ready to go, but there was a red flag hosted. So all results are unofficial until they are posted online. They have the unofficial results here. The time's up. In a time of 47.69, CSDC takes it. 22 Dragons in second, a time of 47.80, 11 hundredths behind. And you don't get any closer than this. Windy City in the 3rd position, 47.81, 1/100th of a second behind. So 11 hundredths for the first 3 boats. Ottawa DBC takes 4th in a 48.14, and Tampa River Dragon Boat rounding out the heat in 48.72. Less than 1 second separation 1st to 5th, and they've got to do this twice more. They'll change lanes, and we'll see them twice again. This is the kind of show we came here for. Race number 77 will be up next on the program. This is, want to make sure I get the round count right, BCP women. This is round 2 for the BCP women, breast cancer survivors. Lane 1, Empire Dragons. Lane 2, NBP Paddling. Lane 3, Dragon Boat Charleston. And Lane 4, Not Abreast. We saw them race at 1:36 p.m. This is their second round of 3 for accumulated time. Standard boat, BCP women, 200-meter coming up. As I look towards the lagoon, these boats are still loading, so we'll have a few minutes here before we are ready for race 77.
Hey, Bob, do you see that comment online from Sam?
I'm looking here. Let me take a look. Holy smokes, this is a race?
That was a race. It's past tense now. But, yeah, you're right, Sam. That was one of the closest races all day today.
Yeah. And Wendy Fox, what caused the red flag? We do not know. We never are actually informed of the official call, and we're not even sure that there is a penalty, per se, that's been assessed. We don't know until the results are official. The red flag is essentially an advisory that there was some action in the race that was taken by a crew that needs review.
There is a comment here. Can't wait for Trinus Dragons Dubai to join the World Championship next time. Hey, we look forward to seeing more teams coming forward to you in the next Club Crew World Championships. Please, at your local races, qualify, and we'll see you at these races for sure. Even if you don't qualify, come on down, come to visit. It'd be great to see you here.
To the Bradenton area, where the easy pace of island life comes naturally in this coastal playground with endless white sand beaches, stunning natural preserves, relaxing vibes all around, and it's a seafood lover's paradise. Stay a while to explore downtown Bradenton with top-rated attractions and a friendly community set along the Bradenton Riverwalk. Come lose yourself in the sun-drenched Gulf Coast of Florida and change your reality in the Bradenton area. Learn more at BradentonGulfIslands.com.
One of the things that we have found to be really enjoyable about being here in Sarasota is the hospitality of the community. It just makes for a perfect setting for teams that are traveling from other locations, makes their stay more enjoyable in the community, and I can't wait for our world teams to experience that next year.
First word starts with tough. And
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world.
This race venue is a great race venue because it's so purpose-built for paddle sports. It's consistent water depth, which makes for fast times. Everybody has an equal footing in every race. This venue is one of the greatest venues for really highly competitive races.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park.
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. Personally, I've raced here before with our regional championships and now with our national championship. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world. The course is technically fair, which you don't always get in all venues, and it's just a beautiful place to be.
Nathan Benderson Park is one of the best locations I've ever raced in the world. It's a great competitive location. The lanes are all the same depth, makes for great racing. Spectators at Nathan Benderson have a great view from the base of the tower. They see the finish very clearly. They always do a great job bringing in food trucks, vendors, grandstands. They really do a good job hosting events here at Nathan Benderson. What are people going to see when they come out? They're going to see a really exciting races. The 200 meter is probably the highest speed race because it's the shortest race. 500 meter is not an endurance test, but it's more technique. 500s, they're really good races because the finishes are really strong. You're going to see some people working really hard and really good athletes giving everything they got. And Sunday when we run the 2000, which is an oval course, tight turns, lots of teams competing head-to-head with each other in the middle of those tight turns. In dragon boating, we call that 2000 NASCAR dragon boating because of the turns, and it's a really exciting race to watch.
this is absolutely world-class venue. I've competed and coached at just about every world-class venue all over the world, including in China and Europe. And I have to say, being in our backyard here in Stateside, this is the premier location to host a world-class event.
We're Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club. We're from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The venue here at Nathan Benderson Park is incredible. It's clean, it's well organized. The race course is fantastic. You know, everything is really, really well done, and we're having a great time.
Sarasota's great. It's beautiful. The weather's amazing. The people are great. We're exploring out the different restaurants and food here, but we're enjoying our stay here at Sarasota.
All right, I have to get my program here. This is race number 77, standard, there we go, standard boat BCP women. This is a 4-boat race featuring in lane 1 from New York City, the Empire Dragons. Lane 2, NBP Paddling, Nathan Benderson Park, the hometown team. Lane 3, Dragon Boat Charleston, and in lane 4, Knot Abreast. And that's spelled K-N-O-T, Abreast.
And some kind of humor there?
I think it's a play on words. I'm going to pull up their bio in a moment after they finish this heat and see if we can get a little more details on that name, because I'm sure there's a good story behind it.
Not Abreast is from Hamilton, I understand. Yes. And we're just looking through our information about this team, and we found them, Hamilton, Ontario. I'll call out the race while Bob here can read off the history of this team.
All right, here we go. Knot Abreast is a BCS Dragon Boat team based in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. As a floating support group, we encourage and challenge each other to live our best lives. By demonstrating our commitment to paddling, we can educate the general public on the benefits of physical fitness and healthy living. We are thrilled to be attending our very first Club Crew World Championships competition in Sarasota, Florida, the home of our spring training camps, and excited to be sharing this experience with fellow breast cancer survivors from around the world. So first time here at CCWC. That is Knot Abreast. They will be in lane 4.
Looks like the teams are a little struggling into the gates here, 1 and 3, but look at boat 4. They hit the boot, and the head kind of came up.
Uh-oh.
So one of the concerns now is that head loose. Like earlier this morning, one of the teams actually hit the boot, head came up, and became dislodged. Down the race course, in the last 25 meters, the head actually fell off the LA County boat. So, well, watch for boat 4 as they race down the race course, hoping the head did not dislodge while they hit the boot.
Now, what I'm wondering, where did lane 1 go? I mean, the lane's right there. I can see the water, but where's there they are.
Oh, you're looking for the boat. I was going to say, hey, lane 1's right there.
I know, it's right there. It's next to 2. It comes before 0. But we've got another one of those setups, though, where the yaw angle on this start, again, if you're on the far running trail, please just prepare to take shelter because there's an angry dragon pointed right at you. And you can see the paddler in 10 seat. This is a tall, tall order. I'd like to see more than just one of them doing the draw strokes, although she's got max leverage, so there's now, and there's no one in 10.
But the head is being held in place, so it's a hard thing to do.
Oh, and the steerer, all right, so now you've got a pry. So you've got the people on the right doing a pry, which is not as effective as a draw, which is what the 2 ladies on the left are doing.
That's left.
Well, Yeah, whatever. You know what I mean. If you're watching the screen, refs, rights, ups, down, just pretend we're in Stranger Things and it's the upside down. What I said makes perfect sense from a certain point of view. In any case, you're right. My lefts and my rights. They're trying to draw the boat into where they need to. That is a lot of work, a lot of extra warm-up, not needed, but it has worked.
I don't think that head is in the boot. It's on the outside. Let's see what happens. And there they go. Lane number 1 is Empire Dragons. Lane number 2, NB Paddling. Lane number 3, Dragon Boat Charleston. Lane 4, Not Abreast from Hamilton. And off the line, it looks like NB Paddling is taking the lead, followed by Not Abreast. In third position, it looks like Empire Dragon has caught boat 3, and that is Dragon Boat Charleston. Coming down the race course, this is the BCP Women round number 2. And it looks like boat number 2 is still got a comfortable lead. That is NB Paddling. In second, it is boat 4, Not Abreast. Very close to them, Empire Dragons. But look at boat 3. Boat 3, Dragon Boat Charleston, is challenging for third position. Coming to the finish line, it looks like 2, 4, 3, 1. But let's see what happens. And is NB Paddling taking first place. In second, Not Abreast, followed by Empire Dragons. And in fourth, it looks like it's going to be Dragon Boat Charleston unofficial. The officials on the water are giving a white flag. Looks like everything looks clean. Good, clean race by the looks of it. And I give my props out to lane number 1, Empire Dragons, for slightly starting to the left of the boot, but able to manage to keep that boat center of lane. Bob, how is it going over there?
Things are going well. We are now on race 78 of our 90 races today. We will be at race 90 of the program. We ran 16 yesterday, so we're running another 76 today, or 74. I was told there'd be no math. But we're running a lot of races today, and so far, so good. Race 78, which is the small boat PD2 Open round number 2, will feature...
Just a small change there, Bob. It's actually racing 79.
Oh, yeah. We flipped it.
We did. So 79 is going to come first before 78. So we're racing 79, 6 boats. And 79 is the U24 BCP Women.
All right. I'll go do my push-ups in the corner. I
Gotcha.
forgot. You had said that like 2 minutes ago, and it went right out of my head. Like the flashy thing in Men in Black. I forgot it. Yeah. We're rolling with the changes. So 79 is coming before 78, but only in our numbers. Ignore them. This is a 6-boat race featuring U24 women's and BCP women's small boat. So the first 3 lanes will be the U24 women's cruise. In lane 1, LA County DBC, Team DPW. Lane 2, Cal Dragon Boat. Lane 3, Pickering Dragon Boat. That is your U24 women's field. Lanes 4, 5, and 6 will be the BCP women. Dragon Heart Vermont will be in lane 4. Pink Dragonistas from Germany in lane 5. And Hope Afloat USA from Philadelphia in lane 6. And I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. 5 boats are at the 50-meter buoys, the pre-staging buoys, and I'm guessing that is Hope Afloat that is coming in with the Gap Row, racing a small boat with 10 seats, but with 8 brave women. Quick look here at the comments from Yvette McQueen. Can't wait to see all my BCS sisters and brothers in New Zealand in April 2023. That's for the IB. Let's see if I can get the acronym right. It's the participatory game. It's the IBPCP event. Someone's going to kill me if I get that acronym wrong. We have all 6 boats approaching the line.
Looks like one is going to start really far back if they don't get up to the line.
Well, that is Hope Afloat. Now, not that they're making a thread of this, but they were the last to arrive the last time, and remember, they were well back of the gate when it dropped. So I'd like to see them get up there and actually just make life a little bit easier on themselves, because Lord knows they've already got a challenging enough road ahead with 8 in a boat.
So we have 3 boats in the U24 women and 3 boats in the BCP women cancer division.
Have some more cheers on the comments. From L.A. Cunningham, yay, not abreast, well done. Plus, I miss all of you. Julie Cadigan saying, awesome, NBP sis. And Leanne Mikolovsky telling me that Not Abreast has won 3 BCP World Championships. Ah, that explains a lot. Stefan Chopnik, fan of Go Hope Afloat USA, Philly representing. Emily Salazar says, go LADBC Slay. And that was with like 7 Ys, that's why I stretched it out. Kathleen Sullivan says, awesome race empire. Janet Becker says, go Bears, cow. Leanne Mikovsky says, go Cab, little Argo girl. And Adrian Kessler asking the same question I am. Wait, this is not race 78 for PD2? Nope, we're going to do 78 after we do 79. Sorry, Adrian. Surprise. You were surprised with me. You can sit over here on the Group W bench. Brenda Brazeley says, bring it, Dragonheart, Vermont. And then, yeah, Sharon Kunkel. I think they flipped the races 79 and 78. Yep, Sharon, they sure did. You can sit next to me on the bench, too. But we got it.
Hey, is Agnes saying we love you, or is she talking about some team?
She's got to be talking about a team. Nobody loves us.
Oh, that's true. Emily Salazar. I wonder if they're related to Nathan Salazar. Slay at Long Beach.
Correlation says probably.
Probably. The Salazars are a huge family in the Philippines. So they're all related.
Oh, now. Don't do that. Lock the doors.
There we go.
Lock the doors. That's it.
We just started it. Go for the Philippines.
Amazingly, the Nathan Benderson Park Tower was burned down today by an angry mob. It was a concrete structure. We didn't know it could burn.
This is the Muppets at this best.
I'm telling you. This is only the third day of a 6-day regatta by Sunday. I'm serious. Lock the doors. All right. We have 6 crews approaching the start line, and everyone is pretty much in the pre-stage, and they're coming together very nicely. Started bringing them in as that breeze now blows. As you're looking at the video stream, the wind is blowing right in your face. If you were standing on the start line the way the view looks right now, that wind is hitting you right in the face. It is blowing 90 degrees across the course. So the helms are quite busy trying to hold their positions. Lane 1 closest to you is LA County DBC Team DPW. Lane 2, Cal Dragon Boat. And Lane 3, Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Those are your U24 women. Your 4, 5, and 6 lanes. Dragonheart Vermont, Pink Dragonistas, and Hope Afloat USA, your breast cancer survivors race. This is the small boat, 200-meter, round 2 for these women. And Hope Afloat backs out of the start line once more. I don't understand it.
Race 82 to marshalling now, please.
It looked good to my eye, but I am not the official, nor am I the drummer or the helm. But there was obviously some alignment they did not like, and they're backing out, way out, and now they're going to try and approach the line once more. Maybe they missed the boot. Maybe they didn't like their alignment. The other 5 crews are there waiting. And remember, as I said before, the starter is not your friend. If the other boats are aligned.
I think the starter will have something else to say about that.
Well, the fact that it's the second time, it is curious. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 now just nosing in. Oh, 2 is a little past the cup. But if they're going to let them go, the alignment's there. Hope Afloat's still about 10 feet from the cup. Making their way in. Very deliberately. We'll see. This is probably going to be a very quick start because these crews can't hold for much longer in this crosswind. Because now, lane 2 has drifted out.
Race 81, South Breeze to the marshalling ASAP. Race 81, South Breeze.
Lane 2 is there, and Hope Afloat is backing out once more.
That wind is picking up from west to east right now.
For sure. The flags behind the podium and our flagpoles here are now almost straight out. It is bedeviling.
Bedeviling. Where did you find that word in the dictionary?
I'm pretty sure it was one of my SAT words from junior year of high school, and I've only used it twice since then. But it's in there, just for this sort of occasion. But true. It just sounds better than annoying, because that's what it is. This kind of wind is just really, really, starters doing their best efforts. The helms are doing their best efforts to keep the boats aligned, and the wind is just like, flick, not today.
Anybody on the internet world, if you guys got some new words for us to use for our vocabulary, please put them onto our YouTube channel. We'll use them as we go through the next 2 more days.
3.
We
got Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
2. Seriously?
Today's only Thursday, dude.
I'm tired.
I know. Dude, I've been racing and doing this. So
that's true.
I don't even know what day it is, what band it is, what town we're in. And, Hope Afloat is now a full head. The drummer is almost through the start gate.
It sounds like they're going to let them start on the outside of the gates.
Hang on to it, Hope Afloat. Yep, the starter's like, that's it, we're going. That's it. I'm listening on the walkie-talkie. I know you can't hear it on the stream, but they were like, 6, hold right there, 6, hold right there. No, 6, come up. So they're trying to make it fair. The starter is giving them every chance they can to make it fair, but this has just been a very difficult day. Hope Afloat really having a tough time out there in these winds. And now they're all backing out. He's going to back the whole heat off, which is the fairest thing to do. They're going to go probably back to the staging buoys and have these three crews try again. Because right now, lanes 3, 4, and 5 are holding station. They're in. They're aligned. They're good. They're just currently sitting in an easy bake oven waiting to get this race started.
Kevin on the internet just said, can you add that TNPC, formerly Outer Harbor, which was formerly GWN? So TNPC is here. It looks like we have a weather call that was within a 10-mile to our location with thunder. We are given a call to race this race, and we potentially be bringing the boats back because of incoming weather. Let's just see what happens after this race, and we'll make a quick call after that.
Yep, we have to pull the boats back. So these guys will go, those guys should be going back.
All right, so Hope Afloat is now trying for the 5th time to get in, and there is weather approaching. You just heard Carrie's warning. We've got lightning and thunder within 10 miles, so we're going to have a break. These crews have got to get aligned and get going. And then the crews that were marshaling, that were getting ready for the next race, which was going to be race 78, which should have run before 79, they're going to be called back to the dock pending the weather, unless it changes in the next 90 seconds, which I doubt, because as I look to the left, it's very dark.
That is the east side.
All right, the starter has just grown weary of this. Angles are not, cups are not. We are underway, and the U24 women and the BCP women are underway. 6 lanes now underway, making their way down the course. In lane 1, closest to you is LA County DBC. Lane 2 is Cal Dragon Boat. Lane 3 is Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Lane 4, Dragonheart Vermont. Lane 5, the Pink Dragonistas. And lane 6, Hope Afloat USA. 3 boats in one category, 3 in the other. U24 women are closest to you, and those 3 boats, it is right now the Pickering Dragon Boat Club that has got the advantage over LA County and Cal Dragon Boat. At the same time, in the other race, the Pink Dragonistas from Germany are ahead of Dragonheart Vermont. Hope Afloat USA is sitting in 3rd. So you've got 6 boats racing, 2 races within a race. The U24 women will finish first, and it is a now close race between LA County DBC and the Pickering Dragon Boat Club in lanes 1 and 3. Last 10 strokes for these crews. The rate coming up on Pickering, trying to get on terms with LA. LA across the line first. Pickering takes 2nd. Cal comes across in 3rd. Out of lane 5 in the BCP race, the Dragonistas take it. 2nd goes to Dragonheart Vermont. And coming across the line in lane 6 from the fighting city of Philadelphia, that is Hope Afloat USA, rounding out small boat U24 women and BCP women round number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention for an important announcement. Out of abundance of caution, we are clearing the facility for weather at this time. Races will stand down. Races will be standing down. We have thunder to the east side of our race course. We have thunder to the east side of our course. I see the Victoria Dragon Boat Festival Society is online. Hello, Victoria. This is probably Pei I'm seeing here. Pei has a race coming up in Victoria on August the 13th. If you guys have a chance, you want to go to a great race in the Inner Harbor, check out the Victoria Dragon Boat Festival Society. Unfortunately, due to the current conditions, we have thunderstorms on the east side of the Nathan Benderson Park. We're just going to use caution and ask all boats to come back to the docks. Once the weather has cleared, we will bring the races back to you. We will be running race 78. 78 will be the PD2 Open Small Boat. PD2 meaning the pair of dragons, and where 50% of the paddlers must have a recognized impairment. So Connie here texted me. Outer Harbor and True North are two separate teams, independent clubs. Chris Edwards, Senior A National Team Coach, is the head coach for TNPC. Outer Harbor are now more a local Toronto community club, trying to rebuild the Warriors. So great shout out. Thank you very much, Connie, and my apologies. And thank you for informing me. This is a raffle winner for today at Burnwater. Rose Blake. Rose Blake from, I think it's ODM. I'm not sure which team that is. Area code 613. Congratulations. You've won something from Burnwater. Head on down to their tent and see what you've won. If you also say that you want a pedal, we'll see if he gives you one. Thanks, Aaron. Welcome to Burnwater. Hey, Tom, how are you doing in Denver? Yes, Sloan Lake. The race is coming up this Saturday, I understand. You guys will have a great race. It's in Denver. They run two types of boats. They have the Taiwanese race with the Hong Kong boats. So, yes, if you're not here in Sarasota, Florida, head over to Denver. Great race, great party, great time to have for dragon boating. That's Denver Dragon Boat Festival. Maximo, results training. You're tapping out from Dubai. It sounds like you're in the UFC here. Good night, safe racing, and Dubai Diggers. Yes, we think they're going to do really well with the 200s tomorrow and the 500s. So, Maximo Results Training, thank you for being online with us. To the Nathan Benderson paddling, thank you very much. I do flipped your words with the P around a couple of times, and my apologies. Nathan Benderson Paddling. And we're at the NBP Park.
Okay, hold on. We could fix this. Okay, so if you look up, we've got some rainfill here, so we're gonna figure this out. I understand where Carrie is because I've been there in this position. You get to a point where all of the neurons in your brain fire at once, and you get corrections all day long, and after a while they just go, and they melt into this like ball of melted, shorted out brain tissue. So where are we right now? What is the name of the park we're in?
I have no idea.
Sorry. It is here. It's on the monitor behind us. It's Nathan Benderson Park, which in the acronym for the team is NBP.
Correct.
So there is a team from Nathan Benderson Park that they shortened to NBP Paddlers. So the team name, he's been saying, right, there we go.
I got it now.
Because we were trying to correct him. He's like, right, so they're the Nathan Benderson Paddlers. We're like, no, it's Nathan Benderson Park. He goes, right, so NB Paddlers. We're like, no.
I mean, interchanging the last or the third word as a park or a paddle, and I got confused.
So Nathan Benderson Park Paddlers. They are the NBP Paddlers, and they've been racing, and we've been mispronouncing it, but that's like, that's racing.
I'm learning English here for the first time in Florida, so I now understand it's Nathan Benderson Park, and the team is called Nathan Benderson Park Paddlers, so there's actually 4.
NBP Paddlers. NBP Paddlers is the team.
Okay, that's it.
We got it.
I need a break.
I mean, let's face it. If you're not used to this heat, you're going to short out after a couple days, and we're only halfway, people. We're halfway through this regatta, 3 days down, 3 to go, and Mother Nature is basically going and flirting with this storm. It's not even raining here, but she's making us follow our safety protocols. We will be back shortly.
As we continue to talk, the watching or the viewing is falling down in numbers.
I'm stunned at that. They're not here for us. They're here for the racing. And when there's no racing?
Nope, it just went back up. We got one extra person.
That's
We're
my
now at
mom. She doesn't count.
794 people have now come back online to watch or listen to us talk.
Who hurt you? What's wrong, people? No, stay tuned because we are just right now. I know we have the billboard up that says "Please stand by, weather delay." It is sunny right here at the park right now, but there is a thunderstorm within eyesight of us, and because it's Florida, and because you can see 25 miles, because Florida is so flat that it's downhill in every direction, it's right there. So we can't take the chance that a bolt out of the blue is going to light up one of the boats, the paddlers, or the tower. So we do have to follow safety protocols.
And usually what it does, it hits the highest object, and Bob is a little taller than me, so I feel safe.
Mm-hmm. This is true. I mean, if you can hit me in the head with lightning, though, honestly, the amount of times I've endured head blows in my career, nothing. Every time you hit your head, you're a little different, but it's fine.
All right.
I'm going to mute myself because, we're just going to wait till this weather passes, and then we're going to resume the program.
Traveling Canadian beach bums state, you two are killing it. Keep it up. Whoever thought that a Canadian and an American could get along together in a booth?
Of course.
Bob is still talking here without the mic. So we're just amusing ourselves at this time. Our race officials are off the water. We see a bunch of teams kind of milling around in the sun waiting for race number 78 to come back online. We should be back shortly, and we're very close to the end of the day. As I said, we go up to race number 90, and we are going on to race 78. So my math tells me we have 12 more races for the day. Excellent. We'll come back soon. If you guys want to have us call out anything, put it online. We'll read it out, and we'll do call-outs for everyone. Sheena goes, go look for the alligators. Thanks, Sheena. We really feel the love up here. Sheena's from Austin, and she would like to throw me in the water and have an alligator attack me. Susan McNeese, oh no, you are also amusing us, LOL. 3:43 in Malaysia. Fazelle is going to bed. See you all tomorrow. Fazelle, don't go to bed yet. We still have 12 more races. You're missing all the action. Stay up. Call in sick tomorrow for work. Nobody will know. I think Fazelle went to bed. He's not responding anymore. Oh, I got a heart from Sheena. She feels the love. Still, throw me to an alligator, Sheena. Really? All right, we are coming back to you live. We are going to start racing at 3:51. To Melody Mui, sending your love from San Francisco. Thank you very much, Melody. We miss you, and we hope to see you again in the San Francisco race. I understand the San Francisco race is, I think, happening this weekend, if I'm not mistaken, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. We will going to marshal the following teams to marshaling race 78 and 80. With the following teams, please go to marshaling 78 and 80. We're ready to commence racing. All right, we have a quick update from our head official. We're going to marshal race 78. 78 will be the PD2 Open Small Boat. We will then marshal Senior A Women's Small Boat and race 81 Senior A Standard Boat. Wood heat 78, 80, and 81. Please go to marshaling now. Thank you, Melody. Local sprints in San Francisco are this Sunday. If you are not here either, head over to San Francisco. Melody will buy you guys dinner. Shout out to the Pan Am's Dragon Den Warriors, the largest dragon boat club in the Republic of Panama. We're following the event online. Hashtag Go Warriors.
Interesting fact, the Pan American Club Crew Championship, which is a small boat race, is scheduled to be held in Panama in, I believe it's March of 2023. So folks who are looking for a destination race, the Pan American Club Crew Championships, a small boat race only in March of 2023.
Will you be heading there, Mark?
I'm a little uncertain about that. We'll have to discuss that with our club and see if we want to make a destination race out of it.
That sounds like fun. How about you, Matthew?
We shall also see. We'll see what my club says, but I would love to race there.
I actually participated in the Pan Am Club Crew Championships when they were in Ponce, Puerto Rico. Great setting, great racing, really a good, fun trip.
Now, that was 2017, I believe?
Yes, it was.
Very nice. And then 2019 was Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes, it was.
We've got a hello from Seattle, home of the Seattle Seahawks. I wonder what they're going to look like in the NFL this year. It looks like they may be rebuilding a team.
We shall see. We shall see.
We got Tommy Lonardi.
Hey, Tommy.
Somebody know him here?
We all know him.
How do you guys know Tommy?
Tommy is infamous.
Well, look at this comment. He says, someone needs to learn to read Doppler radar better.
Oh, Tommy.
Tommy, we have a safety officer who made the call. Our safety officer has made the call to be safe. So that's where the call came from, and we must respect that and keep all our paddlers safe. Because that cloud and that storm has moved to the east, I think we're safe to now run the races. I got Mark next to me wearing his bling bling, and all I can hear is cling, cling, cling. He's happy to be wearing the medal. Unfortunately, both Matthew and I are wearing no medals because we feel disappointed right now. You had a chance, Matthew. You had a chance. You still got the 500.
Still got the 500.
Well, Bob is doing the same thing. I just happen to have my ID badge clanging against my medal. So Bob he took his medal off, left his ID badge on. Okay.
A shout out to Sybil and Oblex. Greetings from Germany. Thanks, Thomas.
So as we sit here waiting for race 78 to marshal and come onto the water, we are really staring at the beautiful Nathan Benderson Park venue that we are at. The USDBF is going to have its 2023, 25, and 2027 Club Crew National Championships, CCNC, hosted here after a very successful championship we had last October. Those 23, 25, and 27 Club Crew National Championships will likely be held in the summer, and we are very excited to see crews there racing in the next couple years.
Yeah, the 2021 Club Crew were originally scheduled for the summer. However, COVID forced the schedule shift, and the summertime is as hot as it is here this week, is the more traditional calendar for Club Crew Championships, CCNCs, both in the U.S. and the Canadian National Championship.
That's right, and CCWC too.
Yep.
Yeah.
How do I join the USDBF, and is there any positions available right now?
There's lots of membership availability. As far as leadership positions, we're always looking for new, fresh ideas, new folks to step forward and move into leadership positions, and it starts at the regional level. We have the 4 regions. We have the Eastern Region, ERDBA, the Southern Region, SRDBA, the middle of the country, which is the ADBA, and the West Coast, which is the PDBA USA. And you start working within your region, move up within your region, because the regions appoint our 4 each of the 4 regions appoint 3 directors to the board, and those directors then elect officers. So there are opportunities to get started at the regional level and move on up into the USDBF leadership. I started out in the SRDBA, and it opened the door to the USDBF.
Jackson in Texas would love to join the USDBF. He's been talking and talking, and Jackson's really wanting to join. You guys know Jackson?
I do.
Jackson Lau. See, Bob knows you, and Matthew knows you.
Jackson's a great guy. Hey, Jackson, how you doing? I know he's not here because he is training for the IVF World Sprints coming up in a couple weeks. He is incredible on a V1, on a VA1, and we wish him good luck there.
Excellent. We got Sheena down there in Austin as well. Sheena would love to join the USDBF. She doesn't have a lot of things to do, so I think joining the USDBF would be a good thing. Right, Sheena? I'm throwing my friends under the bus at this point, as you can tell, or trying to just create some filler.
I believe that Texas falls under the ADBA region, because we had a conversation about venues, for alternate venues for major events, and we were discussing Oklahoma City.
Marshalling race 81, we need Tampa River ASAP. Race 81, Tampa River ASAP.
Now, Tampa River is a member of the SRDBA, the Southeastern Regional Dragon Boat Association, which, of course, is the host regional association under the USDBF of this event. SRDBA actually also has a tent over in the Vendors Row, so go ahead and check them out. They're, I believe, giving away some things and also offering up information about the SRDBA and other fun activities, and you should go check them out.
Okay. We're grateful to Burnwater for their generosity as a sponsor. Be sure to check out their tent gear. They have a lot of items, and we're sure that you'll be sure to love. We'd also like to thank for their generosity and support. Visit Sarasota County, Sarasota County Park Recreational Natural Resources, the Bradenton Area Convention and Visitors, Benderson Development, and the mall at UTC, which is where our closing party will be on Sunday evening.
We are very much looking forward to that. And yes, thank you so much to all of these people for their generosity and support, and our sponsors as well.
We have the Charlotte Harbor Paddlers, also known as the Rogue Dragons here. They're in the small boat division from Punta Gorda, Florida. Charlotte Harbor Paddlers Club was established in 2006. Team Rogue Dragons, we have competed in 3 Pan Am Championships based in Punta Gorda, Florida. This is their first time at CCWC.
The Rogue Dragons are a very competitive, primarily Senior C team, and my team, Heat, which is based a couple of hours north of here, we compete against Rogue Dragons regularly in most of the West Florida, West Central Florida regattas, and they are a very, very competitive team.
One of the clubs racing here today also hails from my hometown of Philadelphia. They founded in 2001, the Schuylkill Dragons are the oldest continuously active women Dragons boat team in Philadelphia. And I always must clarify, we're talking about the club, not the women in the club, but the club is the oldest continuously active women's Philadelphia Dragon Boat Club. Our members are committed to supporting each other in building healthy bodies and spirits, promoting team spirit, and a willingness to work together, learning to compete at their best, and introducing this fun sport to others. They raced their first club cruise way back in 2014 in Ravenna. They raced Szeged in 2018, and this is their 3rd time. And having talked to some of the women who are on this crew, they're racing premier women, but the average age of that crew in the small boat is 51.
Adrian Kessler, yes, we're back to racing. The boats are just being loaded at this point. Once they're loaded, we will start racing with number 78. Again, 79 has already run. We're now going to race 78. Thanks, Kevin. Yes, we've cleared up the TNPC, Outer Harbor. They are 2 different clubs. So, yes, thank you very much for that quick update, and we'll clarify that throughout the week.
And another club that we're happy to have here is Dragon Aqua SE. We are very excited to have them here at the 13th IDBF Club Crew World Championships in Sarasota. Dragon Aqua SE is competing in the small boat division, and they're based in Székesfehérvár, Hungary. They're one of the oldest Hungarian dragon boat clubs at 19 years old. Wow. From their bio, they are committed to increasing the popularity and team spirit of dragon boat. They are regular participants at the national and international dragon boat races in Hungary. They've been to their national championships, the Hungarian national championships, a number of times. They've also sent many of their teammates to the Hungarian national team, where they have participated and raced at the IDBF World Nations Championships. In 2018, in Szeged, their home country of Hungary, they medaled a number of times in the Senior B Open, Senior B Mixed, and Senior B Open divisions, pulling silver, silver, and gold. In fact, one of those teams that they competed against, that 500-meter Senior B Mixed, they pulled a silver. They lost that gold by .06 to Pickering Dragon Boat Club, who is also here. Very exciting to see some of these teams repeat again.
Matthew, how many languages do you speak?
6.
Can you tell me what they are?
They're English, Spanish, French, Arabic, Russian, Mandarin, and Cantonese.
Okay, let's go with Spanish first. Say something to us about dragon boating in Spanish.
Pues, la cosa es que mi español no es tan bueno, pero a mí me gusta el Dragon Ball mucho.
Okay, that's awesome. What is the second language?
Ooh, we could do French, I suppose.
Let's try French.
Que j'aime beaucoup le bateau dragon. Oui.
That's impressive. And the third language?
Ooh. I'm just going to do the same phrase in all these languages. How about that?
That's fine.
Мне нравится Dragon Boat. В русский, да, по-русски язык.
Is that Russian?
Да.
Wow. And the fourth?
We could do Arabic. I could say أنا أحب الدراجون boat. I don't know how to say dragon boat.
And fifth?
咁我好鍾意啲龍舟.
That was Cantonese.
係啊.
You can't speak Mandarin?
It's really bad.
Okay, we won't even try the Mandarin, but Cantonese, that was good. And what was the sixth? English.
English.
There we go. Wow. Where did you graduate from?
I graduated from Vassar College.
In linguistics?
In linguistics and international politics, yes. And I
what-
wrote my senior thesis about dragon boat, actually, Carrie.
What was your thesis about?
It was about dragon boat terminology in the English language and where we get different words from. So especially American and Canadian paddlers. When you think about it, do you say let it ride or let it run? Do you call ourselves paddlers or rowers? I know we have strong opinions about that. Do you say seat one? Do you say bench one? Do you say strokers? Do you say pacers? Do you say time box? All these different things were things that I talked about and researched in my senior thesis for college, and it was really, really interesting. So talk to your teammates, talk to your international friends especially, about where you get these words from. Something to think about.
Excellent. I just got a call from our head official. We are going to stand down again. There is another rainstorm coming our way. I hope Tommy can see this on his Doppler radar. We are going to stand down once again. We have inclement weather coming our way. Please, all teams, head for shelter. Do not go under the community tent. Head towards the beer tent where it is grounded. Thank you very much. We'll keep you informed when the race will start. For those out there who can see us on the internet, you can see that cloud that we're really worried about. It's just to the east, to the left of that water tower. And that's the little storm cloud that's kind of coming through that we're watching. Just over to the right of that water tower, you see where the rain is coming down. And you might see a spark from time to time, and that is where we're being held up by. So the rule here in Sarasota, Florida, if we see a strike within 10 miles, we do need to call the race down. We are open space, and that lightning will potentially hit one of us. And because the announcers are really high up in the tower, we're taking precautions on us first and the paddlers second. The drone is actually going to come towards the tower, and we're going to show you where all the action is happening from the tower. The tower consists of 3 floors. We have administration up on 5, and 4 is where we're located, and 3 is the finish tower. So where the balcony is there, that is our administration and our fixed camera. So when the drones cannot fly, you'll see 2 cameras on that balcony, and that is where all our administration is. Just below that balcony, you'll see us, and you'll see us waving. And they're going to come a little closer, and you'll see us to the left of the building. Once the drone hits us, and you'll see us waving. And you'll see somebody in a white shirt. That is Matthew. Right behind Matthew, you'll see Bob. And then just to the right, you'll see Mark and myself. It kind of, oh, there I am on the left side. That's where we're heading out, and that's how we're calling all the races. If you go down 1 level, you'll see the finish line camera with the window open. That is the finish line camera. And if you look down, you see the IDBF officials all sitting there with our chief umpires. And that's where all the calls are being made with finish line.
And right now the officials are wondering who exactly is flying the drone and why is it looking in the window. I love this idea.
We're creeping them.
Hi, guys.
On the second floor.
Oh, they're waving.
This is our VIP section. And if the camera comes down a little bit, I believe that's Claudio, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that's not Claudio. They're looking. They're going to probably throw something at the camera.
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's the Ukrainian. There you go. There's a Ukrainian team, and they're saying hi to you guys. That's a VIP contingency. On the bottom is the Benderson family finish tower, and this is where our staff are hiding for the last 3 days. We have medical to our left side. What else do we see there, Mark?
You can see some of the lovely graphics on the tower, which are throughout the venue, which were all designed by Netta Radis, who designed the medals for the event and has done all of the graphic work, including the boat wraps on the standard boats. The champion boats, the small boats are brand new boats. We do not have wraps on them. But all of these graphics everywhere throughout the park were all designed by Netta. Netta is a former Senior A paddler, competed on Team USA in at least 2 world championships, and she is a wonderful graphics artist.
I was lucky to have Netta as a teammate for Hungary 2013. She was on my Senior A mixed boat that won gold. She was in a heat, and then we were teammates in Welland in 2015.
Those were the 2 that I recall where I paddled with Netta. I was Senior C, she was Senior A.
And we both have our superstitious hats. I have my yellow hats that I always wear, and Netta always has a red hat. So we were always easy to find by our respective, the folks who were looking for us on the streams based on the color of our headgear.
Yep.
What I noticed just today, granted, 3rd day of racing, was that the boat wraps that Netta designed match the ribbons on the finisher medals.
Yes.
The stripes on the end match.
They do.
It's just a nice little touch. One of those, she really thought of everything as she was doing the graphics work.
Yeah, it's all integrated. She does wonderful work. She did all of the graphics work for our the USDBF Club Crew National Championships as well.
That's fantastic. The drone's giving us a great tour here of Nathan Benderson Park, and I wish Kerry was here so we could remind him, where are we again?
This is a county park, and there is running / walking / biking trail completely around the body of water that we're on, and they have triathlons here. They have, it originally got started as a rowing event, or rowing venue. It's hosted Olympic trials for the last 2 Olympics. They host events all but about 10 days of the year on average, which means they're very busy here. And they have more than 50 different teams come down and train here. Rowing teams come down and train here every year, primarily in the springtime to get a jump on the northern rowing season when you have major regattas in Philadelphia.
Yeah, March, April, and May, but you can't train on the water in January and February. We get on the water in March, and even when we do, I often wonder, why do we live here? It gets better by Mother's Day, but March and April, not fun. You guys have much better spring weather.
Yeah, I mean, there was $40 million invested by public and private partnerships to develop this facility and get it to where it is today. And since 2014, the economic impact of this facility on the region has been more than $210 million. I mentioned the walking, running, biking track around the facility. It's actually 3.4 miles around the competition lake. So it's a pretty healthy walk or multiple bike loops.
For sure. I've only been able to run a little bit of it. I ran a bit of it last year warming up for CCNC, but didn't really have enough time to go on the full loop, but I've been tempted.
Yes, it is a county park, as I mentioned, and it's operated by the Nathan Benderson Park Conservancy, and whose primary purpose is to develop and promote the park as a world-class event center, team training site, and Sarasota County Park, while providing outreach programs throughout recreation, safety, training, education, and volunteering as a service to our community. It's interesting to note that it was probably 6 or 8 weeks ago that there was a major announcement that the park is going to be adding a major indoor facility down near where we're currently marshaling, which will include indoor pickleball courts, basketball courts, indoor training facilities, a boathouse for all of the equipment here. It is a major investment that they have committed to here in Sarasota and at Nathan Benderson Park.
And the reason this lagoon exists, just from as the drone is giving us this fantastic overhead shot, this was dug out as part of building the interstate, right? I want to guess
yes.
I-70?
75.
75. I was off by 5. But so it was dug out, and then is the island man-made? The island that we're seeing here that we're sitting on, or?
I believe it's man-made as a piece of the process. This was developed in stages. Originally, it was the northern portion of the facility was developed. Then they came back and cleaned and extended the facility south to the full 2,000 meters. Then they came across what's called the attenuator and widened the whole facility to give you almost a 1,000-meter course to the east of the main course.
Yep. Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, you can definitely tell it was built with a mind for hosting large, global-scale events. There's no part of it that isn't just absolutely fantastic to come to. From the moment you enter the facility, it feels like, I've joked, it's paddling Disney World. You know, if you're going to race, there's just nothing about it that isn't perfect. It looks like a postcard in every direction. So it's been quite the privilege and a pleasure to race here.
Thank you, Bob and Mark. We have a special guest coming your way in just about a minute. Stay tuned, and you'll love to hear this interview.
We're privileged to have a special guest with us this afternoon. He is the president of the Ukrainian Dragon Boat Federation. And
Valery Margun.
Valerie, nice to meet you.
Thank you.
How many athletes do you have here with you this week?
Скільки атлетів приїхало на змагання?
Я розумію. Ми привезли 16 спортсменів, в тому числі я являюсь 16-тим, тому що теж сподіваюся, що буду грести в команді і не тільки вболівати на березі, а й грести в своїй команді.
We sent here 16 sportsmen and I also in a team and I hope I will also take part in competition. Not only representative like a president but also like a sportsman.
And I am, as president of the United States Dragon Boat Federation, I am also participating as a sportsman.
Я как президент Федерации Америки тоже беру участие в этих соревнованиях.
Yeah, I know.
He said, no.
Okay. What did it take for you and your team to get to the United States for this event?
Що ти зробив для того, щоб команда змогла взяти участь у цих змаганнях?
Зараз у нас важке становище на Україні.
Nowadays we got a difficult situation in Ukraine.
Тому була велика проблема з вирішенням питання, щоб дозвіл на виїзд нашим спортсменам зробити.
And it was really difficult to take government from government to cross a border.
Також не було можливості відкрити американську візу на території України, бо посольства не працюють. Ми виїжджали до Польщі, хтось відкривав в Мадриді, хтось відкривав в Німеччині.
It also was very difficult to open visas to our sportsmen because consuls is not working in Ukraine. We must come to Poland or Spain or Germany to open the visas.
Але все було динамічно працювало, нам допомагали організатори, а також IDBF організація. Тому це було як такі робочі процеси, які не впливають на те, щоб дуже на них відрізнятися, чи вони не робочі. Нам треба було це робити, ми це робили.
But all of our partners, also IDBF and all people who knows that we will take part in this competition help us to open the visas and to take part in this competition. And so it was difficult, but it was possible.
Також хотів би сказати два слова. Хлопці всі є воєнно зобов'язаними на території України, тому в будь-який момент міг наступити той час, щоб нас підняли там по тривозі, і ми б пішли захищати нашу країну. Тому ми до останнього розуміли, буде ця поїздка, чи вона взагалі здійсниться, чи ні.
All guys in our country must protect our territory, and that's why to the last week we don't know exactly will we take part in competition or will our government say to save our country. So, but now we're here.
I understand that there were several U.S.-based groups that have helped you once either get to the U.S. or now that you're in the U.S. I understand a team from Chicago helped. I understand there is a group in Apollo Beach, which is about an hour from here, that have helped.
Він питає він каже, що ми знаємо, що декілька груп допомагали взяти участь в цих змаганнях: Чикаго, Паул-Біч, і що ти хочеш сказати з цього приводу?
Я хотів би подякувати. Нам допомагали не тільки добрим словом, але й результативною роботою. Я знаю, що коли в квітні місяці тут був організований кемп, і було вирішено питання організувати підтримку українській команді. Благодаря цьому ми тут і знаходимося зараз.
In April in this year, everyone here on this city was organizing camp, and all decided to help Ukraine. It's not only support on words; it was support in real в дії. Ну, не только на словах, но и в действии. It was supposed not only on the walls, but also in real life. Everyone want to help Ukraine and to support and to help in organizing moments, even in even water, seats, boats, paddlers. All of them want to help in propose help to our team in.
Now, зараз наші спортсмени живуть у тих людей, які висловили бажання прийняти в себе в сім'ях наших спортсменів. І тому ми не платимо зараз за проживання. І відчуваємо те сімейне тепло, яке дають нам, українцям, американські люди.
Nowadays, American families, it was Ukraine has a diaspora Ukraine take our sportsmen to our family, and that's why we don't need to pay for accommodation. And also, these people send them family hugs to save and protect him, and to send their love and support for our sportsmen who come here to take part in this competition.
В квітні місяці стартував такий челендж допомогти українцям купити нові човни.
Ти много говориш, я не встигаю переводити.
Купити нові човни для того, щоб відновити після закінчення війни спорт в Україні.
In April, U.S. start a challenge to help Ukrainian to buy new boats, and it's very important to us. Then the war was stopped, ended. We will take its support to Ukraine, to our clubs.
Ми будемо вдячні, якщо це дійсно здійсниться.
And we hope it will be in real.
Okay. Yes. What has been your impression of the park, the racing, your experience in the U.S.?
Які твої найбільші враження і переживання від каналу і ці змагань в цілому?
Враження – дуже красиве місце.
It's very beautiful place.
Багато води.
Too much water.
Дуже гарно збалансована спортивна арена для проведення такого класу чи для всіх водних видів спорту змагань.
He said that balanced very good place for compete, for rest, and very good place to organize competition on international level.
Коли ходиш по березі, ти не дуже хвилюєшся. Хвилюєшся, коли сідаєш в човен.
And he also said that if you go on and looking on competition, you don't worry. You worry when you sit in the boat.
Тому мої переживання там на воді. А зараз тут я відчуваю себе гостем американської держави та американських людей.
And nowadays he feel good. He is worrying and have great emotion when he on the water. And now he feel good.
Дуже красива і гарна арена, і красивий парк, дуже все зелене, дуже подобається.
He likes this area very much, and he said that it's a very good idea to make competition here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Valerie Morgun, the president of the Ukrainian Dragon Boat Federation, and his assistant with the translation. Thank you both.
All right, we have our next interview. We have Wendy Zhou from 22 Dragons in Canada. I'm going to pass this to Matthew, and we'll introduce Wendy to all of you.
Welcome, Wendy.
Hi, thanks for having me.
We're happy to have you here. You're racing here, I believe, right?
Yes, I am.
On what team?
With 22 Dragons, Premier Mixed, Women, and Open.
Very nice. I think I saw you on the water, and I think you were in front of us.
That's where we like to be.
That's right. So Wendy here is the chair of the IDBF Youth Commission. Wendy, since when have you been the chair of that?
Since the beginning of this year, actually. I was acting chair before that, and I was elected to a full chair position in winter 2022 this year.
Very nice, very nice. I think I first met you at this year's International Virtual Youth Games, which was the inaugural games. Is that correct?
It was the inaugural international version. We had a Canadian version last year, and this is the first time that we did it in conjunction with the US and Australia.
And that was super cool. I remember that. For those who didn't know or who aren't youth, the International Virtual Youth Games were a series of virtual workouts and circuits and things like that that we then competed against. We saw how many people did, how many pull-ups and push-ups and things like that. Is there anything else you want to add about that, Wendy?
No, it was just something that we thought would be a really good way to engage youth, especially during COVID when people weren't able to compete against each other and unable to engage with other athletes internationally. And Australia had actually approached us because they were interested in our event from last year and thought, why not make it an international edition?
Yeah, and especially these days with COVID, it's really, really hard to get a full 20 or even 10 people to get in a boat and get on the water. I know a lot of areas, even in the U.S., didn't get on the water until very, very recently. And I'm sure the same is true in Australia and Canada and really all other parts of the world. And that makes it even more difficult for youth teams in particular. It's hard enough to get premier folks or senior folks on the water, but some of these youth crews that are only have maybe 17 or 18 in the first place, you throw in COVID as another factor and your numbers dwindle down to maybe 12, and maybe your water time's cut down too. It's really, really tough.
Yeah, it is tough, and that's why a lot of our initiatives for the IDBF Youth Commission focus on engagement for youth and trying to find ways to help them build up those programs. So one of the events that we're organizing is actually an informational webinar that will be held August 12th, 13th, depending on where you are in the world, to talk about challenges in youth coaching and youth development, trying to bring a team to Worlds, and we're also working on a FAQ/resource page for the IDBF website that will also work to serve as a place where people can find information on how to work on those initiatives for youth.
So Wendy, where can people go to find out more information about that August webinar?
We will be publishing information soon. I'm working with Belinda, who is the guru of all IDBF media and public relations and things like that. So we will be sending out the information very soon.
Very nice. So everyone, keep your eyes open on the IDBF's Facebook, Instagram, and other social channels for that webinar on youth on August 12th and 13th.
And the last thing I'd like to do a plug for is my youth commission for the IDBF is looking for members. We are recruiting, and especially among European possible members, because we don't have any European representation right now and would love to get someone on the commission to participate and help develop youth racing in Europe.
Yeah, and I know here we've seen a few European youth teams racing. We had Neckar Dragon in the 24s, and I think we had University of Hungary Pest as well.
So Germany and Hungary, I would love to have you.
Would love to have them join. Well, thank you so much, Wendy, for chatting with us, and we wish you luck on the water.
Thanks so much.
And a good afternoon. We have our third guest down here in the announcing booth. We're inviting Alan van Kalberg from Netherlands. He's an IDBF treasurer, and I'll introduce him through Bob.
Through me, huh? He's going to reach right to me. So, Alan, welcome. As I said to you before, welcome to the wonderful world of Rainfill, where basically we take random guests and VIPs and bring them to the tower and go, tell us something interesting while we're waiting for the racing to commence. But in the brief chat we had, just to kind of get to know what we could talk about here, I was most impressed with, first off, how long have you been an IDBF official?
Yeah, well, my first contact with dragon boating was in 1989. And then I became an IDBF worker, so to say, in 1991. That was the year it was established. And from that, I represented the Netherlands in council, and especially in IDBF council. And I became an IDBF treasurer later, much later, but I worked, as I said, I was in council and also working for the technical commission. Helping at preparations for world championships and that kind of stuff, and making race programs and operating as official on several positions, of course.
You say your involvement in Dragon Boat goes back to 1989, which clearly predates the first IDBF Worlds in Yuyang in 1995.
That's correct.
So you're talking teak boats, wooden paddles, well before any of the modern era.
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying,
So,
yes.
and it would be safe to say you have probably in these years seen it all.
I've seen a lot, so to say, yeah. Because in fact in 1977, I think, they started in Hong Kong with the races, the Hong Kong Tours Association, just to bring the sport back to life again.
Mm-hmm.
And since then, 1977 till the moment I joined, 1989, already a lot of things happened. I didn't see that, but from 1999 on, I've seen a lot of changes. Yeah.
Yeah, for those of you who aren't familiar with the race he's describing in Hong Kong that they brought back, the first team that went over to race that in 1983 was from Philadelphia, and that was how my club began, the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. And we see lots of races here. We see heats and progressions and reps, but in that original Hong Kong race, it was 633 meters, give or take. It was the angle of the harbor. That was how long they could set the course?
Kind of 630, 660, that kind of, yeah.
There were no women's divisions. There was no mixed. There was no senior, no this, no that. It was simply you showed up and you raced. It was generally men that did it at that time. But you had a qualifying race, a semifinal, and then a final. And at the end of the day, there were 3 medals, correct?
That's right.
Yeah. So you had teams that were flying from all over the world to race in the most incredible water. I know I got to race there in 2012, and it was an absolute roller coaster ride. I'm sure it didn't, you know.
Victoria Harbour.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, but my first appearance, in fact, in a dragon boat in Hong Kong was in 1992.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And my first in Japan was in 1990.
So in Japan as well?
Yes. Yeah.
So
in Japan, they also have they have also dragon boat races, but Japan also had their own tradition of comparable boats, but they called it Peiron boat, not dragon boat.
Oh, that's interesting. Now, see, I did not know that.
They were a little bit bigger, and they had behind the helm, they had 2 seats elevated, and there were 2 people sitting with a long pedal, because they were much higher up than the normal the other paddlers. It's funny.
Oh, that is really cool. Now, how can I imagine steering a boat that's even bigger than a dragon boat?
Yes, the helms, especially the not Japanese helms, had a big problem, because the steering oar was longer than the one that we use here. I think at least 1.5 meters longer, and they were thick like flagpole, and of course it gave a lot of momentum. If you make a turn with that thing and you're not prepared as a helm, then you go flying.
Yeah, I've managed to fall out of standard boats pretty easily when I've been trying to steer. That's why I don't steer anymore. But in terms of your World Championship experience here, your club crew and your Nations World Championships, what are some of the things? I know we had a very brief conversation about some of the calls you've had to make, but I know a lot of us are curious about what happens when the officials make a judgment. Like we've seen, and we've had questions on the stream about the red flags. When a race goes down and it's clean, both of the umpires raise white flags, and we know that's clean. Yeah. If a red flag goes up, take us through the process of how it's reported in, who talks to whom, and then ultimately who is making the decisions, whether or not a penalty needs to be assessed or it's just a warning?
Okay, basically there's a competition committee which is led by the chief official, and there's always 1 or 2 radios open on the table of the chief official, and after a race you see the flags. If it's a white flag, you just acknowledge. If it's a red flag, you ask for a report. And with that report, you determine whether or not the infringement is that serious that you have to take action. If it's just something that you note, okay, team so-and-so, this and that, you make a note. And if it's not worth to penalize them, because it's just a minor infringement, you keep your records. If they do it again, then maybe you call the team captain or whatever, say, you're doing this thing over and over again, last warning, or you get a warning. If you do it again, you get a penalty.
So
and
there's ample warning built in. It's not just this, you get that. You will actually, there's a process to communicate and sort of let the teams know, this is what you're doing, please try not to do this anymore.
Yes, you know, also the thing is, we have rules and regulations, but not everybody has read them.
I will confess I've skimmed the rule book, but I'm a paddler and not a helmsman, so I just stay in my seat and do my job. But I'm aware of some of the rules because our coach does Carrie's holding the binder to my right. You cannot see it, and it is quite the book. It is, and there are tons of rules. Our coach always sends out the 2,000-meter rules, and he says, you don't need to know these, but for those who are curious, these are the rules. And it talks about everything that we saw in the first 2 days here, with the right-of-way buoy and the new corridors they've added and who gets right of way. And I know as an official, the 2,000-meter days have to be the ones where you're working the most because you have the greatest opportunity for all sorts of things.
Personally, I think that the 2,000-meter race is the most exciting in the show.
Are you hearing this? Are you hearing this, Carrie? When I said I needed the drama, this is a man who's been a head official saying the 2K is the best show in town. This is why we're here. I feel like Maximus going, are you not entertained?
If you can only see Alan's face right now, he's got the biggest grin.
I love it.
Yes, he may love it and you may love it, but for officials, it can be a hard task.
As a paddler, I love it. As a spectator, I love it. And Alan has just validated my belief that this is the best part of the sport right now.
And, of course, the helms should love it.
Oh, yeah.
Because normally they only have to keep that boat straight.
Oh, yeah.
With a little bit of wind or maybe some current or whatever. But with 2K, they have to steer. They have to helm, absolutely.
And we saw all sorts, I'm sorry to step on, we saw all sorts of difficulties yesterday and the day before, and really how much power and pressure these helmsmen are under, and helmswomen that are doing their best to try and steer. It is an absolute battle when you're trying to carve and make a pass and not hit the inner buoys and not yield and not give right away and know where you are and not kill the boat speed.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say that female helms are as good as any male helm.
Oh, yeah.
So no difference in that. It's been a long time that men thought that women couldn't helm. So you had male helms on female boats. But of course we abandoned that. Eh? And yeah.
Oh, I am very fortunate that within my club I have Ellen Law and Bill Heffernan, 2 names you probably know.
Yep.
And there's nothing more delightful than watching 2 of the best steersperson in the world when we're at practice try and get under each other's skin and do the things to each other that they know they have to do in racing to just try and carve and get inside and get position and bounce off wakes and for the 2K do the turns. And I know they know the rule book inside and out.
Yeah.
One of the difficult things for these helms, too, is their perception of where they are in relation to the boats going into the apex of a turn. What the officials see is also very different in their angle. So when we make calls as officials, we do the best we can, but with technology now, we have drones that will help us because we can see the overhead. But as a helm myself, when we go through a turn, it's hard to see depth perception in relation to the other teams, and it becomes a judgmental call. Do I take it, or do I put my team at risk of a penalty?
Yes. One much more important thing is, do I put my team at risk or other teams with collisions or other things, injuries? Because the biggest thing for us in the 2K is safety of the teams. And then the second thing, of course, you have to keep the boats in one piece. Because now we always have this at the first day. And when we started, it was the last day. But the first day, if you damage your boats, you still have a week to go.
Yeah.
Okay? So safety, safety above all.
Now, why do you guys leave the heads and tails on? Where when we go to other local races, they usually take the heads and tails off.
It's a dragon boat. It's a dragon boat. You need a head, a tail, and your scales, right?
Yeah.
In some areas in China and Japan, they even require a beard or not. Because with a beard, without a beard, you cannot see if it's male or female. So,
what is the most challenging race that you've ever had to deal with?
You stole my question. I was looking for that, but go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a challenging incident here was that 2K race on the first day, where the three boats collided. One boat of which, by the way, was all over the place. Shall I call the name? No.
No.
But it's
We know of whom you're speaking. If you're curious, go on the Facebook page. There's a photo of a boat in a position it should never be in, because you can look into the hull as it's yawing sideways and the crew is holding on for dear life. You'll know exactly who is involved in this collision.
In all honesty, Alan, we would have been looking at the boat because we were looking for the corners, and that's where usually the little drama occurs. But we were actually looking at the TV and just kind of talking back and forth, and to the left of our eye, we see these three boats on the straightaway come together.
Yeah. Well, difficult thing for me is when there is time lost by things from outside that you didn't do yourself. You didn't make mistakes, but somebody else made mistakes. And especially in a race like this, I think the best call would have been to stop the race. But then there should be somebody who oversees everything and thinks, okay, those three boats, two were potential winners. You can never compensate with penalties or bonus seconds or whatever.
Right.
Because you will never know what the actual result would have been.
And a re-race, especially in these weather conditions, after they were on the second leg, so they were approaching 1K in.
Exactly.
That's a lot to ask a crew to go back and basically start over.
Exactly.
I would not be wanting to make that call. You are in an unenvious position.
Exactly. So that's a difficult one.
We were dealing with comments on that race all day. They're like, why aren't the results final? I'm like, at this point, there's lawyers on the floor. We're sorting out the time penalties. And I kind of giggled when I saw like 45 seconds of penalties and adjustments. I've never seen that before. Was that like the highest number you've ever given out in terms of adjustments?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because I thought so.
Actually sitting in front of that big screen with stopwatches. And we played that footage over and over again and said, okay, what point do we let it run? And when do we stop with maybe some split time or whatever to see what? And we came to something like, for one team, 52 seconds before they were back on the course.
Yep.
But during that time, they also already made some progress in the course. So they already progressed maybe 30 or 40 meters. How do you put that in the equation? So it's always a difficult one.
It's not black and white. You are working in a world of chaos that ends up gray, and you just have to get the right shade to get the right call. And it's very difficult. I'm really glad we're getting a chance to talk about this, because I know as a paddler, it's a bit mysterious. When you hear there's been a penalty, all you can do is wait to hear, okay, well, what's it going to be? What did we do? Is it a warning? Is it this or that? So to know there's a human being, a group of human beings on the other end, and that you're looking and you're doing your best judgment, and certainly, as we spoke before, giving fair warning. It's not just an automatic, well, it's this.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. By the way, I started as a paddler, and then I was struck by the bug, the dragon boat bug.
Hey, well,
yeah.
That works. And it's nice to know that you've been a paddler, because I know that's always been a question of, have the officials raced? Do they know what it's like to be in the boat? Do they know what we're going through right now when you're making a call? So
I've been actively racing for 12 years. So I've done a lot of things. Yeah.
That's fantastic.
And for being referee, I've been on every station. I've been on start, finish, boat umpire, boat marshalling, and but the spot I like most is race control.
That's what I was going to ask. If you could pick one, what's your favorite? So being up in the tower and being in that hot seat to make the calls, huh? Or oversee the calls being made.
That's what I like.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you're up there. And I'm glad that you're here. So I think we're getting the sign that we're going to resume racing. So, Alan, thank you so much for your time up here.
My pleasure.
I wish you a drama-free rest of the week. And I say that as a competitor and as knowing the officials. Just let's get through the rest of the progression with no issues, no more red flags.
But not too dull, eh?
Not too dull. But we've had a great first couple of days of racing, so see? Are you not entertained? Come on, Kerry. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And a good afternoon. I have two more guests right next to me. Our first guest to my right is Julia Doyle. She is from Ireland. And also to her right is Belinda Chung. Julia, welcome.
Thank you. Lovely to be here.
That's great. And Belinda, thank you for coming down to the announcer booth. We're going to introduce you to the YouTube crowd that's been watching us. We have approximately 638 people online. Julia, what are you doing here for the IDBF?
Well, I'm the IDBF, or one of the IDBF vice presidents, but my role this week is I'm in charge of the protocol, so the medal ceremonies. So usually it's great, everyone's big smiles on their faces time they get to me.
Oh, that is you who's calling me. Please announce the following teams.
It is, yeah. I'm the one pestering you all the time.
Nice to meet you, Julia. Now, Julia, I understand you're the first female vice president from Ireland.
That's right.
Oh, not from Ireland, but first female.
Yeah, we did have a female vice president a number of years ago, but we haven't for a long time. But, you know, the IDBF, we like to walk the walk, talk the talk. You know, we've got a huge demographic of women, and I think within the vice president's role and the general executive and council, we're very gender balanced. The demographic is very much 50-50 women, male, so that's fantastic for a sport to be able to put the hand up and say, look, this is what we do.
That's wonderful.
Looking at all the chairs of the commissions and everything, but Julie is the only female IDBF vice president.
Wow, that's amazing. Now, what do you do in Ireland? You're also the...
So I'm the chairman of the Irish Dragon Boat Association, and I also founded it back in 2010. I spent my youth growing up with Mike Thomas, Mike Haslam, that everybody remembers, and sort of basically they probably taught me the ropes about this whole sport of dragon boating. So I'm very grateful. I'm still here after about 30 years. But yeah, obviously the sport, you know, once you start doing the sport, it just attracts you to do everything. So over my lifestyle, I've raced for Great Britain, I've raced for Ireland, I officiate, and also have done a lot of administration within the sport.
How many teams in Ireland?
We currently have 18 clubs, and within the clubs we have a number of teams. So yeah, the sport is really on an upward curve in Ireland, so I'm really pleased with that.
Now, there's no teams from Ireland in this Club Crew Championships. Why is that?
Well, we would have loved to have sent some teams here, like I'm sure a lot of nations, but unfortunately with COVID, that's got in the way. We've only been able to get back in big boats, you know, in the last number of months. So obviously that's just had the effects. But I'm sure at the next Club Crew World Championships 2022, 2024 in Ravenna, we'll certainly have Irish teams there.
Wonderful. What's the biggest race in Ireland?
We have the Dublin Dragon Boat Regatta. We normally, over 2 days, have 1,000 competitors.
1,000?
1,000 competitors. Plus, we also do a very big corporate event called Dragons at the Docks, which is 84 teams in an afternoon. So it's very hectic. 12 boats, believe it or not. We do have that number of boats in Ireland. But yeah, the sport's growing. It's fantastic because we've had great support from the Canadians, the Australian and the US teams come and visit us. There's something about Ireland that everyone loves to visit.
I think it's the beer.
A good Guinness.
The good Guinness. Is Guinness actually an Irish product?
Yes, it is, yeah. As you can tell by my accent, I'm English. But yes, I married an Irishman.
That's great. How's it been here in the US for the 13th annual Club Crew Championships?
Oh, great experience. I mean, this site here at Nathan Benderson Park is fantastic. It's so big. It gives us all the room, you know, to put everything we want.
It's world class.
Yes, exactly.
It's a fantastic venue.
The athletes have been well looked after. You know, hopefully, you know, there's cooling tents, there's loads of shelter. Hopefully there's plenty of toilet facilities, and the officials are being well looked after. You know, I was saying to somebody this morning, we were up at 5:15, and in my position, I'm one of the last to leave. So, you know, in this heat, we need to be looked after, and they're certainly doing a great job.
Excellent. Is this the first time racing or officiating in the U.S.?
Officiating, yes. I've raced twice before for Great Britain, in Philadelphia in 2001 and in Tampa, and I think that was 2011.
And you don't race anymore?
I do, but I have to do all the legwork and do all the coaching of the Irish team now. So I've changed allegiance, gone from Great Britain to Ireland. But I did get a sneaky ride with the Dubai Paddle Club yesterday, helping them out with a helm on the small boat. So that was quite great fun. Good bunch of girls, and I think I'll see them again tomorrow.
Wonderful. We've got Belinda here from Australia. Belinda, tell us about yourself and what are you doing with the IDBF?
Well, I'm from Sydney, Australia, so I can say good morning to everyone there. I think it's just after 7 a.m. And if you're on the bus or the train and you're on your way to work or maybe working from home, just, you know, log into YouTube and watch some dragon boat action while you're working. But don't tell your boss.
Sounds great. Now, how are you two connected together in this IDBF championships?
Well, as my portfolio as an IDBF Vice President, I look after marketing and media. And we've been very, very fortunate to have Belinda come on as the Marketing and Media Commission Chair. And that's her background in her profession. So she's brought forward a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the IDBF. And we are working together to try and, you know, make our sport a lot more out there with social media, etc.
How's that coming along, Belinda?
Look, I think it's going great. It's really important to, you know, talk about dragon boating and also be on the same platforms where all our audiences and athletes are. Speaking about Julie's 30 amazing years of experience, it's also 30 years of modern day dragon boat racing. And what do we mean by that? Because everybody knows the story about dragon boating and the traditions and the stories from thousands of years ago, but not many people do know that modern day dragon boating started in Hong Kong 30 years ago, a bit over 30 years ago rather, and that's where IDBF was formed in 1991. Hence the anniversary book that we've published. Mike Thomas, Julie and myself and a few others worked incredibly hard to put together this fantastic 150 plus pages of information and photos. It was a labour of love, I've got to say.
Oh yeah, numerous hours. Thankfully COVID came along and we couldn't go anywhere, but hopefully if you haven't seen it yet, please go to Regatta Sport. They have them on the stand there, and also in
at Race Admin.
Yeah, but, you know, there's something for everyone. You know, we have medals, we have pictures from every World Championships from 1995 to 2019, and likewise with the Club Crew Championships. Plus there's graphics about the history of the sport and how it's developed and key stages within the development.
Yeah, come and have a look at the book because there's probably a chance there's a photo of you in it if you've represented your national team or in your club crew, or even if you're a race official. If you're a spectator and you're here to support your family and friends, highly likely they're in there too. If you're like me and my paddling buddies, we almost have every paddle type, race shirt, cap, shoes, paddle shorts, whatnot under the sun, but this is perfect present for those paddlers who have everything because they won't have a copy of this.
Exactly. Get your Christmas shopping in early.
Now, Belinda, have you raced before?
Yes, I have.
With who?
Lots of teams.
Last team that you came from? Or club? Since we're a club crew.
Oh, I haven't raced at club crew. I've raced at other international events.
So which club do you belong to in Australia, Sydney, Australia?
It depends who you're asking.
Okay, most recent one, Belinda.
I haven't paddled dragon boating since COVID started.
Before COVID, then?
So before COVID, it's with Pacific Dragons.
Oh, you changed. I remember you with Blackwater.
Blackwattle Bay, yes,
Yes.
but I also outrig. But
You outrigged. That's a nasty word for some dragon boaters.
I know, but hey, we're still going forwards and it backwards like rowing does.
Excellent. I want to say thank you on behalf of the USDBF and all the participants here. You guys have put on a great show for all of us. I think all the participants are having a lot of fun, some great competitions. I know we're all coming out of COVID, and in just due course, we'll be back together in one big group, and hopefully we'll see Ireland at the next World Championships or National Championships.
Hope so too.
Thank you very much, and I'll let you guys go back to your positions. I know that the thunder showers are roughly within the distance still. We're just keeping an eye out there. But if you have any comments, please put them on YouTube. Let us know what you think of Julie Doyle. If you want to contact Belinda Chung, she's also on here. She's reading all these comments, and we thank you for listening in today.
Thanks, Kerry.
Thank you.
Important announcement. Important announcement. Wham! Crew manager, please go to the race admin. We require your crew list for tomorrow. Again, Wham! Crew manager, team manager, please go to a race admin and submit your crew list for tomorrow's race.
So if you're wondering, when are we going to get started again? We were very, very close, and we just had another lightning strike within 4 miles of the tower, which resets the clock. Every strike, we have to wait, I'll confirm with Mark behind me, 20 minutes? Mark is nodding his head. Yes, every strike within 10 miles resets the clock back to 20 minutes. So the time is currently 5:21. So the earliest we could resume competition is 5:41. Please stay tuned. We'll keep you posted, but it's for your own safety. With the lightning within 4 miles, we are still in a weather hold.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park is.
This is a great facility, and coming from Boston, we have been to many different races before in other counties or countries, but we think this is absolutely one of a kind. And if we got another chance, we can come back for the World Championship. That will be our honor. And such a great weather, such a great spirit, and a lot of other teams. So absolutely looking forward to that.
We're excited to come back to the World Championships at Nathan Benderson. I mean, this is a world-class facility, and we're going to hopefully take a championship when we come back.
One of the things that we have found to be really enjoyable about being here in Sarasota is the hospitality of the community. It just makes for a perfect setting for teams that are traveling from other locations, makes their stay more enjoyable in the community, and I can't wait for our world teams to experience that next year.
First word starts with tough. And
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world.
This race venue is a great race venue because it's so purpose-built for paddle sports. It's consistent water depth, which makes for fast times. Everybody has an equal footing in every race. This venue is one of the greatest venues for really highly competitive races.
I've been to Australia, to the Czech Republic, to Germany, to Thailand, and there is no course that is as beautiful and as technically accurate as Nathan Benderson Park.
Nathan Benderson Park is a wonderful place for us to paddle and compete. Personally, I've raced here before with our regional championships and now with our national championship. The technology, the racing tower, and the timing tower is phenomenal. It's one of the most impressive facilities that I've raced at all over the world. The course is technically fair, which you don't always get in all venues, and it's just a beautiful place to be.
Nathan Benderson Park is one of the best locations I've ever raced in the world. It's a great competitive location. The lanes are all the same depth, makes for great racing. Spectators at Nathan Benderson have a great view from the base of the tower. They see the finish very clearly. They always do a great job bringing in food trucks, vendors, grandstands. They really do a good job hosting events here at Nathan Benderson. What are people going to see when they come out? They're going to see a really exciting races. The 200 meter is probably the highest speed race because it's the shortest race. 500 meter is not an endurance test, but it's more technique. 500s, they're really good races because the finishes are really strong. You're going to see some people working really hard and really good athletes giving everything they got. And Sunday when we run the 2000, which is an oval course, tight turns, lots of teams competing head-to-head with each other in the middle of those tight turns. In dragon boating, we call that 2000 NASCAR dragon boating because of the turns, and it's a really exciting race to watch.
This is absolutely world-class venue. I've competed and coached at just about every world-class venue all over the world, including in China and Europe. And I have to say, being in our backyard here in stateside, this is the premier location to host a world-class event.
We're Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club. We're from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The venue here at Nathan Benderson Park is incredible. It's clean, it's well organized, the race course is fantastic. You know, everything is really, really well done, and we're having a great time.
Sarasota's great. It's beautiful, the weather's amazing, the people are great. We're exploring out the different restaurants and food here, but we're enjoying our stay here at Sarasota.
One of the things that we have found to be really enjoyable about being here in Sarasota is the hospitality of the community. It just makes for a perfect setting for teams that are traveling from other locations.
All right, teams, we have gotten a call from our safety official. We will commence racing at 5:39. At 5:39, barring any more thunder strikes, we will commence racing. We will be calling race number 78, 78 to marshalling. 78 is PD2 small boat. Again, this is the para-dragon class where at PD2, 50% of the paddlers has a recognized impairment. With those teams, please proceed to the marshalling area now. Follow 78, we will jump to the race number 80, Senior A Women Small Boat. Again, race 80, Senior A Women Small Boat to the marshalling now.
Accurate as
Are you ready to have fun in the 941? Take advantage of all the local deals that Sarasota County is offering. There is so much to do that you and the family can enjoy. Whether it's feeding flamingos, admiring art, becoming a foodie at one of your favorite restaurants, or having a happy hour downtown with friends, you can never run out of things to do and at a fantastic price. Now it's your turn to have fun in the 941. Go to funinthe941.com to see all offers. Welcome to the Bradenton area, where the easy pace of island life comes naturally in this coastal playground with endless white sand beaches, stunning natural preserves, relaxing vibes all around, and it's a seafood lover's paradise. Stay a while to explore downtown Bradenton with top-rated attractions and a friendly community set along the Bradenton Riverwalk. Come lose yourself in the sun-drenched Gulf Coast of Florida and change your reality in the Bradenton area. Learn more at BradentonGulfIslands.com.
Race number 78 to the marshalling area, please. PD2 Open Small Boat. Followed by race number 80, Senior A Women Small Boat. Please proceed to the marshalling area now. Also, race number 81, Senior A Women Standard Boat. Hey, Ken, online, how late can you race? When the sun disappears, basically. The sun is looking pretty high up still, so we still have some room here to race. I'll ask Mark or Bob here, because I'm not a local. What is the latest we can race here in Florida?
Sunset is 8:25.
Sunset's at 8:25. But I hope that we'll get this done. I think there might be some changes coming our way for the race grid, but until that point, we are on race number 78. Coming your way will be Bob Minna and also Mark Kane. These two will be calling the next race, 78, and we'll go from there. We hope you guys are doing okay out there. Our viewers are still at 579 and climbing. I think teams have just realized that we're back to racing. We still have a little dark cloud over us, but there hasn't been a lightning strike, so I think we're still okay.
Well, you say that, and I'm looking out the window going, yep, sure, sounds good. I want to believe. It's been about, what, 2 days since we've been in this delay? It's been a long one.
It has. We were doing quite well this morning. I thought we were going to finish this on time.
Well, Florida in the summertime. You get exactly what you pay for, but it's working out. We'll be all right.
Does this happen a lot here?
Only daily.
Okay, plan A and plan B.
This is a very important message to all teams. Important message to all teams. Because of the inclement weather, we've made a small change to the race grid. Please be aware. In the PD2 Open, Adaptive Fusion, Para United, Para Alliance, PADS, Out of Sight DBC, Para Fusion, we will not be running round 3. We will only run 2 rounds, and combined times will give you your advancement. We will not be running round 3. U24, Women Small Boat, LA County DBC, Cal, Pickering. Again, we will be only running 2 rounds. We will be scrapping the 3rd round. Total time will have your advancements to the medal round. BCP, Vermont, Pink Dragonistas, Hope Afloat. Same thing. We will only be running 2 rounds. We have scrapped the 3rd round. Total time will advance to the medal round. Senior A Women Small Boat, Necra Dragons, 22 Dragons, 1C, Edmonton, Windy City. Same thing. We will only run 2 rounds. Total time will advance to the final rounds. And finally, Senior A Open Standard Boat, Ottawa, Windy City, Tampa, 22 Dragons, CSDC Liquid. We will only run 2 rounds. Combined times will advance to the finals.
So it's just 2 rounds.
Yeah.
The times, both the combined times, are medal placings. Work out medal placings. So just to avoid confusion, it's the 2 rounds, combined times, work out medal placings.
Just to confirm, the last message for all those teams I just mentioned, combined times will be used to determine your medals. There will not be a final round. It will be 2 times combined. We will then place according to the medal standings to determine first, second, and third.
That's good. Thank you. They just might have got a bit confused when you said advancement to the final. Hang on, I won't go to. That's all good. Let's see if we can get these 7 races on the water, and then, well, yeah. Hopefully we don't want to do it tomorrow afternoon. It's a little bit better. It's still 4. Thanks, Kerry. Alrighty.
Thanks, Mel.
No worries. Well, let's see.
In order to complete the race program that we have just stepped through with 2 rounds, plus we have the 3rd round for several divisions, it will require the cooperation of all crews to marshal quickly, efficiently, and on time. Please cooperate with the marshaling officials and report when called so that we can get the race grid completed as scheduled for the remainder of the day.
All right, we have the 4 officials back on water. We are going to commence with the racing this afternoon. As you heard over the sound system, we are going to basically run 78. We are going to run the 2 rounds for those teams I had just mentioned. Those 2 teams will basically combine their times, and based on the combined time, we determine first, second, and third for each division. The weather has played a little havoc here, and we want to complete the day as soon as we can. So unfortunately, we will not have a round 3 at all. We are going to probably cut out, it looks like, 5 races. And we still should finish, hopefully, within the next hour and a half. slagged for music and it's not us. Copy that. We're just having some difficult time with this sound system. I'll try to turn everything down. Copy that. Thank you. Mark, can you just pass that on? It's nothing to do with me. I'm not controlling the music. No, it's beyond my control. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Something spotted down maybe in that desktop unit?
Nope, I've turned that down to...
Turning our attention to the water, we are finally back online here with boats approaching the start gates. This is race number 78, originally scheduled for about 3 days ago. This is small boat Paradragons 2 Open, 200 meter. And this will be their second and final round. They are doing 2 rounds for time and not 3, 2 rounds. In lane 1 will be Adaptive Fusion. In lane 2, Para United. Lane 3, Para Alliance. Lane 4, Pads Dragon Boat Racing Team. Lane 5, Out of Sight Dragons. And lane 6, Para Fusion.
Hey, Bob, is this the team that goes into Stratosphere?
I'm hoping so.
It is by the looks of it.
Lane 4, look at that. They've moved. I think they've even gone to a more ridiculous setup on the car. They've got full wedge. Everybody's sitting behind row 5.
How many feet does she go up in the air?
I'm telling you, they're only going to be happy when the amplitude is like 8 feet.
Now, Mark hasn't seen this, so Mark's going to get a first hand of this team.
So this is Pads from the Philippines, and at their stroke rate in a 200, which is already phenomenal,
right?
And with them all sitting in the back of the boat, we are not exaggerating. The water was not touching the hull till about seat 3 the last time. The bow is just up 2.5, 3 feet in the air, which means the drummer's like 5 feet in the air. It's fantastic.
This should make for an interesting experience for that drummer.
I mean, I think they've been trying to say, back farther, back farther. You can almost see them drawing straws in the tent going, let's all sit behind 5.
If I had to make a bet, I'm not a bettor, but if I had to make a bet right now, my money's on boat 4.
Well, yeah, that's a pretty good bet. They've been class of their particular field all day long. They're a very decorated team. They come here with a lot of hardware from prior World Championships, a lot of experience, and as we've seen, a lot of horsepower. But all of these teams come here basically racing in this Paradragon division, and as we explained earlier, 10 paddlers racing in a standard boat. They're not using small boats. They're using a 20-seat boat to try and grow the sport and basically plant the seeds for growing the Paradragon division. And it's also easier for the helms to steer. They get a little better hull run, but it is a lot more work.
The way the boats are trying to line up, and we've got a pretty good westerly wind right now, it looks like these boats are going to be fighting the wind trying to get into these boots.
They have been all afternoon, and even though the thunderstorms never directly hit us, the wind generated from those storms has picked the breeze up as it's blowing across the course. And you can see every one of the boats waiting for what looks like Para Alliance to come in are pointing themselves into the wind to do their best to try and just hold station.
Race 83 to marshalling now, please. Race 83 to marshalling.
And we may only have 5 boats in this because as I'm looking back, that is a small boat in the background warming. So I said we would have 6, but it looks like we will have 5. It appears that lane 3 is going to be empty. That was the spot formerly held by Para Alliance. So they are a scratch right now. Para Alliance will now be occupied by nothing but water. So we have boats in lanes 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6. Lane 1 is Adaptive Fusion. Lane 2, Para United. Lane 4, the Pads Dragon Boat Racing Team. Lane 5, Out of Sight Dragons. And lane 6, Para Fusion.
Race 82, Northern Beaches to the marshalling immediately. Race 82, Northern Beaches to the marshalling now.
The boats are continuing to try and creep in. Boat 1, 45-degree angle to the boot is not a good place to start.
They are slightly past the boot as well. They'll get there.
Yep, they are backing up, trying to get realigned, bring it back in straight.
And looking on the footage, I believe those are the 22 Dragons. That is a Senior A women's small boat warming up. Those are the Wannsee Dragons behind them. That's going to be our next race. They are coming about and basically staging themselves so that we can get these races off quickly because we lost a lot of time with the weather.
Those boats in the back look like locusts just waiting to attack.
They just want their turn.
Oh, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, come on. This is just another traffic jam. You get those down here, right?
Oh, yeah, we have lots of traffic jams.
Yeah,
down
so
here.
it's rush hour.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
No way. You got to go to L.A. L.A.'s got the worst traffic.
Nobody said this was worse than L.A.
No, I wasn't going to draw an analogy to L.A.
We have L.A. County just down here in the black and white shirts, and they kind of know my humor about the driving in L.A. Good to see you, kids.
I'm getting a quick wave. Hello, Tommy. Hello, Chris. Hello, Bucks County. Hello, DPW. Hello, LA. Everybody waving down there below us.
Hey, is that Tommy down there?
That is Tommy.
Hey, Tommy. How are you?
Chris giving a hug to Olivia Quinn, steerer for DPW this week.
They're off, guys. They're off.
Yeah. Why did he turn me off? We are underway here in race 78. And unsurprisingly, Pad's Dragon Boat continues to try and launch their drummer into the stratosphere. That water is now back at about seat 2.5, pushing seat 3, and she looks like she's sitting on a high chair.
But look at boat number 6 on the outside. They're staying with them.
Well, they're doing what they can, although their drummer is much more grounded, but riding like Cleopatra down the race course for the final time today, the Pad's Dragon Boat Racing Team drummer enjoying the view of the field she's had all day long, looking back at everybody else looking up at her through the sun-splashed finish line for the final time today. Pad's Dragon Boat Racing Team from the Philippines is going to take it. Second out of lane 1, or check that, lane 6 is going to be Parafusion. Third out of lane 1 is going to be Adaptive Fusion. Fourth out of lane 2 will be Para United. And from Washington, D.C., your out-of-sight Dragons will round out race 78 in lane number 5.
That was an interesting ride for the drummer on pads. I have not seen a boat set up like that anywhere before.
That's the first time I've seen that, and I think it's fantastic.
My gosh, that lady was going to the stratosphere. I have not seen that. I don't know why they did it, but it seemed to work for them.
It was a fantastic job.
I think you guys should do that for the Philadelphia Dragon Boat group.
I have to ask and see which drummer would be amenable to that.
I just kick 10 paddlers out, put 10 paddlers in the back, and just launch.
So Pads took that at a time of 56.016. Second was Parafusion, 59.78. Adaptive Fusion, 101.65. Para United in 103.97. And the out-of-sight Dragons in 110.511.
We are now going to race number 80. This is the Senior A Women's Small Boat. With the Senior A Small Boat, we've got 5 teams. We're also calling race number 83 Windy City ASP. With Windy City, please go to marshalling immediately. Windy City to the marshalling now. And I just see them in the tent area, and they stopped as soon as I said Windy City. Windy City, please go to marshalling now.
This next race, race 80, small boat, senior women A. This is their second round. This plus the time combined from the first round will determine their medal position. In this race, we have lane 1, Neckar Dragon, lane 2, 22 Dragons, lane 3, Wannsee Dragons, lane 4, Edmonton DB Racing Club, and lane 5, Windy City Dragons. Senior A Women's Small Boat, round 2.
These crews not wasting any time, coming down under starter's order, coming down in formation, 5 across. And as Mark mentioned, we usually do 3 rounds. This is going to be 2. So whatever their time gaps were in the first round, this is their last chance to either add to the lead they have or make up the time gaps they're coming into this race with.
I'm hoping for another launch here, Bob.
Well, I don't question the horsepower of these women's crews, but they are set up equally, sitting in the seats they're supposed to be. So I don't think we're going to quite get a drummer into the stratosphere. We're going to leave that to the Philippines. But from now on, the PADS Cleopatra setup, I swear, that is just fantastic.
But hang on here. This is Cape Canaveral, isn't it? Home of the NASA?
It's on the other coast. Space Coast is on the East Coast. We're on the West Coast.
Here's another theory. We talk about the 200-meter being a drag race. Were they trying to set it up like a dragster?
It looks that way.
That is hilarious. Oh, look here. We got the LA County down there staring at me.
That's not weird.
No, it is, because they're looking for free food.
Okay, the boats are in the boot.
Under starter's order, and away we go.
Off we go, and it looks like lane 4, Edmonton got a little bit of a jump, but lane 2, which is 22 Dragons, has since overcome that initial jump. After the first stroke, here they go. Looks like in lane 1, Neckar Dragons has got a really, they just settled. I was going to comment on the fast rate. They just settled. 22 Dragons is still keeping their rate up. We're about 175 meters to go. And it looks like lane 2, 22 Dragons from our angle has got the lead. Lane 5, Windy City, is putting up a heck of a race, and as is lane 4, Edmonton DB Racing Club. Still looks like lane 2. Looks like it's going to be lane 2, lane 4, lane 5, lane 1, and lane 3, and that's unofficial.
Looked to my eye like it was 2, 4, 5, 3, 1 as well. We'll wait for the times, but that would be 22 Dragons, Edmonton DB Racing Club, Windy City Dragons, Wannsee Dragons, and Neckar Dragon in that order, but we will wait for the times. This is the second round for Senior A Women's Small Boat, and will be their final round. And the unofficial times are already up. 22 Dragons unofficially take that in a time of 58.12. Edmonton DB Racing Club, 59.46. Then the Windy City Dragons, 1 flat .22, followed by the Wannsee Dragons, 1 flat .53. And then the Neckar Dragon, just 2 100ths behind Wannsee in a 1:00.55. All times unofficial, but that's your order. Not wasting any time here, we have our Senior A Women's Rep. This is a repechage. This is basically the race to get into the grand final.
And these Senior A women are very excited for this. This is their chance to get into that grand final. Like Bob mentioned, this is race number 81, the 200-meter standard boat Senior A women.
3 boats will advance from this rep. 3 will go to the grand final. For the other 3, their day is over. So in lane 1, we have Tampa River Dragon Boat. In lane 2, Bytown DBC Ottawa. Lane 3, CSDC Liquid Assets Toronto. Lane 4, South Breeze Long Beach. Lane 5, Bucks County Fusion. And lane 6, NBP Paddling Sarasota. The hometown Senior A women's crew.
Follow the race 82. We've got 83 on the water. We're running through these races really quickly today. Follow race 83 with 88 and 89 start heading towards the marshalling area, but I guess you'll have to wait for the results of this race.
Matthew is going to take this race call because this is his father's club. His father's not racing with the Senior A women.
We can see them lining up now, and it looks like boat 6, NBP, is coming out of the buckets and moving back in. Looks like Tampa's starting a little bit of an angle. These crosswinds are really tough to deal with, I got to say. She's having that left side draw. And they're off. Again, this is race 81, the Senior A Women Repechage 1. We see all these boats coming out really strong, especially in the 200 meter with a nice high rate. You can really see the glide coming off of boat 2, Bytown Dragon Boat Club from Ottawa. We see boats 1, 5, and 3 also starting to lead the pack a little bit. That is Buck, CSDC Liquid, and Tampa. Some of these drummers really just wailing on that drum. Looks like Bytown's falling back a little bit. Southbury's also falling back a little bit, and NBP paddling on the outside over there as they come into the final stretch here. It looks like Bucks County is, in fact, in the lead.
Must be the lucky Matthew here.
Followed by boat 3, which is CSDC Liquid Assets from Toronto. Oh, and it looks like they may have taken first.
Who's that?
CSDC Liquid Assets, it looks like.
Oh,
to my eye, unofficially, it looked like 3, 4, and 5, but that is just unofficial.
All right, we have the next race coming up behind us. Results will be given online. So we'll call the next race, Bob. This is race number 82.
All right. Race 80, number 2, is the Senior A Open. Small boat, rep number 1. And while they're coming in, the results. CSDC Liquid Assets, 52.87 takes it. Southbreeze in second with a 53.48. And going through the final transfer spot, USA Bucks County, 53.64. Just getting it by 0.4 of a second over Bytown DBC in a 54.03. Tampa River Dragon Boat with a 54.09. And NBP Paddling rounding out the rep in a 57.55. So CSDC, Southbreeze, and Bucks, we will see them in the Senior A Women's Final.
As we turn our head, this is race number 83 on the water, Senior A Open Standard Boat.
And in this, we have Ottawa Dragon Boat Club, Windy City Dragons, Tampa River Dragon Boat, 22 Dragons, and CSDC Liquid Assets. Oh, excuse me.
We have had a lot of changes and a lot of scheduling, so we want to make sure we're reading these 4 crews. In lane 2, closest to you will be Northern Beaches Dragon Boat C. In lane 2 will be Neckar Dragon. Lane 3, Dragon Aqua SE from, what's that city in Hungary?
Székesfehérvár.
And then Wham! Washington Masters. Those are our 4 crews.
2, 3, 4, and 5. That's right.
This is
the
Rep 1.
Senior A Open Rep 1.
Now, the way it's going to work, just the same rules apply. 3 crews out of this 4-boat race will advance to the Senior A Open Small Boat Final. Only 1 crew will have their day come to an end. So you want to be in those top 3.
This is round 2. Wow.
No, this is race 82. I was just saying to Matthew, this is race 82. This is a rep. Top 3 out of 4. Go. And don't worry, if you're scoring at home, how are you scoring a Dragon Boat race? And can you teach us? These 4 crews are racing the rep. 3 will advance. 1 will have their day come to an end in the 200 meters.
And I think this is one of our most diverse races of the day. All 4 of these boats from different countries. We have Australia, Germany, Hungary, and the U.S. represented here. Very cool.
The UN is pleased.
I hope this doesn't become a war.
Oh, now. We were told not to mention the war.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Simon? Carrie, block the doors.
Now on your screen, you see boat number 4 there. That is Dragon Aqua SE from Hungary. And over there in the neon, that is Wham! The Washington Masters.
The team is coached by Leslie Blythe. Leslie's works for Starbucks. She's a great coach, and I've had the pleasure of working with her for many years in helping her become what she is today. She is a great coach and will lead this team to better things going forward.
You had me at coffee. Carrie, you want this one?
No, that's okay. I like what you guys are doing.
All right.
Go for it, Bob.
I'll take this one. I like a race, as we've learned the last few days, I like a race with a bit of drama. 3 out of 4 are going to advance. You don't want to be the last one left without a seat when the music stops in this game of musical chairs. And again, we've got the Northern Beaches Club here in lane 2, closest to you on the feed. Not quite straight aligned, but at the end of a long, long day with so many weather delays, the starter is just going to go whenever the starter is ready. And there we are. You can see it. They're not aligned, but away they go. Northern Beaches is closest to you. Neckar Dragon is in lane 2. Dragon Aqua from Hungary is in lane 3. And then wham, the Washington Masters are out there in 5. And this race quickly goes in the direction of the Neckar Dragons out of 3, almost getting a half a boat. And suddenly it is looking like a very tall climb for the Northern Beaches Paddling Club, as they have been almost washed out of the frame. And your 3 boats that are going to advance to the rep look like they have separated themselves and made the difference. Northern Beaches has about 100 meters left. If they can try and walk up and make something dramatic happen, they're doing their best to get up there. But right now it is looking like it is going to be the Neckar Dragons out of lane 3 that are going to take it over Dragon Aqua and then Washington Area Masters. But it is getting interesting because here come Northern Beaches on the line. Washington Area might have just slipped back. Unofficially, it looked like Washington had it save the last 5 meters, and Northern Beaches came all the way back from out of the frame on the drone feed. We'll wait for the results, but my goodness, it looks like Washington had it. They looked like they punched their ticket, and then it just slipped away. We are waiting for the times.
This call for race 88, Senior A Women Grand Final to the marshalling area now.
And unofficially, we have Neckar Dragon in a 54.12, Dragon Aqua in a 55.67, and taking the third and final transfer spot, Northern Beaches coming from behind, 56.75 by just a quarter second over Washington Masters in a 57.07.
Holy wow.
That was, you never give up on a crew, but it looked really grim for Northern Beaches, but they showed you fight to the last meter. They made that pass with maybe 2 meters to go.
All right, turning our heads towards the next race. That was race number 82. We will now jump to race 83, Senior A Open Standard Boat. On the standard boat, we have 5 boats coming onto the water. We'll come to you in just a few moments. All teams for race 88 to the marshalling area now. Race 88 to the marshalling area now. Race 88, race 88. We need you at the marshalling area now. Race 88, South Breeze, Ottawa, TNPC, H2O Montreal, CSDC, Bucks County Fusion, to the marshalling area now. Race 89, would you please start making your way to the marshalling area for the Grand Final Senior A Open. This is a medal award ceremony for the BCP Women Standard Boat Race 84. With the following teams, please go to the medal award ceremony. NBP Paddling Sarasota, Dragon Boat Charleston, Not Abreast Hamilton, BCP Women's Standard Race number 84 medal award ceremony.
Waiting here on our cruise to approach the start line. We had a zoom in before of Windy City, looking on the stream as we're waiting here. 5 boats racing in the Senior A Open, second and final round. Originally scheduled for 3 rounds, they are now doing 2 rounds for time. Lane 1, closest to you, will be Ottawa DBC. Lane 2, the Windy City Dragons. Lane 3, Tampa River Dragon Boat. Lane 4, 22 Dragons. And Lane 5, CSDC Liquid Assets.
Race 88, race 88. We need the following teams to the marshalling area now. Senior A Women, Standard Boat, South Breeze Long Beach, Ottawa DBC, TNPC, H2O Montreal, CSDC Liquid Acids Toronto, Bucks County Fusion Newton. Would you please head to the marshalling area ASAP?
So if you're wondering why our crews are now taking a loop, because currently 22 Dragons, the way they're pointed, the finish line is 22,000 miles away. The start line has lost power. They are attempting to get the power back on, but without power, the crews can't hear, and the gates will not come up or go down, which makes for a really tough start. So we're letting the crews take a loop, and we're going to bring them back around while they try and bring the power back on. And Matthew just pointed out to me that Windy City is out there racing with 18. No, not Windy City, Tampa. I was looking at Windy City on the monitor. This is what you get at the end of a long day. Apologies to Windy City. They've got a full complement of 20, as do most other crews, but Tampa racing with 18. So now these crews, 42 feet long, these boats are going to circle one another like a group of sharks. This is their last chance to race. They were going to schedule 3 rounds. Supposed to do 3. The weather has cut that to 2, so this is it.
This looks like the 2K race from yesterday.
It's more like a 2K with the corners the width of the course.
Yeah, but there's no corridors.
Yeah, but that'd be kind of trippy. A mass start, narrow course 2K. Where's Alan? We need to bring him on this. What do you think? I can see his grin from here.
Where's our other announcer, Matthew? Is he still with us?
He's right behind me.
What's he doing?
Standing, staring,
smiling,
gesturing at you obscenely.
Hey, Matthew, you look pretty excited about a race that's coming up. Which one?
I sure do. I'm excited about races 88 and 89, both races where Bucks will be competing.
Now, what's with you and the Bucks?
Well, my dad is on Bucks County. He is in the Senior A Open small boat, and then a whole ton of my friends are in that Senior A women's boat as well. They want this medal very badly, let me tell you, and we are super excited to see them race today.
Awesome. So it looks like we're still a little bit delayed trying to determine what has caused the power outage at the start line. We did hear a call on the radio that if we can't get the power up, we'll do a freestanding start. We have enough buoys and markers on the water to determine the start line. So let's just see what happens here, and we'll make a call shortly. This is call for race 89, Necra Dragon to marshalling. Race 89, Necra Dragon to marshalling now.
Our crews continue to hold outside of the official pre-start area, just circling, trying to stay loose. They've already done a warm-up. They've already done a second warm-up. They've already endured 2 lightning delays. They've had 1 race eliminated, and now I know if I was in that boat, all I would want to do is get to the start line and get this show underway. Racers just want to race. It's been a long day, but I know the officials are doing their best to try and resume power. If they cannot get the power back on, they will start this race without the gates. And lots of these crews have done it. It's not going to be a big deal. They're going to be brought down. Starter's order is going to get the point across, and they're going to get it going. The gates just came up, though, so I'm optimistic.
They also laughed. They had to endure our humor, too, Bob.
That's a test of endurance that no one should have to endure.
Again, race 89, Necro Dragon to marshalling. After this race, we have 2 grand finals, and that is the day for race day number 3.
Sorry, I'm laughing over the microphone, but the one of the officials just says, "Umpire, please bring the boats up to the line before we lose power again." It's been that kind of day, folks. We understand completely, and we appreciate all the work you're doing down there to get this show on the road. All 5 boats now pointed in the right direction. Closest to you in Lane 1 will be Ottawa DBC. Lane 2 will be the Windy City Dragons. Lane 3, Tampa River Dragon Boat, racing with 18. Lane 4, 22 Dragons out of Montreal. And Lane 5, CSDC Liquid Assets.
I'm hoping to see a launch pad on this race, too.
Oh, there's some strong crews. I mean, Senior A Open, basically 40 to 49-year-old paddlers open. You can run anyone in that crew you want. Generally, open means men, but strong women are in these boats. You take a look at Windy City, you look at Tampa. It is not a men's crew.
Looking for some comments online. It looks like 22 Dragons being cheered on by Gentlemen Movers. And that's a very auspicious name there. Beverly Searles, come on, Tampa.
A lot of Tampa fans.
Yumi Chen also saying, let's go Tampa.
Twice, and I know Yumi's in the venue, too.
Is she here?
Yeah, she's racing with Tampa, I believe.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So she's texting from the boat. That's impressive. That's some mad skills.
Who's Go D-Ray?
I don't know.
Is there a team called D-Ray?
Go CSDC. Woo.
Maybe go Dre. I mean, you know, we forgot about Dre.
Hey there, Matthew. Look, the Gorillas are back.
Gorillas are back. And it looks like they're coming into the start blocks now.
Yep. We have everyone approaching the gates. It looks really good from my angle. We're waiting under starter's order. All the heads are in the gates.
Hopefully she has power. Or a few boats are going to run up on top of that.
That's not
gate.
hurt these poor dragons.
Oh, we've lost a head.
No.
Yes.
Oh, for...
Don't say it. Hold your tongue, Bob.
My filters, like yours, are basically running on their last fuse.
Boat 5 has lost his head.
We've lost power. We're losing heads. We're losing daylight. We're losing our minds. Come on, people. We've got the umpire vote over there. They will get the dragon head reinstalled back where it should be.
I said that. Bob looked up to the screen, and he thought I was joking.
I couldn't believe it. I'm like, no, please. You got to be kidding me. Meanwhile, lanes 2 and 3 are buried and sitting at attention. At ease. At ease, crews.
You know how to solve this problem, right? We just put airbags at the front of the boat. If they break the head off, the airbag explodes. No team will hit the head again.
Then you launch a dragon head 500 feet in the air. That's a no bueno.
Boat number 3, boat number 3, as you said, gone down to 18 paddlers.
Yep, Tampa racing the hard way. But in a 200, if you can get that boat to ride a little bit out of the water, shorten that hull run, and you've got the power to pull it off, we've seen it done. It's an unusual strategy, but just like gambling on the setup on a race car. I know you're a fan of Formula One. That's basically the dragon boat equivalent of setting up a very oversteery car.
Oh, they actually broke the head off of the middle core. Let's see if they can fix this.
I don't think they can. If that disconnected, yeah, they're going to... I don't... Well, let's see.
You're looking at Don Lee from Toronto. He's one of our IDBF officials on the water. And look, his magic worked. He got the head back on. Oh, he nearly went for a dive.
Happy dragon. All right. Let's light this candle.
And boat number 5, that is CSD Liquid Assets from Canada. Jeff, I think, is in bench 1 on the right side. That's Jeff. He's one of our photographers from the Dragon Boat Canada group. I don't want to say his last name because I can't pronounce it, so let's just call him Jeff.
Our Department of Difficult Pronunciations is standing right over here. Matthew! It's like in case of an impossible word, break glass. Get Matthew in here.
All right. They're going to try to get that head in there, and it's in the boot.
Nicely parked.
All right, Bob, want to take this one away?
This will be my last one for the day, and then Matthew is going to take it the rest of the way. So it is my pleasure. This is race 83. We are underway. Lane 1, Ottawa Dragon Boat Club. Lane 2, the Windy City Dragons from Chicago. Lane 3, Tampa River Dragon Boat. Lane 4, 22 Dragons. Lane 5, CSDC Liquid Assets. This round is for time. Everything matters. Every second counts as these boats race against the clock and race against each other. Combined time from 2 rounds will settle gold, silver, and bronze. And right now, as we look at this, the drone follows it on the stream. They have gone off the frame to the right. It is so fast. It is too close to call. We are going to make this call right at the line. It looks like 22 Dragons might have the slightest of slight leads, but everyone is in pursuit. They're coming directly into the sun here. All 5 boats still have overlap. And as they come to the line, last 10 strokes, unofficially, it's going to be 22 Dragons. And then a virtual tie between 5 and 2 for second between Windy City and CSDC Liquid Assets. Then Ottawa DBC and Tampa River Dragon Boat rounding out the field. But that was something else. That was super, super close. We are going to wait for the unofficial results. But there was virtually no overlap at all as they come to the line.
Great job, Bob. That was our third race. We got 2 more to go.
The unofficial results are up. 22 Dragons takes it in 47.25. CSDC second in 47.76. Windy City snicks in for third with a 47.98. Tampa River Dragon Boat with a 48.70, getting over Ottawa DBC by just 0.24. Ottawa clocking a 48.94. The entire field covered by 1.7 seconds.
We are calling race number 88 now. This is the grand final women's race. This race will be brought to you by Matthew, our communications officer for the USDBF. Matthew, take it away.
Yes, thank you. I actually forgot to mention that about myself. I'm the chair of the USDBF Communications Committee. I run our social media. I do some other communications-y things, and I'm very excited to be here announcing in the box with you guys. This is race 83, Senior A Open Standard Boat. Oh, excuse me, race 88, Senior A Women Standard Boat Grand Final.
A little too much sun there?
That's right.
The sun's also shining right in our faces. I've actually had to put a hat on and almost sunglasses.
For those who know Bob, Bob has put his infamous yellow hat on right now. I am looking right at it.
One of the fleet, but yes.
One of the fleet. And out on the water now, again, race 88, we have South Breeze in lane 1. Lane 2 is Ottawa Dragon Boat Club. Lane 3, True North Paddle Club. Lane 4, H2O Montreal. Lane 5, CSDC Liquid Assets. And in lane 6, Bucks County Dragon Boat.
Now, if you guys can put on some comments onto the YouTube channel, we'd love to see who you guys are rooting for. We'll have Bob call it out, so go ahead and type away. Give us your call on who you think is going to take this race.
We'll see if any guesses come in here. Getting kudos for that prior race. Mrs. Scary 113 says, Canada is doing awesome today. Well, I think Canada's awesome every day, but yes, their racing's going very well. Lauren Troggy says, yay, Frankie D. Janet Goyette, again, a global woohoo. Martha Prentice says, way to go, Liquid Assets. Go, Lou, go. Dominic Matalone says, way to go, 22 Dragons. JL Mo just says, wow. Sonny Cheng says, ooh, the chair. I have no idea what that's in reference to, but it sounds fascinating.
Is Sonny still online? I thought he left a while ago.
Yumi Chen says, let's go, SB. And now the comments are coming thick and fast. We've got Let's Go Bucks. Very disappointed that the breast cancer races were canceled. I'm sorry, Rita. It wasn't that they were canceled, but we had to get rid of the last round because of time. Chantel Chavez cheering for True North. TNPC. Sonny says, South Breeze, South Breeze, South Breeze. 3 times, which I guess means South Breeze appears like Beetlejuice if you say it. Kimberly Bresnia says, go Bucks. Kristen Sticks, hey, Stickle says, go True North. Oh, that's sweet. Samantha Parker cheering for the Ottawa women. Jacqueline Smith, True North all the way. Yumi Chen, South Breeze. Oh, this is great. TNPC, CSDC. I should be scoring this. Imagery Design says, go South Breeze ladies. Samantha Parker, let's go Ottawa, let's go. Someone artsy says, go Isabel's mom, go.
And now coming into the line, we see all these amazing crews. Again, at the bottom of your screen, South Breeze in 1, Ottawa in 2, True North in 3, H2O in 4. 5 is CSDC Liquid Assets, and Bucks in 6. Coming into the buckets now. As you've seen for most of the day, lane 1 coming in at a little bit of an angle. No biggie, I'm sure they'll adjust.
This is not a time race, right? This is a medal race.
This is a grand final medal race.
That's what we want.
For all the marbles, all 3 of them.
Just wanted to be clear for those watching at home and watching here.
Looks like lane 2 is a little bit out of the bucket there. Especially with these, if you hit it too hard, actually, you will bounce out. I've done it once or twice. But you don't want to hit it too hard and, you know, hit the head off like we just saw in that last race. And they're off. Again, this is race 88, Senior A Women's Standard Boat Grand Final here at the IDBF 13 Club Crew World Championships. These boats are off to blazing fast starts. My goodness. Boats 3 and 2 jockeying for first, as well as 4. That is True North in 3, H2O in 4, and Ottawa in 2. We see South Breeze in 1 falling behind a little bit. 5 and 6 CSDC and Bucks also falling behind. It looks like the field is being led by boat 3, True North, which is just pushing forward. Followed by H2O in Montreal in boat 4. And Ottawa in boat 2 as well. As they come into the finish here, we see them start to ramp up the rate a little bit, really dig deep. Push these boats over the line. Ooh, and boat 3, True North. Looks like they're going to unofficially take it, followed by boat 4 and boat 2. That's True North H2O in Ottawa. Again, all these amazing Canadian crews. But we'll have to go to the camera to confirm. These are all unofficial, of course.
Did you see boat 1? They were left in the dust at the beginning of that start, but then caught up to the pack. But they just ran out of real estate.
That's the nature of the 200. It's a start, a sort of a stretch, a hang on for dear life, and then a finish. There's not enough time to walk through anybody if you don't get out of the hole quickly.
That's right.
Well, thank you very much, Matthew. You did a great job today, and thank you for being here. We're now going to let Matthew complete the unofficial results to the public.
And that's True North Paddle Club in first place. In second place, H2O Montreal. And in third place, Ottawa Dragon Boat Club.
CSDC Liquid Assets just missing out on the podium with a 52.12. Bucks County with a 52.67. And South Breeze with a 53.05. The entire field covered by just under 2.5 seconds.
And that's the 200 for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now down to our final race of the day, and we thank you for your patience through all these little tribulations through the day. However, we're now at the big race, the Senior A Open Grand Final Small Boat. In lane number 1, from Hungary, Dragon Aqua SE. Lane 2 from the USA, Bucks County Fusion Newton. Lane 3 from UAE, Dubai Diggers. Lane 4 from Canada, H2O Montreal. Lane number 5 from Germany, Nectar Dragon. And lane number 6 from Australia, Northern Beach Dragon Boat Manly. Yes, get onto your YouTube channel, put in your comments who you think are going to take this race, and I'll have Bob call it out.
Lots of good comments here. Lots of people cheering for True North. Ottawa third. Let's go True North Paddling Club. Good job, senior ladies. Good job, True North. True North Paddling Club, 6 gold. Woohoo, True North. Let's go Bucks Fusion. Yep, True North's paddling, senior women rock. Equal opportunity for BCS. I do see that Carmen Melian has been saying, why does the BCS race get canceled? It wasn't just the BCS race. What we did was races that had 3 rounds for time, not just the BCS race, but any races that were going 3 rounds, the final round was canceled. So they raced twice, and then we had to cancel the 3rd round for those particular races, and then run these finals that still had a rep and a final to go. So unfortunately, it's just the way it goes, because right now it is approaching 7 p.m. here in the east. We've got about an hour of daylight left, and there's still storms about. So it is a tough compromise, and that is one of the tough decisions the officials have to make. And I know it's disappointing. Everybody wants to race the full program, but sometimes these are the calls the officials have to make to get us through the day and then be ready to race tomorrow.
And now it looks like we have all 6 of these crews on the water. Again, this is the Senior A Open Small Boat Grand Final Race 89.
Now, which seat is your father in, Matthew?
Ooh.
I know it's tough to tell. He's looking at the monitor. We have a nice 58-inch monitor, but it's still kind of tough when you're this far away.
I want to say he's 4 left in boat 2, but I'm not sure.
Well, I wish him luck either way. Making a final and a championship is always a fantastic experience.
It truly is.
So the teams are getting their final adjustments right now. They're coming into the boot, and it looks like the starters have not lost any power at all. We're down to our final race of the day. We look forward to this amazing Senior A Open small boat. Again, we have a very diverse crew here of boats. We have Czech, USA, UAE, Canada, Germany, Australia. All 6 boats are all from different countries. This is going to be a nice UN race.
Getting them under starters order here. They're inside the 25-meter buoys that mark the corridor that brings us in. Starter bringing them under nice and controlled.
Sunny Chang is saying we need binoculars. Same thing for us. Oh, now we got the zoom in from our drone.
Last chance for some deep breaths here. Some of the best instructions I ever received is every time you're on the start line, relax your grip on that paddle, take 3 deep breaths. Just find that peaceful place. Even though this is going to be the beautiful violence of a 200-meter final, you've got to relax. You've got to be loose. You've got to commit and know you've done the training. Your miles brought you here. The races you did today got you to the final. This is the opportunity you wanted. Now you just have to execute.
All right, the calls have been given to the teams to come and approach the boot. The sun is shining right in their eyes, so it's hard for them to see down that course. But they've got the markers along each lane, and they will be able to see their lane as they look downwards. But on the distance, it's hard to see that finish line. I know a lot of heads will be buried, working through their game plan, their strategy, 200 meters. A very exciting time right now for all the teams. Everybody's just waiting to get into the boot. We've got lane number 1, Dragon Aqua. Lane 2, Buck County Fusion. Lane 3, Dubai Diggers. Lane 4, H2O Montreal from Germany, Nectar Dragons. And lane number 6, Northern Beaches. Boat 2 enters the gate cleanly. 4 is in. 1 is in. 3 is in. 6 in. And 5 is in. We're going to get a start here. And there they go. Final race of the day. This is the Senior A small boat. Off the line, it is boat number 3. It is going to be Dubai Diggers off the line very cleanly, and they've got 2 benches on number 2 and 4. 2 is being Bucks County Fusion and H2O Montreal. Can Dubai Diggers hold that lead as they come down the last 100 meters? It is still Dubai Diggers in the lead, followed by H2O Montreal. And boat 2 has fallen off. Nectar Dragons come into 3rd. It is 3, 4, 5. It is going to be H2O with Dubai in the lead. Nectar Dragon in 3rd, coming to the finish line. It is going to be still boat number 3, Dubai Diggers. Dubai over H2O coming to the finish line. Will they take them? It's still going to be Dubai Diggers, followed by H2O and boat number 5, Nectar Dragons. What an amazing race. What do you think there, Matthew?
Yeah, super exciting race for all these crews. Closing out an amazing day of racing here at the IDBF 13 Club Crew World Championships here in Sarasota, Florida.
As we're waiting for the official results, seeing some of the comments here as these paddlers catch their breath, the breast cancer teams are still being awarded medals based on the 2 rounds they did. Let's be clear. There are some folks who are commenting that they're not going to get medals. They are definitely getting medals. The breast cancer racers are getting awarded after 2 rounds. Matthew, what are these results?
Looks like in first place, unofficially, in first place, the Dubai Diggers with 51.513. In second place, H2O Montreal, 51.899. In third place, the Nectar Dragons with 52.705, followed by Bucks County Fusion with 53.156. Dragon Aqua in 5th with 55.186. And Northern Beaches in number 6 with 56.556.
On behalf of the announcing crew here at the 13th Annual Club Crew World Championship, I want to say thank you to Bob Mima, Matthew Au, and Mark Kane. You guys have been a great, great crew up here. We have 2 more days of racing, and we're going to have some fun. I said 3. I said 2. I've lost track, Bob.
It's only Wednesday.
Any last comments?
Oh, wait, no, it's Thursday. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow for the same bit of madness here. 200-meter races again tomorrow. We're doing the open classes. We did the mix today. We're doing the open tomorrow. It's just going to be more madness. Looking forward to it.
We'll see you all tomorrow.
Good night, everyone, and thank you for being online. We'll see you first thing in the morning. Race 87 award ceremony. Race 87 award ceremony. Senior A women. With the following teams, please come to the award ceremony now. Windy City Dragons Mundelein. 22 Dragons and 1C Dragons Berlin. That's race 87 to the medal award ceremony.